Well, good morning, good evening. We've got an audience and speakers and hosts joining us from all around the world today. My name is Jesse, and I'm one of the two-man team along with Jose helping coordinate this Nature for All Love Fest. This is the signature wrap-up event. My Nature Love Story is the signature wrap-up event of the Nature for All Love Fest. If you haven't had the chance to check out the Love Fest website, there's so much that's been on the go, so many amazing organizations working towards a future with abundance of biodiversity, of life, of optimism, in nature. And so I really encourage you to check that out. We've been doing so much over the last couple of weeks, and we wanted to wrap it up with an incredible series of programs. Almost 50 speakers joining us from, I think, 30 countries around the globe, over 48 hours of broadcast. We started off late, I guess, about 7-8 hours ago with some of our first speakers joining in China and India, Australia, and more. It was a really great kickoff to the festival, and I'm so excited to dive in with this, our biggest block of program. So if you're watching live, if you're watching after the fact, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to introduce our host, who's going to introduce our speaker and keep the train going. We've got some really exciting stuff to kick off with today. And so Sophia is joining us as the head of Conservation Optimism, one of my very favorite organizations I've ever had the pleasure of partnering with in my career in science and conservation. And so Sophia, welcome to the Love Fest. Welcome to my Nature Love Story. And it's so exciting to have you here today.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here and talk to such an inspiring series of conservationists. And
you got a really good trio. I think, I'm hopelessly biased and no one's here to check me on this, but I think this might be the coolest three people in a row that you get the chance to host. And so I will leave you to it. Stefania is in the background. We are all good to go, and you can bring her in and we'll get underway.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to pull her in so that you can all see her. Hi, Stefania.
Hi. How are you?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you too. I'm really excited to have a chat and just kind of talk about nature, our connections to nature, all the rest of it. Stefania has worked all over the world. I was just kind of, reading about some of your work, and it seems like you've done such a kind of variety of jobs in connection with nature. And currently you're working with the Cities with Nature initiative. Is that correct?
This is correct. I work for ICLEI, in fact, specifically, which is an international organization which is set up across the world. And my involvement is with ICLEI CBC, the city's biodiversity center, which is located in Cape Town in South Africa. And I'm the global coordinator of two major initiatives, which are Cities with Nature and Regions with Nature, which are both acknowledged by the UN CBD, the Convention on Biodiversity, and convention. And we were just back from Montreal, and I can tell you that it's been quite an experience over there, both because of the very intense involvement in events and frames and processes and meetings, but also and especially because Cities with Nature and Regions with Nature have been really, I would say, le fil rouge across the summit as acknowledged instruments for targeting and implementing actions for biodiversity.
Wonderful. Well, it's great to know that you were out there and sort of campaigning for nature as well. As Jesse was mentioning, I work with an organization called Conservation Optimism. So I thought we might start off with a question that's kind of relating to that. What makes you hopeful about the future of nature?
What makes me hopeful about the future of nature, I've been in the field, as you are saying, for quite a long time. I started more than 20 years ago when I was a young girl, and I was so passionate and motivated. And I remember that when people ask me what my job was, and I say I said I work in the environmental field, they look at me like I was an alien with green ears and that didn't make me hopeful then at that time. What makes me hopeful now is that there is we don't need to say anymore what does it mean to be protecting the environment. We don't need to talk to people and trying to be convincing them anymore, because nowadays the awareness is there. I remember again when I started, I worked initially and for a long time, in fact, for the Italian Ministry of the Environment. And we run and developed sustainable development courses for senior officials, for businessmen, for the civil society as well. Why? Because then we needed awareness. Nowadays the awareness is there. What we need is the implementation. And why? And this is the reason why I'm so hopeful, because if anything, I was in Montreal, and better than me that in COP27 in Sharma El-Sheikh, there were specific packages that were discussed about climate change, like loss and damage, finally is there as a topic. But in Montreal, the framework was really extremely promising, because everything is there within the areas, within the 23 targets, the 4 goals, the 23 targets, and that makes me hopeful to see that there are movements like Nature for All, like yourself, that you put together. You in a way, Nature for All is a catalyzer, right? That makes me hopeful. And Cities with Nature, we work with the IUCN, the Nature Conservancy, WWF, the World Urban Parks, and 80 cities, and Biophilics, and and each of the partners puts in something to make it better, to make it grow, to make it possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to hear you talk about sort of all of these different reasons for hope, right? I mean, from anything sort of as applied as the CBD framework to just like the feeling of walking into a room and not feeling like no one has any idea what you're talking about or why it matters.
Exactly.
And so I think that's really great. And also I think collaboration, like you were saying, is huge, right? Like just being able to work with like-minded organizations, like-minded people in order to get to these common goals. So if we maybe can just wind it back a little bit and talk about sort of what first inspired you to care about nature that much, right? To kind of start campaigning and being involved in the environmental movement at a time when maybe not so many other people were seeing it as a priority.
Well, I guess that it came from, I think it's very important the way you are brought up, how you're raised, and where you're born, and the environment around you. I'm from Sicily. Sicily is southern Italy, and that's an island. So I was born by the sea. If anything, I remember, the smell of the salt of the sea is just in my nostrils since I've been a little kid, and walking across and along has always been something that made my life special. And I do really believe that the sound of the sea, the smell of the sea, and all the the events that happen around that very environment made me very and strongly connected to nature. The fact of living in an island makes you understand that natural resources can come short of supply. Makes you understand that nature is something that has to be protected if you want to be surviving. Makes you understand that's really you are dependent on nature in terms of survival, but it's not only a survival thing. It's just the more you take care of it, the more you are part of it, the more then it really works out. So I think it's something that comes from my infancy, from the way I was the environment that I come from, and then most likely the fact that I always loved to be traveling. You can see it from my biography, and and I always naturally picked up. I mean, when I was younger, especially, I didn't necessarily want to be visiting cities. I found cities a little bit overwhelming and suffocating. I started when I was 20 years old I went to the Dominican Republic in the Caribbean. And I can tell you that then there was no internet, no Google, no mobile phones. And that was still, I'm talking about 25 years ago. Imagine. No, you can't, because you're younger than me, much younger than me. But
I remember like dialing into the internet, right? It was like the little song of the internet. But yeah, I probably don't remember it not existing at all. So yeah.
You see what I mean? I was born in an era where we had no internet. There was no mobile phones. So imagine my mother knowing that I would go to the Dominican Republic with no way that I could really be, like reached out as we are nowadays. But I can tell you that I was totally, totally, conquered, and the nature then was so virgin. I just will never forget the happiness of just walking through or driving with these very old cars which had no necessarily safety whatever mechanism, but we were just crossing across the country, and it was just so luxury in terms of nature, and that gave me happiness. So I think that what brought me to be working for the environment, and then I really started to be feeling that I, because I started to be working for the Italian Ministry of the Environment, and I really started to be thinking that we say that we have to be protecting the environment, but then I always felt like we shouldn't even talk about environmental protection, because it's like we give ourselves the ownership of nature, whereas it should be natural to be preserving, conserving, and restoring nature.
Yeah, I mean, so in some ways you're saying, like, why is this such an effort, right? Like such a kind of directed thing that we need to be doing right now. I mean, yeah, so I'm a marine biologist by training, so I definitely feel your kind of connection to the sea and to all of that, and the fact that, yeah, on islands things can be kind of limited in terms of resources. So that makes sense in terms of a framework to grow up in and then go exploring and kind of be perceiving nature in so many ways. Could you tell us about one of your favorite places in nature?
I love sailing, the sea. This is another thing that gives you the immensity of the everything. Like when you sail and there is nobody, no other human beings around you, and you're just yourself with the sea around you, with the power and the threat that it can come across, because it happened that storms can come across quite violently and quite unexpectedly, but you feel the power, the magnificence of nature, and you deal with it, and you understand that you are just a little thingy in the universe, and you don't count except when you relate it to nature. So that's very intense, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. That's a very powerful image. I think that can be something quite like overwhelming about being in the middle of the sea and you're just floating there and you're like, what? No one else around, unless whoever's on the boat with you, obviously. But yeah, so maybe now we could talk a little bit about your work. Would you like to tell us a little bit about what you're kind of doing day to day, some of the main projects that you're working on at the moment to really sort of promote that inspiration and also that practical side of protecting nature?
Yes, I'm very proud and very enthusiastic about working for these two initiatives, which are cities with nature and regions with nature. Why? Because as much as we can love being in nature in places which are quite deserted, then we also have to be realistic about how do we make it better in those places which are urban places and which need to be going towards healthier directions. And that's where cities with nature comes in. Cities with nature comes in because increasingly in this urbanized world, people are living in cities. So if you really want to be making lifestyle of human beings better, the work has to be done in cities. So they're transforming the urban settlements in the more as much as we can in natural environment. So bringing in like green rooftops on the top of the buildings, and caring about water and fountains and the parks around the cities, and then capacitating local governments in implementing biodiversity planning in within their own constituencies. So that's the reason why I love cities with nature, because it really empowers, enables, and capacitates and impacts. Cities with nature has a number of tools, instruments, functionalities which help cities to be able to be working within their biodiversity, plans, and make them practical to the needs of their citizens. And one of the major instruments that I have to be, calling up is the action platform. The action platform is the place which is endorsed by the UN Convention of Biodiversity, where cities can really set a baseline of where they are in different, areas and the target, and we monitor and they can monitor and report all across. So it's really a useful, instrument. As I was saying at the very beginning, Cities with Nature is much bigger than ICLEI. It's all the partnerships that are part of it, and we have 26 partners, in fact, all around the world, and we have more than 260 cities all around the world, and it's growing. Only, in Montreal, we got San Francisco on board, 6 Chinese cities on board, Nagoya on board, Paris on board, Marseille on board. So it's and if anything, when we came back from Montreal and we just checked with our regional offices, they replied back to us, cities are so energized. They felt the energy in Montreal. So Cities with Nature is about cities, it's about partnerships, it's about urban planning and biodiversity plans implementation. Regions with Nature is the sister initiative that builds on Cities with Nature, and that concerns and focuses on provinces, regions, that places which is in between cities and in between, the local level and the national level, which is like provinces and territoire and prefectures and regions. That's where Regions with Nature stays, and of course it sees more at a landscape scale, and we very much work with Regions 4 over there, and again with the IUCN, again with UNEP and other regional, organizations or associations, like, for example, GOLS and the Committee of the Regions. So the official launch of Regions with Nature happened in Montreal. And right now we are planning the next steps to make it grow as much as Cities with Nature and beyond.
That's wonderful. What cool work. I think, one thing that's coming through for me really strongly just in your story and in the work that you're doing is this sort of duality between things that can be sort of really inspiring, but then also how do we ground those things? And that's where the kind of actual impact, the light just went out. That's where the actual impact really happens. And then this other kind of duality of being in these really extreme, amazing, wild places, but then also finding and prioritizing nature that's around us and that is around most people. And the fact that that is where a lot of people are actually going to connect to nature. That's where a lot of people are actually going to find their motivation and the things that matter to them in their daily life, right? And sort of how to amplify that. So I think that sounds really amazing. Since we are, within this event with Nature for All, just a quick question, and could you tell me, what does Nature for All mean to you?
Well, I love to work with Nature for All because of one simple reason, that you always smile. That whenever I reach out, I have Jose and all of you on the other side happy to be connecting, happy to be, brainstorming, happy to be developing, happy to be growing. So there is no such a thing like like this is mine, this is yours, this is I love nature for all, because as I said before, it's just like a catalyzer which makes the best of what it has and shares it with the others. And if anything, what we need nowadays is to be sharing. So that makes me very close to nature for all.
I completely agree. I feel like whenever I've worked with the Nature for All team, everyone's just super positive, like, always just like such great ideas. And just kind of generally always really, really positive. So yeah, let's see, what else should we chat about? Sorry, I think that was it. Our next speaker almost came in, but not quite yet. So yeah, maybe we could just, I'm just checking to see if we have any questions from the audience. And I don't think we do at the moment, just saying that, they really like your work and that they're sort of excited to be hearing more about it. But yeah, so perhaps if you could tell us, like, have you had one instance of like a challenge or a particular success within your career that has kind of taught you a lesson that you might then want to like share that story, and that it might help any kind of future conservationists or people who want to work in your area?
Yes, maybe when I was working for the Italian Ministry of the Environment, and we set up the Sustainable Development Academy, I remember that at a certain point we also involved Asian countries, Central Asian countries, and St. Petersburg, and I will never forget how they wouldn't necessarily know what partnership means, or sharing of information means, or what capacitating in terms of information means. But I will never forget the energy and the at the end of that courses, the sessions, that they were learning not only about what sustainability means, but also about what sharing and exchanges means, and this is a hope for the future. Right now, we know that it's a very complicated political situation, which makes us divided. But I always do believe that through human topics like the environment, we can also come through in a way that makes sense and makes it for the better for everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you were saying, since you've worked in so many different cultures, I think it's like sometimes communicating across those cultures and the kind of priorities or like ways of seeing things can be a challenge. But at the same time, we all have nature around us. We all have some sort of connection to it, right? Yeah, and I can imagine. I mean, yeah, it can be difficult to get conservation and environment.
It can be difficult. It can be delicate. It can be controversial. It can be that you might be like stepping back and wait, but then it's through human relations that you can just catch the thread and then bring it together. And I really do believe that the work that we are doing is meant for that.
That's wonderful, and that's really inspiring. Would you have a message for any young or conservationist or someone who's just kind of coming into conservation, of advice? Any words of advice?
Maybe, yes. I was the other day at an art exhibition which involved artificial intelligence, and I was just raising a little bit my concerns to the art curators. They were very young, and they came from Argentina, and at a certain point, I while discussing with them, I was like, art is an important channel, for important messages like environment. And if anything, we should be careful about as much as technology is makes our life easier. We should never forget that what really matters is the human side of what we bring in. So my message to the young generation, and that Argentinian girl was so keen to be, because I told her about my work in Cities with Nature and ICLEI, and she was so keen in learning more, and she was fully aware that her job with art is in fact interlinked with the environment, you know. So listening to her, and I was inspired by I was energized myself by her enthusiasm. So if anything, my message to the young generation is that we need them to feel that energy. We need youth to be exchanging to a certain extent, where we take from them and they take from us, and we make it happen together.
I think that's a lovely place to end, is just the sort of relationships that can come up within the community of people who care about nature, and the fact that, you know, we're not out here doing it alone. It's not a kind of solitary endeavor where we're solo kayaking the Pacific, right? It's like we're all here. We can all kind of inspire each other, share ideas, share the work, and yeah, get all of us to a better place, sort of, you know, in all contexts, really. So thank you so much for your time and for speaking with us. And yeah, I think we will soon be moving on to our next interview, but did you have any last words you wanted to share?
Nature for all, let's make it all. Together. Togetherness is the key.
Togetherness is the key. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Stefania. And yeah, hope to run into you again sometime soon.
Thank you so much for being invited here and share with you. Talk to you soon.
Bye. Have a good rest of the week.
You too.
Okay. So now we are going to be moving on to our next interview, which is also very exciting. And we have, let me just add him to the stream, I think. I'm not sure if Jesse's coming back or not, but maybe not.
I could come back if you'd like to, Sophia. I'm always happy to be here. I like being on camera. Really, it's the joy of my job. But that was a fantastic first interview. What a great way to kick off round two. Holy, what a fun time with Stefania. Oh,
yeah, she was great. No, she was really wonderful, and what a kind of range of stories and work and everything that they're doing. It was really great.
Outstanding. Well, you're in for a treat with our second speaker. So this is your precursor host. Our first host of the series, as of 7-8 hours ago, is Jeet, joining from Wildroots. So I'll let you bring him in and have him blow your mind with all the cool stuff he's up to. I've seldom run into someone who does more things in his community and globally. So take it away, Sophia. Have some fun.
Can't wait. Great. So just adding him here to the conversation. Hi.
Hi. Hi, Sophia.
How are you doing today?
All good, all good. Just feel free to call me as Jeet, as everyone calls, right? Okay. Jeet is fine.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for being here today and taking the time to, talk to us and share some of your work. Really looking forward to hearing more. And I think Jesse's just shared the link if anyone wants to go and sort of have a further look at everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, so perhaps we can start off with a more general question. So I work with an organization called Conservation Optimism. Maybe we can start by asking you what makes you hopeful about the future of nature.
See, the place where I'm coming from in India, it's in Northeast India, and we are in the foothills of the Himalayas, and I'm from Assam, from the state of Assam. And it's one of the most prominent biogeographical hotspots of the world. And it's a very important place, when nature conservation is concerned, because we've got 7 states, with the maximum number of endemic species and the communities out here. Within the 7 states, you might you can have an idea, because there are 65 different tribal communities who play a very key role in conservation. So I'm from the city of Guwahati, and right in my backyard, I have a wildlife sanctuary, and there's a waterfall. So like when you ask me like where my inspiration or the ideas of conservation comes into play, so this is where I'm cradled over the past 25 years. I've been staying over here, and I take it upon myself that it's a responsibility to kind of try to save and conserve the pristine habitats that like I have been introduced to 25 years back, like when I moved to Assam, like for my job. And that's how everything began. Like that's how like my little organization began, my connection with the communities began. So that's what I started.
Amazing. And is there anything in your work that makes you sort of, I mean, because conservation can be tough sometimes, right? Like it can be sort of hard sometimes to see. And so do you find kind of having that privilege and just being around these really beautiful places, do you find that very inspiring? Do you find that gives you hope?
Definitely, because I think the place where a person comes from, like that defines like how he or she is in his life, and that manifests in not only like your behavioral change and also your well-being, but also it manifests somewhat in your career choices in your life. Like I started my career in design, and I was there like working in a design studio, hardcore design studio, but like this is where like I've been scooped up. So some like I call it some nature divine intervention, like that had scooped me up from the city of Mumbai, right from the urban space, and has dropped me and deployed like a soldier being deployed like a parachute. And I've been dropped into this biogeographic region, like to make some difference. So I don't know whether I'll be able to do a lot of bring about a lot of difference, but definitely like we have been trying to do some really small things over the past few years where nature conservation is concerned.
Okay. And so when you moved to Assam for this job, was it a conservation related job or was it a design related job, an art related?
No, I began my early career in Assam like in education. So
Okay.
I started working with the schools out here in the urban space.
Mm-hmm.
And like I started working with one school, and gradually like the network grew, and the span of my job was changed to like 5 to 10 schools also, like when I became a part of the Central Board of Secondary Education in Northeast India. And slowly and gradually like the network had spread like over the past few years. And like a few years back, like we thought of that, why not connect with some of the rural schools and some of the village schools as well, and connect with some of the community schools which are close to the forests, like where people of the forests, like they send their children for education. So that's how we began. Like it started with a few urban schools, but now like we've got a like huge network of more than 200 schools from the village, forest, and urban schools.
Okay, that's wonderful. And what do you find? So, in terms of working with adults or children and their connection with nature, what are the differences there?
See, definitely uh, in the communities that I work with, the adults are much more connected with nature, right? So, like they are in some of the communities are directly dependent on the forest resources, while some of them are indirectly dependent. And it so happens that like it's the adults in the community where the connection with the forest and nature is much more strong than the students, because here the students, the young community, that's why like I started my work with the young people, the children rather, like where I thought that the connection with the children and nature is somewhat not that prominent out here in the communities. So we feel that when people are coming from the forest, they are invariably they'll be knowing a lot of about the forest. They know all about the endangered animals and everything. But not it's not the case. Like there has been a vast gap between the forest itself and the people. So that's where we step in. We are trying to create small bridges, like which could connect even the students and the children with nature.
Okay. And so, what are some of the techniques that you use to get them invested?
I can share a few photographs maybe, like let me just try to. Sorry, just give me a moment.
Yeah, no problem.
Take your time, Jeet. If there's anything I can help with too, technically, let me know. I'm here for you.
Yes.
Because we'd love to see this stuff. I'm excited in the background.
I'm very excited. You know, I'd love to see some pictures. I think, you know, it can having
Yeah,
those
like
visuals is very helpful for understanding.
it's like
what-
I've opened the photograph, but like I'm not getting that option to share it.
No, so in StreamYard on the very bottom of the screen, there's the present button.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and then it
Yes.
gives you the option of share screen within that.
Yes.
Yeah, and once you've clicked that, it brings up a big white box in the middle of the screen. And if you go to entire screen and click the picture, it should make the share button turn blue in the bottom right. And if you do that, in theory, we'll see it.
Yes, I'm getting an option to share the entire screen.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like whether you can see the photograph or not.
No, like nothing sharing on your end yet, Jeet. The moment it does, we'll see it. Is this on the Wildroots website?
No, it's not on the Wildroots website. Anyway, can you just repeat your question?
I was just sort of asking, when you are doing conservation work and sort of working with children and adults, and since particularly you were talking about children, what are some of the techniques that and kind of activities that you can use to get them invested or interested in nature if they initially kind of don't seem like that's a priority for them?
See, what we observed over the past few years is like wherever I've been a part of, I'd been to UK to attend the Conservation Optimism Summit in 2019 as well, right? Like just I met like some people like Julia and all. So like that was a great conference. So whenever we go in conferences and workshops and programs related to environment protection and conservation, so I've noticed one thing that like it's always that people and participants are coming from the scientific community, like people who are coming from wildlife biology or like related subjects, environmental science. Like they are the ones who attend these conferences, like and the conversation, wonderful conversations happen. But like there are very few conferences or projects or programs like which would invite even storytellers, like even artists, like even musicians, like to come and sit in one room and discuss about environment conservation. So I think that's where like we started working with, like when you are asking about the principal strategies that we use to connect with children, I think like nature for all, like it's a multidisciplinary approach that like we employed in Northeast India, like where we not only connected people coming from scientific communities. So let's not make it as a part of academics and studies like always, so that might repel the children and the communities. But we started converting the concepts into storytelling, like we started creating animations, we started creating drawings, like posters and fun stuff for them, and even music, like composing poems, musics, like putting up dramas and all. So these were the primary strategies that we employed, like to start off with our program.
That's amazing. I was at that conference as well, and I remember it. And I was kind of just starting my PhD, so I was like a little bit in this academic sphere, but at the same time, it was such a wonderful way of bringing together all these different types of conservationists, right? Like, do you remember that was like the live murals that were being painted? I was doing a stop motion animation workshop. We had like these like sing-alongs. And I think, yeah, for me as well, it was just a moment where it was like, oh, wow, like, you know, conservation contains all of these people who are doing creative projects, who are kind of coming at it from a different perspective. And that can be so, so helpful, because it can really kind of just mean that you aren't just like churning out scientific papers, which obviously have information, which is really good. but you're actually sort of helping people to really connect, which
Yes.
I think can be really powerful, and obviously is something that's very present in your work. So yeah, do you think that you could tell us a bit more, like day to day, what does your work look like?
See, my daily schedule, it begins with the work in school. So right now, like I've started to deviate a bit from mainstream academics. Like I teach design and art in the schools. So that's one of my area, like which keeps me always connected, like with the work that I really want to do. So there are have tos in life and there is want tos in life, and like I'm lucky to be one of the people and one of the person like who can like actually boast of doing what he actually wants. So it starts off with like taking classes in some of the urban schools in the morning, and after the afternoon, like after the regular school hours, like I like devote my time connecting with the students coming from the villages and the communities, and we do some related activities like relating to art and design, because here in Northeast India there have been instances where the language has failed. Like I don't speak their language. So there are like it's a crazy place. Like within 7 states we have 65 tribes, and they speak more than 150 dialects, and I don't know their language. So how do I connect with them and convince them that, see, like it's a very common practice out here that you'll see like little children go out with catapults in their hands, and they will they will hunt down like any small bird that comes their way right there in the morning. But if I don't speak their language, how do I connect with them and convince that you should not kill that bird? Like let's like okay, like you're killing the bird and selling it off in the pet market, but I'll give you a better opportunity to earn sustainable living. Like you bring people from the cities, you take them to the forest and make them see where the bird nests. You'll be able to earn more money. So the only way to reach out to people like where language has failed, like is to employ the visual medium. Like it's through film, it's through like songs, art, and design.
Yeah, I mean, it's that old adage, right? Like it sounds so cheesy, but like pictures worth 1,000 words.
Yes.
If you can't have the words, then yeah, I mean, it's still possible to communicate through visual art. So will you go and sort of paint the ecosystems around you? What are some of the sort of activities that I mean, with the songwriting, how do you decide what to write a song about?
Yes. So, like when I'm working with the city schools and the students, like I encourage them carrying their own binoculars and cameras, like to the forest and like experience the forest and its bounties as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But when I'm working with the village community, like they do not have the luxury of having an expensive camera, right? So I can ask them to just simply carry their sketchbooks and pencils and colors to the forest and draw whatever they see. So that's the best way and the best activity like that we execute. Almost we do it every day, and that has become like I encourage them to create their own libraries. Like okay, today how many butterflies have you seen? Like today how many birds have you seen? I've seen a green bird. I said okay, so then what's the color of the eyes? Like did you notice the color? Someone says yellow, someone says red. So that's how the observation begins. And believe it or not, like sometimes like we have been able to find out about some rare birds and animals like which haven't been like seen for the past years. Like people have drawn them, like, and suddenly a little girl comes up with a drawing like of some bird like which we thought like was extinct in Northeast India. I said, where have you seen this bird? So then a new search begins. So then I share it with the universities and the schools and just encourage them, let's go and have a look at this bird, like let's go and look for it. So that's how the excitement builds up. Cannot hear you, you're on mute, Sophia.
Of course, that's so exciting. I can't imagine how exciting that would be.
Yes.
I mean, imagine being like a child who's just gone out and been like, oh, I'm just going to do my drawing and then bring it back and have it be such a special thing, right? I mean, it's really amazing. And I think this brings back comes back to a point that we were talking about earlier a little bit, which is the fact that, you know, scientists are great, but scientists aren't always there, right? And so there are these very kind of limited ways of sampling or of kind of going and like counting things. I mean, and so to have people who are going out there and just sort of drawing, just looking, just observing, can be hugely important, because ultimately these are the forests that they live around, right? And so getting to connect them and to know them is huge.
Yes.
Yeah,
and I feel it's a fantastic way to just bring the two communities together, because when I'm working with like, we have become like Robin Hood, like, of England, right? Only thing is that we are not stealing from people, but we are getting the resources from the rich people and giving it to the poor. Because when the city kids like go to the villages and the forests, like, they bring with them the knowledges of how to use the internet, how to use the computers, like to share the data from one place to the other. And the other way, the village kids, like, they share the information about, like, okay, I'll tell you about what are the edible plants and what are the medicinal plants which are found like in my locality near my house. So there's always this two-way exchange of information that has become our greatest success story. And like, yes, like, we are getting there. Let's see.
That sounds wonderful. I mean, I know, so I do a little bit of drawing. I do watercolors. And what I tend to find is that if I'm on a trip or just kind of like in a place that I like and have some spare time, I'll kind of take my paints and just sit down and paint the scene in front of me. And then, I mean, not that it ends up being the best painting in the world, but when I go back and look at it, I have a sense of the place, and like it reminds me of the place in a way that a photograph doesn't, because I've had to really sort of look at everything in front of me and really think about what it is that I'm drawing, what I'm writing. And then there's also, I mean, just through the process of painting or of doing visual art, something of you ends up in that paper, you know, in a way that maybe a photo is, I mean, photos are wonderful and obviously their own kind of art medium, but there's something about just sitting down and little bit by little bit putting together an image and a sort of drawing that I think just requires a different type of attention. Would you agree?
Yes, definitely. And like, I totally agree with you. Like, when I've had a look at things with my own eyes and I'm making my sketches, like, I remember things much more vividly. Like, when I'm clicking through my camera, I'm just clicking a photograph and I'm forgetting about the subject, like, which is in front of my eyes. But when you're drawing it, this is exactly what is happening in all our programs. Like, even the students and the participants are going to agree, because we have started doing some citizen science and survey programs, like, just by drawing. Like, just go to the forest with your sketchbooks and with your colors and just draw, like, create your libraries about what have you seen. And I totally agree. Like, I remember much more vividly, like, than when I was using my camera. Like, I totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, even cameras nowadays, because it's digital, so we have this unlimited space. And so, you know, I'll just go and like mindlessly be shooting pictures. But even if I have, I sometimes shoot with film, and then I'm like, oh, I only have 24 of these, right? Like, I only have 24 images that I'm going to be able to capture, and then I do pay a lot more attention, because there's a little bit of a limitation somehow. Yeah.
And I think IUCN and Nature for All. Sorry, like, I think IUCN and Nature for All had been really great help, like, over the past few years, because the kind of support that we've received, like, you cannot always support people like through like monetary resources, right? But like, the kind of guidelines that we have received, and I think like that has upscaled like our programs and like to transform them into truly global programs, like from the more regional ones, right? And this art conservation, like, I've shared my link before. Thanks for sharing the link on this platform. And if you go to that page, like you'll be able to see like all the wonderful artworks that the students are doing in the villages and also the city, the people from the city.
Wow, that sounds amazing. I'd love to see some of those. I'll definitely go and have a look because I'd love to see everything that people are putting together. It sounds really great. So do you think you could tell us about one of your favorite places where you take just that inspired you to become connected with nature?
See, I've got two favorite places out here. One is in Assam and one is in the state of Meghalaya, like which is the neighboring state of Assam. And right in Assam, like where I stayed, like there's a wildlife sanctuary called the Amchang Wildlife Sanctuary right behind my place, and there's a small waterfall over there. And this waterfall like plays a very important role in my life because like I have visited this place long time back, like when I was a kid, right? And it reminds me, and sometimes elephants come over here like to have a bath. So it's a very special place where I can see elephants up close. Like I had my tryst with nature for the very first time, and when I was 7 year old, and like I got lost in the forest, like somewhere in South India, and that's where things had begun. And I was looking for tadpoles in a small stream, and a huge tusker comes out from the forest, and it was there to just drink a bit of water. And the next thing which I wanted to do is like splash a bit of water on the elephant. So you know what the elephant had done? Like it filled up its entire trunk like with water, and it splashed back at me, right? So this place with the waterfall like reminds me of that particular incident. Like that was like we had grown up learning about E for elephant, like when we were really small, like A for apple, like B for ball, like for elephant. So that was the first E for elephant encounter for me, and this place reminds me of that. The other place is it's also another waterfall in the state of Meghalaya, like where you find fossils of the Cretaceous period. Like it's a very very old place, and you have these large ferns and the mosses over there, like which looks really primitive. Like it takes you back to the prehistoric times, and like that's a place like where like you'll actually like get to see evolution at work over the past few years. So these are two places like I wouldn't miss.
Yeah, they sound really incredible, and to have that sort of personal connection. I mean, I can't imagine getting just covered in water sprayed by an elephant. That must have been just so kind of surprising.
Yes.
Really quite unusual.
And I think I remember the elephant. I remember the elephant laughing or smiling at me. Like I really distinctly remember like the sound that elephant had made. Like it was having fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like you were too. So at least it was a shared experience, right? Not just one-sided.
Yeah, like I really enjoyed that, and it's really vivid. Incredible. I still remember it.
I'm sure you do. I don't think you'll be forgetting that one anytime soon. So yeah, since we are on this event that was created amazingly by Nature for All, do you think you could talk a little bit about what that phrase means to you, nature for all?
See, it actually transformed my own career with conservation, like this nature for all. Now, this is exactly what like I wanted to envision and fantastically execute. So like nature for all, like it's actually like nature conservation cannot happen like with just one strata of people. Like it's not only the scientifically inclined people like who can take the ownership of conservation and nature protection. Like it has to be done by all. So I think like it's a very brilliant way of putting it, nature for all, because it actually it's an inclusive term, like I would say, like it includes everyone. So right now, like we are coming from these diverse backgrounds, and you're interviewing me, and it's having a like fantastic two-way sharing of informations. Like I've been like I had a privilege of interviewing a few people in the morning today, and it was a life-changing journey for me. So nature for all, I think like it truly like binds with it the ethos of being putting nature for all, and also it brings into the mind, like I don't know, like I have a crazy thought, like whenever I listen to this nature for all, I have a thought like, see, somewhere like it also brings to the mind that the entire earth is one living being, right? It's not isolated, like the deserts, the Antarctica, the rainforest and everything. Once we start thinking of the earth as one single entity, like through nature for all, I think wonderful things will happen.
That's a
Right.
lovely
I'm so
holistic
privileged.
way of thinking about it and approaching this concept. I think that's really, really lovely and wonderful. Was there anything else that you wanted to say to our audience before heading off?
I would say that like let's deviate from like we are having a love fest, and like it's actually the correct way to like spread the word about conservation and nature protection, because I feel that the world is being scared by the words like climate change, habitat loss, and it's like things are becoming a bit apocalyptic, and we are scaring people all over the world, like bad things are going to happen to your life. So instead, like why don't we shift to like an approach where we are approaching the environmental conservation with love and spread the positive messages, like instead of scaring everyone. So there's a lot of hope, like there's a lot of things to do, like once we get together, once we bring nature for all and create a global community and orchestrate some kind of sharing, like great many things can happen. So change your approach, like don't think about negative, like don't be scared. There's a lot of things to do, and we are all holding our hands, like no matter where we are sitting.
Well, I agree with you. Obviously, you are preaching to the choir. I think that in terms of sort of telling those positive stories, and I mean, obviously, we have to acknowledge that we're in a difficult spot sometimes, right? And that the reason we're conservationists is that there is conservation to be done. At the same time, really sort of highlighting the things that are going right, the people that are working so hard and making a difference, like yourself. So thank you so much for joining us. It was really
Thanks
great.
a lot. Thanks for this great opportunity.
No, thank you. Okay. Thank you. And we will have our next speaker soon, I think. So we'll say goodbye.
Bye.
Okay. So now we are moving on. We have one more speaker who I will just quickly add now. Hi. Hi, Jay.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you. How are you doing, Sophia?
Yeah, very well. I am very pleased to be talking to you today and to be having this interview and just this chance to connect, across a distance. The internet is a wonderful thing.
My pleasure too. I'm
Yeah.
really excited.
Wonderful. Well, we were just, perhaps I'll start off. So I'm currently the director for an organization called Conservation Optimism. We were talking a little bit about these sort of hopeful side of things just now, but for you, where does the hope come from? What makes you hopeful about the future of nature?
I think it's the awareness. The more awareness we create, and there are a lot of positive stories happening. There are a lot of positive things happening, and with the advancement of social media and the technology, I think if we can bring across to the common public, for whom it does matter a lot, that we belong to nature and we are dependent on nature more than nature depending on us. So that's the positive sign for me. So I'm trying to create awareness among students, communities, schools, colleges, families. My students are from 5 years to 75 years of age. So it's like that. I'm using the mass media and the mass communication method, and to reach out to maximum people.
What a range. I mean, 5 to 75. Do you find that you use different ways of speaking and connecting with your different audiences of different ages? And how do you choose those?
Yeah, of course. I do use a lot of various methods, and maybe the topics are same. Maybe the topic on leaf or tiger is same when I talk to a 5-year-old or a college student. But then the in-depth, the differentiation happens when we go in depth. The knowledge or the subtopics change, and then we need to modify our talks based on the audience age and the maturity level. So if for a 5-year-old tiger, just a sketching or a drawing or a small video will excite him and make him interested. That's how my journey started. And
Really? How did your journey start? Tell us about it.
oh, it's really nice. So it's always exciting to tell about that. I think I was about 6 years old, and my dad was in army, so he used to take us for army camps and all. And one of these trainings, I was, as usual, Tarzan from childhood. I tried climbing a tree, and I was sitting about 10 feet high, and that's what that was a lot of height at that age. And suddenly I heard some distant roar coming in, and roar from a distance, and then somebody said it's a tiger roar, because that was a dam near Gwalior, Ramao Dam, and it was of course a jungle. And then when I realized it again, that call came, so I jumped from the tree, and first I twisted my ankle, had a very minor fracture, was given 2 slaps, that why did you jump, then was taken to hospital. But I was crying, I want to see the tiger, I want to see the tiger. And got night. Since that day I decided I have to see tiger, I have to chase tigers. And now it's the other way around, tigers are chasing me. So
Oh my God. So when did it finally happen? When was the first time that you did see that tiger after you got, annoyingly whisked off to hospital?
Honestly, we in school used to go on a lot of treks. I've grown up in multiple cities because dad was in a transferable job. But luckily for me, he was in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, which is a tiger state. And 10 kilometers this side was forest, 10 kilometers this side was forest. So we were surrounded by forest. So we had the best bunking job. Or whenever we used to get bored, go to forest. Get depressed, go to forest. Happy, go to forest. So that was our friend circle. And 8th, 9th class, we used to go. And again, some incident happened that we were lying. If you permit, I'll just show you a few photos and a few PPTs on that, and then talk on those stories. So can I just put on sharing?
Of course. Yeah. Well, no, we'd love to see that.
Thank you. 1 second.
So I think there's a button that says present. And so if you click on that, then you should be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm just going to my entire screen right now. So hope you're able to see.
Let's see. Yes, I think so.
Okay, right. So we used to go to this forest called Keri Mahadev and Kerwa Dam. So these are my photos, say about 30-35 years back, and when I was in school, and then I came to college. And once we were lying down like this after getting tired, and suddenly again I heard some growl, and I said, "There's a tiger." So my friends teased me. They taunted me, "Yeah, you're a fool. Your ears are working beyond something, and you are listening some weird sounds." But I was determined that no, I heard a tiger growl. And believe me, after 5 minutes, herdsman walks to me and said, "Ki, sir, my buffalo has been killed by a tiger. Please don't go that side." We just ran from there because we were young. I think 9th or 10th class, 8th or 9th class that time. And then yes, so that was my first hearing from up close. And we started trekking in this forest for about 5, 6, 7 years. This is a place called Bhimbetka, which you must have heard. It's on the archaeological map of the world. One of the oldest human paintings, rock paintings by an ancient man has been found here. And we used to roam in this forest. And after 8 years of trekking, we found our first big cat that was a leopard. That was again a story of India losing to West Indies. And I remember Richie Richardson, I think September 28, 1994, was beating us around. And we said, yeah, we are getting bored. Yeah, we are anyway losing. Let's go to the forest. That was our way to take out our depression and frustration. And we just reached the forest on a scooter, and suddenly in the middle of the road, we see a leopard sitting. That was our first sighting. So first we thought it's a cow. Then we thought it's a goat. Then by the time we went near, the leopard jumped off. Then we realized, oh man, this was leopard. So that's how the story started. And I was lucky to grow in this kind of city where it was nearby dense forest. And now that one of the sanctuaries, Ratapani, is being turned into tiger reserve. And these are my photos of my first tiger census when I started in 1998. One, Mr. Srinivas Murthy, I'm always grateful to him as my mentor, and Mr. Suhas Kumar, who was a retired PCCF of MP. He used to encourage us and train us, guide us, give us the opportunity. And this was my first tiger census in Narodahi Sanctuary. It was a plateau, so we used to use cycle to cover more distance and be silent. And again, on the cycle also, we had a beautiful experience. Each photo has a story. If I think I'll take more than 1 or 2 hours to talk on those lines. So we were just going on the cycle with this guard. His name is Umesh, and he's now retired. And we suddenly saw a nilgai, that's a blue bull, overtaking us. We didn't realize what's happening. But then we saw another. We just turned back, and there was a tigress walking behind. She was trying to charge at them. She was preparing to charge. Before the nilgai, we charged on our bicycles. So that's how the story continued. And this is
Wait,
that
just
place
one second.
called.
You charged at the tiger on your bicycle.
Yeah, we had to outrun the tigers.
Charged
Anyway,
away.
it was not. Yeah, it was not focusing on us. Thankfully, we were not on the menu, and the tigers was focusing on the nilgais and the blue bulls. Because that's their main prey: the gaur, the sambars, the nilgais, and then comes the spotted deers. So that's how we started observing. That's how we started learning. And thanks to a lot of people who guided us, trained us. Initially, they used to think, what is the motive of these guys, these 2 guys, 3 guys who keep coming to forest? By the way, sorry, I just forgot to tell. This guy is my a childhood friend, Somet. He's heading a United Nations development program on wildlife conservation in Madhya Pradesh. And this is Keri Madhav, sir. Sorry?
I said, what a cool group of friends. How fun to have people around you at that age who had similar interests and who, you could all work on this stuff together and explore it together.
Correct. So it's very important to choose your friends, choose your right companions at the right age. What interests you and what interests them should be matching. There should be a compatibility. So I was into sports and I was into trekking. So I had these 2 kind of friends. So this was a special place near Bhopal called Keri Madhav, where now it has totally changed. There's a village, there's a setup of picnic and ecotourism and all. And there was a trickling of water throughout the year from the aquifers of the mountains. And we didn't know what to take permission, how to take permission, where to take permission. We just used to pick up a cycle, Luna, scooter, whatever comes, go to this forest, which was 45 kilometers, and spend night. This is how we used to spend night, sitting on the rock. Daytime, we used to trek whole day near this river. We knew there were tigers, there were leopards, there were bears. And if you read this is where we had the first encounter or charge by a bear. And on the back side of this photo, I've scanned this photo. This was an old photo from roll camera. And this was in 1995, 7 July. And this is exactly the place, because it started raining suddenly in the evening and we had to take shelter in that small temple. And by the time rain stopped, we started coming up. There was a narrow Pagdandi, that's a narrow path, walking path called Pagdandi. And this bear was walking down. So my friend said, run, stop. I heard run because of the fear or that thunderstorm sound. I started running towards the bear. And the bear was as surprised as me. And then it just turned around and luckily for me, turned back and ran away. I had many bear encounters after that. And these were the growing stage. By this time, I had started conducting some small camps for friends, school students, my juniors and all. All these guys are now avidly following their passion into wildlife, or as a hobby, they're still in touch. This is Satpura Tiger Reserve, where I used to again go from 1990s to 1998. And this is a recent photo. If you read the date, this is last week. It was nostalgic feeling for me to go back to this forest after almost 28 years. So with my son. So this deliberately I put in this image because this was the forest we used to trek 80-100 kilometers with our rucksack in 1 week. And thankful again to the forest department to support. Now this trail is called as Forsyth Trail, which is very famous amongst the tourists. So from there, the passion.
Sorry. So you went back after 28 years. You hadn't been there. You were spending all this time tracking there, then didn't go back for 28 years. What was it like to go back? Was it different?
It was nostalgic. I really had tears in my eyes looking at the place because I had all the memories alive, all the memories intact, like the glass in the corridor where we used to sit silently and watch the animals cross over. Because there was a D line, differential line, so they used to demarcate the ranges and all, and so there was a small clearing of the patch. So we used to spot animals from there, especially during full moon nights or early mornings and all, without disturbing them. And so this was like purely thrill for me, and the delight I had, I can't express that. So going to the same place where we used to trek and all, and telling my son that this is the place we used to trek, this is the place we have seen six bear, this was the place we encountered a tiger. And there was a road roller which is kept there, still preserved there, which was built by Tata Marshall in 1785. So more than 200, 250-year-old road roller, which had built the roads during the British time. So all those memories were still as fresh as any other memory. So the hard disk has still not gone wrong.
What a special experience, and to share it with your son as well. Cool.
Thank you. So these are the places I call jungle as my home. And this is the leopard we spotted in Satpura right near the rest house on the same day around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So if time permits, I'll definitely show a small video on this because he was sent marking. So that was again a good observation my son had on how they track the females or understand if any other leopard or tiger is there in the territory. How do they reach out? How do they scent mark? How do they do the territory marking and all that? So these things I kept on learning. I kept on passing on. That's what I realized, that me learning or me enjoying doesn't make sense till I take it to the next level of spreading the message and bringing the young generation into this. So I've been in all kinds of forest, tropical forest, and then we have the semi evergreen forest and moist deciduous forest, dry forest, desert forest. Everywhere I've been there in these kind of forest. And this is a place where I'm sitting. It's like two states. We can see Kerala behind us, and I'm sitting in Karnataka. So it's the kind of border, and I'm enjoying watching the elephants and goats grazing downhill, sitting from the rock.
Wow. Amazing.
These are the kind of forest like we have in India. So right from most dense forest to the beautiful sal forest of Kanha, to the backwaters of Kabini, to the Bhadra dense forest. These are semi-evergreen, Anshi and Kali. And then every possible animal I think I've seen. And yes, I'm always eager to explore more. Now I'm focusing more on the behaviors and all, and then teaching children about how do they behave, why do they behave like that, how are they connected, how are they interdependent on the internet. That's more important for them to understand, like why a tiger needs a termite. So this is basically what I do to create awareness. It's based on the experiential learning method of I see, I forget, I see, I remember, I hear, I forget, I see and I remember, and I do and I understand. So basically when they do it, believe me, this is last month's camp, and I was yesterday there only, same place. I was having a lecture with different set of kids. Yesterday night I came back. This is Nagarola Tiger Reserve in Karnataka, and this is one of the tree parks. So it's basically to take them on trails, make them observe, document things, empower them. When we understand what are the reasons we need to save the nature. Second is we understand the causes, or we understand the problems. Third is we analyze the problems. Then we are empowered. Yes, what next? What should we do? Can we bring some change? Can we do something to create awareness? Can we bring some education? Can we develop some technology? So a lot of students, I'm fortunate, whom I trained, have gone ahead and are working in these fields.
I love the idea of fun-based learning. That sounds great.
Thank you. And so this is the reason. First, I always try to bring their attention that why do we need to, because we are all talking about global warming or climate change and biodiversity loss. How does it affect us? That's more important for us to probably inculcate in their minds. Whether it's simple citizens, common man, housewives, retired people or people in the force or in the power where they can bring change, and the students who are the next generation citizens and responsible people. So how does it affect us in next 50 years? That's important to hit their mind, and that I feel is a right way. And secondly, it is working out successful in my case, where I'm able to motivate them, guide them, inspire them to follow sustainable lifestyle, to reduce pollution, to reduce certain losses or wastages in terms of food, energy, electricity, water, and all. So these are the field activities. I'm just able to put some photographs. I think I've not counted how many camps or field trips I would have organized over last 25 to 30 years. So these are the
Well, even
ways.
through the colors of the photos, I think we can tell they were taken at different times, right?
Yes, yes. So these are the scanned photos. This is from the same place, 1995. So these were my first camps. So where you can see the size of tripod also. And we had no binoculars. So the forest department gave us the telescope to do bird watching and all. And some of these kids are settled abroad, and some of these kids are working in forest department or in NGOs and forest as researchers or as educators or as say wildlife conservationists. So I'm proud to say that 1 out of 100 or 2 out of 100 kids do take up this say career, to convert their passion into career. And secondly, others also I'm able to convince them to have a respect, empathy towards nature. That's my aim. Like whichever field they are, respect nature, because if nature does not respect you, we are gone.
That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, it's a very important message to be putting across to children, sure, and to adults actually.
Yes. Exactly. And these are like some of the activities again. And if you can see the tiger pugmark, it is bigger than the pen. Pen is about 5 inches. Yes. And this tiger, we saw this. These children are actually spotting that pugmarks. It was on this water hole behind us, and we could not see it, but we felt it, because we again follow the principle of see the forest through your ears, hear the forest through your nose, and then open your eyes, because we can't see like the animals, because their reflexes, their senses are much better than us, and we can't see beyond certain bushes because our eyes are not so penetrative. So we depend, and we got to train our ears. So we could hear the alarm calls, we could see the pug marks, we could still feel the scent mark of the urine on the tree, done by the tiger when they do the scat and scrape or the urine scent marking for territory or to attract females. So, and this pug mark was amazing. So we could make out, it was a male, squarish. So these are the big animals we have been spotting. This is one of the tuskers which had the biggest tusk in India. He recently passed away. I'm fortunate to have been spotting it for over 20 years. And I used to call him Uncle Sam for his cool nature, relaxed. And yes, he would not let us go very near, but from a distance, we could admire him. The tusks were almost 6.5, 7 feet.
Wow.
So you can imagine the size. And they were like cross, yes. So because they were so huge, they were cross. And in Kannada, in local language, we call it Kumbha. So this was one of the best tuskers. Tigers, of course, I think plenty of them are spotted. Last week we spotted 4 in Satpura and Panna with a few of our friends. And leopards, again, no count. So giving information and awareness about these things, like, yes, why we need termites for the survival of tigers? Why do we need birds as pest controllers of the insects? Why do we need herbivores to control the grass? And then finally, why do we need tiger to protect the forest? And why is he keystone species? That message I try to share with the children. So the observations go deeper as per the age groups, as per the maturity level, and the documentation goes in depth, and their understanding, because they can relate to the topics what they're learning in the books, where they are generally learning for the sake of exams. But here they are able to relate, yes. And when we keep repeating to them this, we are all connected, the world is round. When Amazon is giving you 21% of oxygen, it is helping you to survive here. If we are polluting something, the plastic pollution is going from rivers and our homes to the sea. It is affecting entire oceans. So it's very important to make them understand the world is round. We do good, the good deeds come to us. We do bad, we get it back. So the connections and the interdependence are very important to be told and understood by children.
Yeah, that's a very important message.
So these are some of more photos, and this is again Nagarole camp where I was there yesterday, and we are showing them the pangmak, we're showing them the anthills, we're doing some bird watching, children presenting their projects, we give them themes, we do a bit of games. One of my favorite camps, Kali Niche camp, again I'm going next week there. I know Jesse in the background will be jealous of it. So this is one of my favorite camps. It's a semi-evergreen forest, amazing for birding, amazing for leopards and black panther sightings, amazing for snakes, where we have snake park, we have the butterfly garden, we have the honeybee garden, we have crocodile park, we have n number of theme parks to train and guide children and show their importance, show their value, how they help us survive and stay healthy. Some of the school trails. So these are the ways I do it for schools, for communities, for families. If you see here, the second photo, there's a mother, father, there's a mother, and this son. He is now settled in Netherlands. He has pursued his ornithology and doing his master's now. So he was again sent into different field, but then parents got convinced and brought him back into what he is interested in. And he's really enjoying his life there. And there's again father and son duo trekking with us, and we were fortunate. This is in Pinch Tiger Reserve to spot a tigress with 3 cubs while walking in this bamboo forest. So a lot of amazing experiences, amazing kids, and taking government kids for kind of experiential learning in forest. So that's called as Anubhuti Experience Camp. So we take them for a day or 2 in the forest and then make them feel the forest, observe, note, document. So there's no way. And then in-house sessions where we do in classrooms, we run courses, take them to field. Like today we were in one of the eco zones in Toyota, and we're showing them the links of the topics on the value of role and value of plants, insects, birds, animals, water, importance of water, more importantly the soil. So this is on garden. I let children take the initiative, design, create the kind of garden they have in mind, and then go around it. Talk about lakes, talk about water, talk about the aquatic animals, talk about the habitat, the design factor, everything. So these are some of the works by children, photographs. We have online, let's say, a folder where we keep adding the folders and the photographs of each students and from different schools, and develop. These are some of the amazing wildlife I keep showing them. The connections of say water birds or say herbivores or the ungulates, the raptors, the amazing colorful butterfly. This is the largest butterfly of India and the state butterfly of Karnataka, the southern birdwing. It's close to 5 inches and 5.5 inches, and to the tiniest butterfly, the map wing, where you feel that if you hold it, it will crack. And this is about it. So we can, I think,
Wow.
I'll just close the sharing part.
Of course. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of that with us. I think we have so much of a sense of all the work that you're doing, the different, parts of the ecosystem that you're sharing with students, but also of your own personal journey and how you came to really sort of value nature and care about it in that way. Obviously, we're on this broadcast as part of Nature for All. Do you think you could tell us what that phrase means to you?
Yes, nature for all. I think initially also I told I'll just repeat that same thing. Nature is everything for us. We depend on it directly or indirectly for everything. We say 95%, I say 100%. But if nature was not there, we would not have been there. So it's in our interest or in our betterment that we have to protect, we have to conserve nature. Not just for its beauty, not just for its soothing and the natural way of relaxing us, but for everything it is giving, the happiness it is giving, the life it is giving. So nature is for all. That phrase is perfectly suiting everyone, irrespective of their gender, irrespective of their age, irrespective of their profession. They have to learn to respect that. So what you take, you got to give it back to nature. Even if people take, say, 100 things out of nature, you got to give back two things to nature. You got to give back some service to nature. You got to give back some lands. You got to give back some trees to nature. Some kind of way you can contribute back to nature. That's the thank service. It has to be thankless. It is not that we need to take credit for that, but that's our duty. That's our responsibility to give back to Mother Nature. Mother Nature. That's my very strong feeling and my very strong message I try to give to all.
Well, it's wonderful. It sounds like you've inspired so many people to connect with nature and to go on to, work with it in all of these different ways. And so that's really wonderful. And thank you so much. I definitely learned so much. And I think that, you talk about nature as soothing, but I'm not sure that I would feel that soothed with some of the stories that you were telling us about, just kind of being out and about and just being watched by a leopard. I don't know how relaxed I would be feeling.
No, it takes a bit of time, but then when you know to respect them, you know to maintain the distance. I trust animals more than humans, to be very honest. So I can trust a behavior of a tiger more than a behavior of an unknown man in jungle. So that's how I can define it.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think it's such a multifaceted thing, right? Like it can
Yes.
be this sort of source of inspiration and this source of beauty and this source of, just really sort of relaxation and reflection. And at the same time, obviously, it has a power all its own, and there's a lot going on that is beyond our control.
Correct.
Yeah,
True.
so very important to kind of maintain all of those perspectives.
Yes.
Is there anything that you would like to say before heading off?
My message will be keep loving nature, make it a best hobby. It becomes a passion automatically. Because the first question when I take children or anybody to forest is, why did you come to forest? Why didn't you go to a mall? Why didn't you go to a resort? They said, we love watching nature. Okay, then why don't you love saving nature? So when you want to love something, when you love something, when you like something, you got to take care of it. You got to be more responsible towards your actions, towards your way of dealing or maybe behaving. So it's if you want to enjoy it for long time, you got to protect it. That's the simple message. So that's for everyone.
I think that's a great message. And, in the end, the other one that I'm taking away is choose your friends carefully. Make sure you have friends who also like nature, who you can go out and do fun things fun things with in nature, and kind of get to explore that whole side of the world.
In fact, you won't believe. Yeah. In fact, there are few friends who still keep telling me, we want to go with you. Their habits don't suit me, and I know they will not suit in jungle. So I'm going to lose my control and lose my patience. So I don't take them. I give excuses and avoid them. So if they're hearing, I'm sorry for them. Yes.
To admit.
So
yeah.
So it's not for commercial reason that I do, or it's not for, say, just for fun reason. People have to be responsible with their behavior and with their discipline in the forest.
Of course. Well, thank you so much. I think it's our time is pretty much up, but it was so wonderful to talk with you.
Thank you.
And Sophia, since I know you're switching over to Kaluki, who's in the background as well, we're doing this like host extravaganza changeover. I just wanted to pop in and say, Jai, like every time I get the chance to hear you, I'm grinning ear to ear the entire time. And I like that early image of you with all the muscles in the forest when you're young. I haven't seen those pictures before. It's very exciting.
I still have muscles. Yes. I don't show off now.
Yeah.
That time I was 112, so I had to show off.
Oh, that's funny. Well, thank you so much, Jai. Honestly, such a huge pleasure. I encourage our whole audience, check out jainaturalist.com if you want to find out more about his incredible work to inspire kids, inspire people of all ages around the world. I'll be putting that in the YouTube chat as well. And just thank you so much for joining us as part of the My Nature Love Story today. It's been a real pleasure having you.
Thank you. It was my pleasure. And thanks for the opportunity.
Awesome, thanks, man. Jai. It was great to meet you in chat.
Have a wonderful day, Jai. Sophia, you're speaking of wonderful to meet and hang out. We've sent Jai away. No, don't take it personally, Jai. And this has been such a fun series of interviews. You've had the chance to talk to some really inspiring. I mean, Stefania, Jai. We've gone on a little journey over the last hour and a half with some really exciting environmentalists, conservationists, and more. And thank you so much for being a big part of us today.
No, thank you. I've learned so much. I've come away with some very important messages and perspectives on nature. So yeah, great way to start my week. Who knew?
That's the goal.
So great, a Monday morning in particular.
This is the ultimate way to start the week. Now, it's actually like a holiday here for a lot of our students in Canada. We've still got an audience internationally, which is really exciting. And so I encourage anyone who's watching live or after the fact, go check out Sophia's organization, Conservation Optimism, one of my favorite groups I've ever had the pleasure of working with. And you can see all their stuff to really get people excited in a positive way about the natural world, which you don't necessarily see in a lot of the news around it. So I've been really heartened to hear some of your questions today, and I really encourage our audience to check you out. So thanks, Sophia.
Well, thank you so much. The feeling is mutual, and I hope the rest of the interviews go wonderfully. I'm sure you're in great hands with Paul.
I think so.
So yeah, I'll chat to you all soon.
Talk to you soon. Have a wonderful day, Sophia. We'll say farewell to you, and we'll keep the train going. Before I introduce Kaluki Paul, I'm going to just highlight again, this is the biggest part of our Nature for All Storytelling Festival, our Love Fest. Over the last couple of weeks, we've had the chance to do a bevy of events. You can check them all out on the website below, basically featuring some of the amazing work that our conservation and education partners at the Nature for All Network have done to inspire kids, to inspire the world about the natural world. And today, of course, we are in our main drag, our finale event, My Nature Love Story. We've got almost 50 programs featuring some of the world's leading conservationists, educators, environmentalists, and more, sharing their story, their personal connections to nature, why they're so optimistic about the natural world, what they feel about Nature for All as a concept. So it's been a really exciting journey over the last few hours. We did 4 interviews, which you can check out on the YouTube channel, both for us at Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants and for the Nature for All YouTube channel. See all the interviews there. We're going to make up a nice playlist and make sure that all our audience gets the chance to see those after the broadcast as well. But we are right in the midst of our biggest block. It's like the most programs in a row that we've done the entire time. I think we've got 12, 15 straight events today, which is really, really exciting before some other blocks later. Now, we're lacking our interviewee right now in Sabello, who should be joining us sometime soon. But I'm going to welcome in Kaluki Paul. He's going to join me, and we're going to have a little chat together while we're waiting for Sabello. We've got a series of great interviews in the weeks and the hours to come. So, Kaluki, welcome in, man. If you want to unmute your mic, you are good to go. Youth for Nature. I'd love to hear you. Hi, man.
Hi, Jesse. I want to be sure that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You are like you look good, and you got the brightest white teeth. You are the smiliest guy that we've had the entire Nature for All festival so far. It's very exciting.
Thank you. And you're the guy with a lot of energy, which makes Monday the best, not Monday blues.
Right. I try to have this is me when I'm really tired. So this is we'll see how the day progresses. I'll get even more energy. The more coffee that I get will be better.
Amazing.
So we're in theory waiting for Sabello still. We've actually got our next interviewee after. Matt's in the background already, which is great. So Matt, I'm going to come chat with you in the chat in just a second, and we'll sort some stuff out together. But Kaluki Paul, I want to just highlight Youth for Nature. Could you explain a little bit about what it's all about to our audience that might not be aware of what's going on?
Definitely. Hi, everyone. Again, really glad that you were able to join from across the world and celebrating our wonderful nature. So, full name is Kaluki Paul. I'm the Africa Director at Youth for Nature. And Youth for Nature is a global youth-led organization that's working in the nexus of the climate and the biodiversity crisis, and therefore bringing together youth from across the world to discuss these issues on 3 key pillars of operation. One of them is on knowledge sharing, capacity building, and storytelling. And for me, I think the storytelling pillar makes the cut for me, that we're able to actually tell our stories. We're able to bring newer stories to the global perspective and really empowering young people from across the world to own these stories and tell it as it is, especially when it comes to issues of landscape restoration, community resilience, climate action, and the very key aspect of advocacy, youth-led advocacy. And so these really give me the energy to keep going, that you can impact young people, you can empower them, and sort of give them the resources that they need to better protect and restore our environment. And so that makes Youth for Nature one of the few global organizations to go and work with while delivering impact directly to the youth. And I think it's more or less what Nature for All does, Jesse. Don't you agree?
But this is the thing, is that Nature for All is just a network of amazing organizations like yours, and you've done such incredible work in all these fields to sort of get people excited, inspired. And so I'm curious, with the youth you work with, what is their mindset? This is something that we keep coming back to in these interviews. Are they optimistic? Are they hopeful? Are they scared? What is the general feeling that you get among the students and people that you work with?
Good question, Jess. I think for me, youth have always been optimistic, and for me, it's because number one, we have the energy, we have the time, we have the creativity, and we've seen this most of the times when we're engaging through the webinars, through the on-the-ground projects that we deliver with them, but also through creating space for them to represent and lead in international spaces. For me, I think the optimism from young people, it's somehow born out of the fact that number one, most of us been born or brought up in a chaotic climate already. So with the climate crisis, then I think the best you can do is just be optimistic, because if you lose hope, then you've got nothing else. So we are optimistic about our future. We are optimistic about the struggles we're in, but also optimistic and hopeful that we can do one thing or the other to contribute to solving both the biodiversity and climate crisis at the same time. While at it, we also try to leverage on partnerships that really forge better engagement for young people across the world, engagements that open up the landscape for more resource acquisition and support to go not just to young people, but to indigenous communities, to farmers, and to grassroots custodians who are actually doing the work and who are really leaving the impact on the ground. And so that is the big about it. And I believe all of us through such engagements like Nature for All, we can always be optimistic. We can always root for nature, and we can always do our little thing that will inspire the world to continue being a positive space for all of us to contribute in while living a serene environment for future generations.
It's rare that I get the chance to run into people that are as enthusiastic about anything as you are about the work that you do. So I love that your passion shines through in all these answers. I noticed on the Youth for Nature website, the one that I've had up on the screen for everybody, you do a lot of photo challenges. I'm really curious why you think photography is such a great tool for getting people interested in nature and to showcase it.
Here's the thing. Number one, I believe the human species is a social species, and we are mostly shaped by our culture and history. And for me, as an African youth, I've seen our communities, especially our older people, grandparents, and mostly communicate to us through storytelling. And so storytelling is a very important component of shaping the fabric of our society and retelling the stories as it is. And also it helps to, preserve that content that we got in a way that should anything change, then future generations still have the chance to see it. So for us, the photo challenge in Africa is actually born out of the idea that, you see, at times we've let the African communities been defined. The question to me was then, how do we center African voices? How do we tell our own stories in a different way? So we were able to run the photo challenge in the African region last year at Youth for Nature, and really to showcase that when you hear about Africa, it's not just about chaos, it's not about famine, it's not about conflicts. It's a lot more about what resilience African communities are building, and see how you are restoring your landscapes, how you are building a story of hope when it comes to food security, how communities in Africa are actually protecting their watersheds and trying to do the little things that they can to make a better world for them. So this project has been able to really, I believe for me, inspire young Africans and really instill that bit of telling positive stories and also trying to center African voices in the environmental discourse. And I think if we do this, just we really we are telling a story, but a story that we've lived, a story that we know, a story that we belong in, and a story that we do not allow people to define for us, because we know we can define it and we can tell it, and we can show the beauty of Africa, and not just about conflicts, chaos, and every other negativity that we've seen in international media.
It's been really heartening to see over the last few years as a Canadian that when I was growing up, there weren't stories coming out of Africa. Like, that never reached me. It was never in the news. If it did, it was always a negative thing. And I had the chance to visit Tanzania when I was in 2014. It was my gift to myself for finishing university. And it's the most incredible experience I've ever had in my entire life, to this day. Like, it was the most profound, meaningful experience with people, with wildlife, in a landscape that I've ever had. It changed my life. Like, it's a place that I would go back to infinitely to see that impact and to see how people interact with the environment in such a meaningful way. And so I'm really glad you're sharing this. And it's been nice to see that increasingly, when we have the chance to feature African stories in something like a Nature for All network, Africans they skipped all the nonsense and go straight to doing these amazing projects and programs that loop in everybody. It's always amazing to me to see Canadian American organizations who I love, I have the chance to work with, but I get to talk to people in Kenya, and Nigeria, and Ghana, and the scale of the programs that they do are so, like, my jaw hits the floor, because they do everything. We're recycling, we're saving wildlife, we're replanting forests, we're creating fire breaks, we're getting youth involved and engaged. And it's such just an incredible thing to witness. So I'm really glad that's the feeling that we have. Lipo, I'm curious, for you personally, okay, we're talking about stories, we're getting kids excited about nature. Is there a place that you go personally when you want to escape into nature, a place that's really meaningful to you? I'd love to hear where you head.
Amazing, I love that. So I call myself a stubborn optimist, number one, but also call myself a dendrophile. And for those of us who don't know what that means, is I love forests, forest out trees, sorry. So my natural instinct always takes me back to the forest, wherever I want to go decongest or have fun or reconnect with nature. I'm always closest in the forest to just, for me, I believe there's that bit of interaction, the trees wilding, the shade, the insects, crickets, and every bit of the smell and all this. It really helps to center the spirit and also allow you to connect deeply with both the living and non-living parts of the environment. So yes, the environment will be my go-to place, especially the forest ecosystem. I'm currently based in Nairobi, so usually I try to find some areas that are forested in Nairobi to decongest. I don't know what that place is for you, Jesse.
For me, you know what? I recently moved to the east coast of Canada on an island called Newfoundland. And so we're in this beautiful area that's surrounded by forests. We're in mountains. We've got the ocean right there. It's really like a natural, wonderful spot. And I get the chance to walk every day. I leave my front door, and 2 minutes away is a forest. And I can walk beside little waterfalls and by streams. And it's just, I love doing broadcasts, as you can tell. I'm very energetic about this thing. To hear stories like yours is what gives me life. But when you want to get away from that, when you want to just clear your mind, to have that calm, to see wildlife, the chance to be in a forest like that fast is so special. I love that you said insects. So few people talk about insects, but they're, whether it's a butterfly, ants, dragonflies, like whatever. And they're everywhere. Anywhere you go on this planet, you're surrounded by life. Doesn't need to be a tiger or elephant. We had Jai Sharma on before this, and Jai is very lucky. Jai gets to live near some of the coolest animals in the world. And like, oh, I saw an elephant today and a leopard today, and that's amazing if you can live somewhere like that. But no matter what you see, it's exciting, right? Like, you can draw so much joy, and
you can. Yeah, sorry, and I just gonna say, drawing from one of my previous experiences, I'm also an environmental educator, and I remember at one point I was the education officer at Arocha International in Nairobi, and and this one time they brought children who are, I think anything.
Oh, we're having a little bit of connectivity difficulties.
Between 0 and 5 years, and so I was
Oh, we're losing you a little bit. This is.
Yes, I can hear me.
Sorry, man. We were just your connection was cutting out a little bit there. I didn't want to miss your story. Let's see. I think we might be good. Maybe not.
Am I back?
You're back. Your camera's off, but your audio's on. I can hear you.
All right, just a moment.
Okay, take your time, man. This is half the fun of a video broadcast. You go a little bit wrong. Otherwise, it's not a video broadcast. We know this from COVID.
I agree with you. I think I'm back now.
There we are. Yes, you're good. Sorry, do tell again. I'd love that. You can start from the beginning, but it started cutting out. We'd love to hear the story.
Yeah, definitely. So just sharing a quick experience about me as an educator with Aroche International. So I got a chance to, this particular Saturday, host a group of kids who are like anything between 0 to 4 years. And as an educator, of course, you have to be very dynamic with kids and all that. So you're even in the modules that you're planning to teach them on, they have to be fun. But also in all my fun planning and stuff, I realized that the kids were more concerned about insects and the soil and stuff. And I remember at that point, just, like going to the office and grabbing some hand lens, some forceps and a few things to just, let the kids be in the moment as they learn about nature. And I think that exercise, it taught me a lot that learning has to be experiential, right? It has to be from a practical point of view, and it has to speak to the audience that you are engaging with. And so, through this, the kids really helped me to, again, you see the beauty, earthworms in our soils, the little insects that you cannot even see with your naked eyes and stuff. And so really a very simple thing made kids have fun, and they made me have a new approach, and now I can deliver my learning to a diverse group of students. So we can learn a lot from nature, can learn a lot from insects, can learn a lot from every single component of the environment, children included.
I think especially children, and this is something that we keep coming back to in our interviewees, is that, for us, we're very lucky. We've had the chance to fall in love with nature, to get to make a living in nature where we get to inspire people. And if you do that regularly, if you do any job all the time and you feel some way all the time, you sort of, it becomes normal to you. You can lose the wonder even though you feel that way about it. But seeing it through the eyes of kids, seeing it through the eyes of new people where they're experiencing this for the first time, always restarts that sense of awe. For me, when I was a little kid, when I was 10 years old, I went in my own backyard. I went, 20 feet away with a magnifying glass and a sketch pad. And I went looking for all the kinds of wildlife that I could find. I had never done that before. I'd walked in my backyard and I'd seen something and I went, oh yeah, that's nice. But I went and I tried to be systematic. And I said, okay, what bird is here? And what insect's here? What spider? And I found 72 species in 2 hours. 72 different kinds of animal in 2 hours. And that was profound to me. That was a highlight, a showcase of the fact that there's so much life nearby. And I tell that story to kids. I say, look, you can go out and explore. And if you just take the time to look, to pay attention, you'll be amazed what you can find. There's, whether you're in Kenya, whether you're in Newfoundland, whether you're in somewhere in the middle of the desert, there's wildlife around you. That's sort of the joy of planet Earth. And if you get kids to think that way, it's so fascinating to see it click, where they're just excited and engaged and they want to go out and explore more. Are there any, we've talked about photography as a tool. I would argue the iNaturalist app is a really great tool for getting people involved in learning about nature. Is there any other thing or way of approaching it? Maybe it's sketching, maybe it's an app or a tool. Is there something that you've seen that kids and people really respond well to when they're going out and exploring for the first time? Oh, we cut out again. You're in. Now your video works, but your audio's off. This is, see? Oh no. No, I don't even know what happened. It's like there's like a noise now. Yeah, take those out. Yeah, throw those away. And unmute. You gotta unmute still, and then we're good.
How about now? I had to remove my headset.
Good. So headphones are the worst. Headphones like to screw up everything. It's kind of fun. I'm sorry, but they're better to hear it. But sorry, do tell, man.
Yeah, no worries. I think, of course, iNaturalist is a good platform. I've also used PlantSnap. PlantSnap is also very easy to use application, mobile application. You can always, download and take a photo, snap it, and then usually the app will help to identify. At times, you just take a leaf of a tree or a plant, and it will help you to identify. But I think the larger question is, what are the different ways you can even deliver storytelling? For me, I see photography, of course, is one of those, sketches, part of those, poems, poetry is part of storytelling. You can do filming, film editing and videos. All these are different ways of telling our stories, and even essay writing, right? You can write your own short story, 2 or 3 paragraphs, and can be a strong and compelling story. And all these to say that there is no limit when it comes to storytelling and telling our stories, our culture, and experiences in the natural world. You can use whatever tool you have. Your eyes are your first tool. Your nose, your ears, your mouth, your eyes, every single bit of it has a sense, and this sense really will help you to connect with the natural world in ways that I believe most people cannot think about. And it's the simplest thing for me, I believe, in this life that matters. And nature is one of those things that people might see so simple, so we don't pay regard to. But if you just take a moment, we pause and reflect, nature is the thing in its simplicity, is really complex, and we can learn so much from. We can learn about humility, kindness, and the connectedness of everything that surrounds us. And I really implore and encourage most people to just go out there. You might just be sitting on the potential to experience nature in newer ways than you've heard before.
This is what a beautiful answer. And by the way, the themes of connectedness and of sort of experiences in nature are really resonate with Matthew, who's going to be joining us next. So I'm really excited you brought that up as sort of a segue into that in just a few minutes. I'm so glad you mentioned poetry too. So few people mention poetry, but it's such a great way of feeling about a thing, whether it's nature or anything that you're interested in, that a lot of students and people don't think about. And so on the note of sort of going out using your senses, I was introduced to a concept last year called a sit spot. So for kids, they love this. The idea that you go out and you don't go with a plan in mind. You literally take a seat and you write down or you draw what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're smelling, all this sensory input that you're taking in of a individual area. You can go back to that same spot and experience it again and see how it changes. And I really love that idea, to center people in a space, to get them where they're thinking more on a longer time scale about an area or a region or spot close to home. And one of the things that we've talked about a little bit in this Love Fest and in the My Nature Love Story event particularly is just the calm, the peace of nature. This is something that we're going to be coming back to in the programs to come. The idea of like park prescriptions in nature, where you go out and it impacts you like medicine. It is a medicine to go out and experience this and to feel it in that way. And I love that you're having the chance to do those sorts of things with kids, where they're getting to see the sort of whole breadth of how nature can impact someone. I just think it's so special, man. I'm curious. Okay, we're going to bring in Matthew in just a couple minutes. I'm going to step back and let you be the interviewer, because this is like our bonus interview for all the people in the Love Fest today. For people that want to learn more about Youth for Nature and get involved, I know you guys are an international organization. I've already brought up the Africa listing. How would students get involved? Someone who's watching this program, what can they go do now? How can they be a part of the stuff that you're doing?
Amazing, thanks, Jesse. And what a way to help me or give me the chance to market the organization. Actually, if you want to learn more about Youth for Nature, just click or type www.youthfornature.org. It will lead you to our landing website, and from there you can see our programs, our team, and information about how to join us. But also specifically, what I encourage people is, while you're writing to us, just indicate areas that you want to support us or engage with us on. One of the ways is through a global ambassador. We have a global program called Global Ambassadors, where young people from across the world can volunteer or engage with us and really contribute to the organizational growth as they are getting skills on storytelling, knowledge, sharing, and capacity building. At the same time, we also do occasionally run regional forums across the 6 UN regions. So through these, if you engage in a particular region, then you are able to, connect with peers, participate in these regional conferences, and really help co-lead and tell a new story about nature conservation, your communities, and every other theme that is of interest to you. And the final one is, of course, through our global storytelling program, where any young person aged 18 years to, I believe, 30 or 35 years can actually contribute and share your stories, the unique stories that, are shaping your action, local action on nature restoration and climate action. So just checking out our storytelling program on our Youth for Nature website will really allow you to, number one, experience the myriad of stories that young people from across the world are telling, but also give you the space to tell us your own stories in your own ways, in your own platforms that we are going to put on our global storytelling map. And then anyone from across the world can read your story, they can connect with you and really get inspired by the action that you're doing in your local area. So check us out and let's see how we can connect and continue these conversations.
Head to youthfornature.org. It sounds like a great time. Man, if I was a kid and there were things like this, I would have done little else. And I will note, from the Nature for All perspective, we will feature these stories. So if Youth for Nature wants to get the stories to the Nature for All global website, the Storytelling Festival, we'd love to make sure that even more organizations and people around the world get the chance to see what you're sharing. Youth for Nature's got some really good stuff there, so do check that out. Kaluki Paul, this has been so much fun. Thank you so much for this impromptu, unexpected interview. I've had a real pleasure chatting with you. I'm going to step away, or at least I'm going to step into the background and bring in Matthew Zylstra. He's joining in South Africa, so the Canadian's going to get out of here and leave you two Africans to have a wonderful chat together. But thank you so much for this, and what a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks, Jesse. And I can't wait to host Matt and really talk about a love nature story.
Well, let's bring him in. By the way, I want to note that as an aficionado of backgrounds, these are the two best backgrounds of any people I've ever seen. I've got the blue, you got the nice green, Matthew's got this fancy plant behind him. We're like killing it on the background game. So I'll leave you to it. Kaluki, thank you so much. And Matthew, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks very much, Jesse. Hi, Kaluki.
Nice to see you. And I want to be sure I'm correctly pronouncing it Zylstra, or how do you pronounce it?
Yeah, that's correct. That's
All
correct.
Right,
well done.
Yeah, nice to have you, and nice to know that you're also in South Africa. I'm pretty much in Kenya, so Swahili is my favorite. I know you have your other big languages, but what a pleasure to host you. And I really want to hear more about Matthew, his love for nature, what your love story is. Maybe we start by telling us who is Matt? Who is Matt?
Sure, it's a big question to begin with. Yeah, I guess without getting too philosophical too quickly, but I mean, who is Matt? I think is really embedded in this real African philosophy of Ubuntu, in that I feel that I am very much a product of my relationships, and those relationships are, of course, with people, but they're very much with my relationship with Earth and the nature around me. So, yeah, I mean, of course, there is this little inward thing called Matt that likes to think he's in control and has a sense of ego and identity. And I guess that's a lot of what my outward expressions are in the world, in terms of trying to give nature a voice and work on nature connection. But who am I in the deepest sense is really a product of my experiences, and we might speak about some of those experiences in this interview, but it's very much been a life of just hoping to engage with nature in a particular kind of way. Yeah.
Wow, amazing. Thanks, Matt. And I think I picked something about Ubuntu, and I'll say I resonate a lot with the Ubuntu concept of living, that, I am because Matt is, and because Matt is, therefore I am. And it goes to explain how humanity should be, that every one of us is because someone else is, or something else is, and without something, then we are not anything more. So that interconnectedness then makes humanity and the world what it is, and we need to have that fabric in society. And Matt is just telling us about the concept that he believes so much in. And maybe just digging deeper into it, Matt, I love that you already started on a very high note. What does nature for all mean for you?
Well, I tell you, the one thing that just came to me directly now is just being able to meet people like yourself. And, you know, we like to think that we have a good idea of the landscape of what's happening within one's country and region or globe in our field. But Youth for Nature rang a bell, but I didn't really understand it. And so, you know, first and foremost, it's this ability to find and connect with like-minded folk who are working in similar spaces, but yeah, doing a little bit differently. And I think from that, you know, creating an ecosystem where we're all sharing our passion or love for nature in different ways, and yet finding a niche where we're each helping each other within that ecosystem and promoting one another's growth. So that's the one aspect. And then the other aspect for me is, you know, nature needs a voice. And it doesn't have a grateful voice, of course. And in this, you know, globally interconnected world, you know, how does nature get a voice when so much of our attention is directed to screens? And so what I like to think that this network promotes is not just the people who are trying to do that and are trying to work with building deeper connections with nature, but in the fact that there is a global presence for this work and that there is resources being put into making its space known. I'd like to think that even just people's feeds, in their scroll consciousness, as I call it, when they're scrolling through, if more and more positive things can come up and more awareness, oh, actually there are people doing cool things. Oh, what's this idea of nature connection? Oh, wow. What's Youth for Africa? What's Youth for Nature doing? That just starts to permeate, and we can just sort of shift our orientation a bit from a hyper tech and switched on space to something which encourages us to want to actually get out and ground ourselves. And you guys were speaking about that beautifully just now in terms of what that means.
Wow, amazing. I think you speaking just reminds me, like, actually one of the lines I've put on my email signature is that my little big thing is giving nature a voice, and then ask people, what's your little thing? And it reminds me about the late Professor Wangari Maathai. You know, she says the little things that citizens do, that is what makes the, you know, the largest impact. And I like how you're connecting this, that actually nature is this being that we all depend on, that is linking us and bringing us together. So just recognizing that and allowing that connectedness to cascade across us then makes nature this central place that we can always derive energy from, that we can always learn from, and really help to build a bigger, better society based on values, justice, and equity for everyone, for every insect, for every tree, and every species that we have. So, Matt, what a way to get it. And I want to quickly maybe move into a more or less connected that question to this. I know we all have our favorite places to go when you're tired, when we want to unwind and everything. But I'm just curious to you, Matt, what's your favorite go-to place in nature, and why that place?
Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to give the one big answer, but I am going to kind of give two, because I think it's an important distinction. So on my biopic for this festival, my backdrop was an ocean or a coastline, which is from an area here called Robberg Peninsula. And it's a beautiful nature reserve, and many people in this area would say it's their favorite place. It's got a long cultural history. There are caves there showing the various layers of the middle Stone Age diets and uses in that area. You can see an abundance of wildlife, seals, great white sharks, whales, dolphins in season, and it's just stunning. And so really that is a very special power place for me. But the answer I really want to give is actually another place in our area called Kerbon's Estuary. And it's not the huge eye catcher. It's not necessarily the place you'd want to think would be your favorite space. And I mean, I can go from a biology perspective, all the reasons why it's important, but at least why it's important to me. But what it's shown to me over the last sort of 10 years or more that I've been engaging with it is this importance of connection. And you guys spoke about this wonderful concept of sit spot. And I guess I've tried to do that with this space as well, but taking it underwater. And, you know, even though it's not super diverse, it's not super wow, it's sort of revealed things to me the more I engage with it. And it's just been a wonderful interaction between me and where I'm at and that space. And, you know, in the beginning, I expected to maybe see a handful of species. And yet the more I engage with it and sort of met it with fresh eyes and in different kind of ways and different times of day, the more I realized that it held a whole lot more than what I suspected and what most people suspected. And then I started wanting to take photographs of that. And I made a calendar a couple of years ago of some of the photos. And I think for me, it's an evolving relationship. And what I think is beautiful about this festival, the timing, you know, it was themed around Valentine's Day. And I do like to think of our relationship with nature, with Mother Nature, but as a relationship with a loving partner. And it takes us, you know, for that to deepen, it takes communication, it takes listening, it takes attention, it takes a frequency of contact, it takes sensory experience, it takes so many things to develop a human relationship. And the other thing with human relationships is we might meet somebody briefly at a social engagement and we go, yeah, I don't know if that person's got much for me. You know, like this is sort of sense of, you know, what's that person got in it for me? I'm not sure if we really connect, but then you meet them again and you have a bit longer conversation. You're like, oh, yeah, you know, this, you know, and then you meet again, and all of a sudden you find you're hanging out, and there's a whole different layers, you know, start to come out that you hadn't expected, that your first filters didn't allow for. And so, yeah, for me, that's been with the estuary that it's deepened for me as a living organism. Yeah.
Amazing. You know what, Matt? I think next time you have a favorite place, you need to put me as one of the friends that you're taking me there, because I think you just painted a very beautiful picture about these two places. I mean, I agree with you. I think that things, and you cannot just experience nature in a day, or like every single moment, there's new things that you get to, you know, observe, identify, learn from, get deeply connected with, and all these really are very important, shaping us into, again, I'll be a bit philosophical, but I think the human species is pretty much shaped by the nature around them. And at times, when we see destruction happening, it talks about a lot about the, you know, the perspectives and the character of the people. So always protecting nature is like protecting our motherland. You know, we call it motherland, not fatherland, because mothers are sources of life. And if you can really protect and take care of the natural world, you can actually take care of humanity and all that. So I do appreciate you. I quickly just mentioned that my favorite place to go to, Matt, is a forest. I think you might have heard it. I mentioned it like before you came. And I love it because I just think trees and plants are interesting. At times, they don't speak our language, but through, you know, the reaction to winds, them waving and just standing tall like giants, that's an amazing thing for me. They're deeply rooted into soil, and they literally feed us. They hold the waters that we so much treasure, and they make environment, the beautiful environments and serenities that we have. And so, I mean, let's all love that one place that we treasure in nature, and know that there's so many experiences that we can have. But also want to get, you know, to know more about, you know, what Matt does on a daily basis. But as you answer that question, I also want to pose this one to you. Matt, what's your first memory in nature? So you can answer that about, so tell us more about what you do, so that I also get to ask you more questions.
About what I do.
Are you there? Are you there, Matt?
Well, we're going to get Matt back. This is half the fun, Galugi. Something should go wrong again, right? But this is, honestly, I've got to say, as we're waiting for Matt's connection to sort of rejigger itself, this is such an inspiring interview and so interesting to hear these different perspectives between hosts and interviewees. It's been my favorite part of the whole festival so far, the whole event. Matthew, we got to get you back, man. Let's,
Yeah, that was a Kaluki problem again. I understand these things happen, like Jesse told me, you know, it's part of it, and it's part of our interactions. At times it works, at times it doesn't work. That's why we have Jesse in our lives to always come and support and give us morale.
Fingers crossed. Well, he's gone for now. We're going to see if he gets back in a second. We'll send him a quick email and make sure he's in as soon as we possibly can. But I really encourage you, when I was looking at Matthew in advance of this interview, he's done some really profound and beautiful interviews about his connection with nature and things, and I encourage people to check them out. I'm going to try and find those and get them in the chat for people too, so that even if we don't get to hear sort of the final follow-up from him, that we'll get that as soon as possible. And I will note too that after this is done, we've got the chance to hear from Prashant Mohesh, one of my favorite conservationists in the world. I'm so excited to hear the two of you banter together, because he's the two of you are sort of people that, like, you think an idea and then you just do it and it's done, and then you share it with the whole world and then everyone gets on board, and it's really rare to see that kind of passion and enthusiasm and sort of go-getting. So I'm very keen to check on that in just a little bit. Oh man, so I'm sad that he has to disappear, because he was
No worries. No worries, just maybe gives me the chance to support this question, because I believe you're so much of a lover of nature as I am, and I just wonder what Jesse's first memory in nature. I'm very sure you've had your great moments. I'll wait to hear from you.
You know what? It's funny. It wasn't even necessarily outside. I grew up with Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter in Australia. Was an inspiration, such an inspiration to me and to so many millions of other kids, that's what really triggered me. I remember growing up, I was a little boy and I was interested in wildlife. I got these books called Wildlife Fact Files. So every week, something would arrive in the mail and it would be a picture of an animal with all sorts of facts about it. So I'd get like a lion and it would say where the lion lives. And that was so transcendent to me as a kid, because I got the chance to say, wow, there's a world outside of my local neck of the woods. Like there's more than what I can go and explore myself. And then Steve Irwin, I get to watch on TV, him going to across Australia, to the outback, to Tasmania, to all these amazing places to interact with wildlife. And that led me to explore. That led me to go to my backyard and look for those species. That led me to go to a place in Toronto where I grew up called High Park, which is just a beautiful area, tons of birds and more. But it was hearing other stories. It was the essence of this entire event that led to that. Because when I hear from you in Kenya, when I hear from Matthew in South Africa, it makes me want to explore. It makes me want to learn more. It makes me want to go online and go, what lives there? Why is this a special place? What's that connection? And so, I mean, it's not a true answer to your question, but it's so that essence really hit me. And I'm hoping that through the work of our organizations and through this program in general, that we get to have that sort of impact on other kids, because
I mean, and that's important, Jesse, because at times I think people also think maybe we experience nature. Of course, when you go interact with nature firsthand, it's all different. But, like you reading through, magazines and experiencing what someone else is doing, and then actually that brings you closer to a natural world and just imagining how it looks like in person. And so whether you're experiencing it in person or reading through something that inspires you, that is love for nature. And I think we need to acknowledge all this and recognize that it really plays a crucial part in making us who we are, but also shaping society. Number one, to first think of caring for the natural world, but also what it means to also care, because I think with caring, the benefits like food, ecosystem services, the things like, having proper shade and beautiful biodiversity that you can enjoy. And I think this is all important. Well, I'll tell you quickly about me. My first memory in nature, actually it's interesting. I always tell this story. First, I tell people I believe I was a naughty boy or a naughty child growing up, but naughty in a good way. So every time, every time my grandpa would go to the forest, usually it was around the rainy seasons, because we do have areas in the country that really have some harsh environmental conditions. So the only way you can plant, or the only time you can plant or grow trees, is when it's raining and stuff. So my grandpa would always, get a bunch of trees and carry them to go plant in his small forest, a family forest. And my simple job was to just follow him. I remember I was dressed in these shorts and gumboots, and at times I would just go and throw those gumboots away And then I just walk barefoot and jump in the mud in the holes I was digging to plant the trees. That is what I found joy in. And back then I just thought I was a naughty boy, but growing up I saw the forest was actually growing and developing. And I remember asking like, so how did this come to be? And the simple answer was, remember your playful moments. That is what made the forest what it was. That you might have thought you were playing in that mud, but you're helping to cement and strengthen the seedlings that I was putting on the soil. And therefore that simple action partly contributed to making into the forest that we see, and it's still there to date. And I think or imagine that is one of my earliest memories in nature. And I think maybe it's a reason I love trees, I love forests, and I love the natural world around me.
That is a much better answer than mine was. That's a beautiful story. And by the way, I think in this series of programs, we're going to have all naughty children. Like all of us as kids were like, let's go to the forest, let's go explore. None of us were like, let's sit at home and do nothing. Because when you go out, you experience it, and it profoundly impacts you. That's a great story, man. Kaluki, Matthew's back in theory. Right now, he's in the background. But I'll bring him in. I know his camera's off. We're going to hope the connection works together. If you want to turn on your microphone and camera, Matthew, we'll try and bring you back in, because I don't want to keep talking. I've talked enough. We should be able to hear you now. Maybe. Oh, no, not anymore. Oh, maybe again. Oh, he's having, it keeps cycling on and off.
Oh.
How about now? Matthew?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. That's exciting.
Okay, great. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened. We've got some wild weather here and the connection's been poor, but I could hear you for a long time before I lost contact.
Oh, perfect.
Sorry about that. But you're here now, Matthew.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, Matthew. So if you want to, we were right in the midst of Kaluki had asked a question. You were just starting answering it, and then you cut out. So if you want to repeat the question, and then we'll get your answer. We'll hopefully have your connection stick along as long as possible. I'll stay on screen, so it'll be the two of us, and we'll hear your answer from there.
Okay, thanks very much, and sorry about that. So was that about my earliest experience, or just about what I'm engaged with?
Yeah, that's perfect.
So, well, I guess if it's just about my sort of formative experiences with nature, I guess the earliest, the one that earliest sticks with me, I probably must have been 3 or 4 years old. And I don't know, I just remember seeing a stick insect for the first time on a pipe at our house. And I don't know what it was about that moment, but it just it's never left me. Maybe I'd never looked at something that closely at that age yet, because I was less than 4. And yeah, I guess there was just a wonder to it, and just a sense of wow. And I guess seeing such an interesting looking creature stayed with me. So that would be probably one of my earliest memories. And then there were just a couple of moments during my teenage years, which I think were very powerful, that oriented me toward wanting to have a deeper relationship, with the rest of nature. And I mean, that subsequently led to my PhD research, which was on meaningful nature experiences. And that came out of very much of a conservation background of just wanting to know, what does it take for people to care, to be environmental stewards, to engage in landscape restoration. And I started to realize that some of the greatest advocates for nature had these profound experiences at some time in their life that just, I guess went beyond purely rational. It spoke to the more emotive and sometimes even transcendental parts of our lives and experiences. And so I got started to understand what's the phenomenology of those experiences. What do they feel like? What does it mean to people? And that was a wonderful journey, basically, in really understanding that. And that took me to this point of getting into nature connection, because there seemed to be no point in wanting to just pursue these peak experiences. Well, I mean, there's point to that, but I realized that wasn't sort of many fingers point to the moon, but woe to those who focus on the finger and not the moon. And I think the moon really was about connection, deepening connection with all life. And I thought that a focus just on these profound wow experiences was just one avenue, and they may not always come on cue. You can't necessarily manufacture them. So connection for me ended up being the substrate or the ground of being, that if we work on that, and there are ways to do that, like you said, through the sit spot, through working with our senses, through mindfulness in nature, through slowing down, through wandering, through finding meaning and symbolism in nature. If we work on that side of our connection, then the meaningful experiences may come. And if they don't come, that's not bad either, because connection really sort of is the fundament. So yeah, and I mean, that's taken me into what I do today, which is really, I mean, I came from this more of a conservation side of things. That was a lot of my past career was very much on ecological restoration and conservation. But in the last 10 years now, it's been very much, there's been a lot of education. So I've been doing a lot of field-based teaching and lecturing, but increasingly it's been coming to understanding this nexus between nature and well-being, and more explicitly, nature, planetary health, and human health. They must go together. And yeah, so that manifests in various projects that I work on around the world.
Wow, amazing. I think it strikes me in all good ways that, you're an environmental educator. And I think educators and teachers, I believe some of the knowledgeable and kind people in the world, that they can help drive ignorance out of society. And even better when they're driving ignorance using nature and the natural world. So congratulations, Matt, and I hope you can get going with the amazing work down there in South Africa and really impacting communities, as grounding people, the emotions, well-being, and really the connections, the environment there. And I know we're almost coming to the top of the session with you, but I also want to quickly hear more about you. Matt, I see you as a very, very positive person, hopeful, and all this. So I want to know from you, what makes you optimistic about conservation or about the natural world? Of course, based out of what you've done, based out of your approach to life, and based out of your experiences as a human being, what makes you optimistic about conservation and nature? Are you there, Matt? I think we might have lost Matt a bit. But I think as he's coming, I just want to quickly say, for me, what makes me optimistic about conservation is because I do believe in humanity. Jesse, I do believe in the power that we can bring out to the world. We just again consciously think about the environment and put our actions and love towards nature, and really that there's a growing group of people across the world that are really showing this solidarity, coming together and really supporting restoration, conservation, climate action, and especially from young people. We've seen the Fridays for Future strikes and movement really growing from across Europe to Africa to literally every part of the world. And I think this is very important. And to me, it gives me the hope and the strength that we can do it together. Of course, you can run too far when you're alone, but you can even go further if you're in a team and you're coordinated with all your efforts. And I think it's all amazing. Jesse, what can you say?
It's pretty amazing. Fridays for Future, I just brought up on the screen too. And this is something that we like to highlight as an organization at Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, is that I think everyone thought it was going to be our generation that would lead the charge and we'd do the most stuff. And don't get me wrong, people like you are doing incredible things, but people that are like 18 and under, they know the science. They're so involved. They're so engaged. They know how to lead to action. And it's so inspiring to see kids, because every day I wake up and sometimes I'm really excited. Sometimes I'm like, oh, it's another day working. And I see kids and they know everything and they're so enthusiastic and they want to share and they want to teach and they want to learn more. And that's so heartening to see. you know, it's impossible to not be optimistic if you watch kids and how they engage with the world, how they engage with the environment, how they want to share that knowledge with the world. I'm ceaselessly inspired and excited. Kaluki, we've got about 5 minutes to go. Matthew, I think his connection might be gone permanently, which is unfortunate. I'll make sure I put some links in the chat for everyone. So if you want to find out more about Matthew's work, we can do that. Prashant is going to join us in just a few minutes. I was saying before Matthew got underway, he's one of my favorite speakers we have on. I'm really excited to see you two interact. But yes, Kaluki, before we bring in Prashant, I'll do a little bit of an intro for him because I know it's been a bit of a chaotic time for everyone with connection difficulties today. Is there, I don't even know what I want to ask. For you, a question you've asked a couple of our speakers so far that I'd like to hear from you is about nature for all in general as a concept. This is something that we keep coming back to throughout the Love Fest and throughout the My Nature Love Story event. What does it mean to you personally? How do you see it in action in some of the work that you do?
Thanks. Just say, I think for me, nature for all, of course, means nothing different from what Matt said. I think it's how we are connected to our natural world, how we are connected to every single species, whether tree or plant, whether insect, whether mammals, reptiles, or whatever you might think, the living and living part of the world. That is what nature for all means to me. And I'm strongly convinced that we are because nature is, and because nature is, therefore we are. Again, taking me back to the Ubuntu concept that, you know, we are because everyone else is, because everyone else is, then we are. And I see this a lot, having the background in environmental conservation and natural resource management. I've seen it actually reflects and in reality come to be in my spheres of life as an Africa director at Youth for Nature, and currently implementing one of the youth-led nature-based solutions projects, actually a pilot in Kenya. I see the need for us to really go back to nature, to see the power of nature in restoring our dignity, but also appreciating the connection that the natural world gives us. If only we can listen to it, if only we can allow ourselves to feel the depths of our love for nature. And so that's what it means for me. We've done lots of storytelling, we've done lots of capacity building, we've engaged young people and other fronts, communities across the world. And really, to me, it's all nature for all, and that's my nature love story. I do hope many people can see all these as the different nature love stories, because it's all nature, it's all us, and we need to give nature this chance that she deserves.
Kaluki, my job is to be a host, like literally in broadcast all the time. And I've almost never run into someone who's so articulate on the fly with an answer, especially in an interview that got canceled midway. So thank you for that. That was a beautiful answer. We're going to take that clip and just use it as the whole illustration of the entire event, I think. I'll talk to Jose. We'll make that happen. Kaluki, thank you so much for that. Matthew, I'm really sorry, man, joining us on YouTube. However, the connection failed, but it was really nice having the chance to hear from you, and really inspiring hearing the two of you talk together. Again, we started this sort of connection together talking about African stories, and it's been so amazing to see so many amazing organizations start inspiring the world with the work that they're doing, from South Africa to Egypt, Ghana to Tanzania, and more. It's a really special continent with some stuff going on right now. Kaluki, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, and then I'm going to turn it over to you to do the interview. And this is your last interview. You get to go relax after this for a while. But I'm going to welcome in Prashant Mohesh. He is a Mauritian-Canadian filmmaker, documentarian. He is a National Geographic explorer. He works to preserve the amazing ecosystem off Mauritius and share the incredible work that he's done exploring the ocean with communities around the globe. You can check out all his stuff on his very easy to discover website. You just type in the name.com. It makes it a lot easier than a lot of our speakers here today. And so I'm going to welcome in Prashant, turn it over to you two, and he can explain some of the amazing stuff that he's done with the oceans and getting people excited about them. Prashant, you beat me to it. You shared your whole bio in the chat with us too. You know what? It's nice working with people that are so relentlessly competent and so enthusiastic. This is great. If you gentlemen want to unmute your mics, get to the conversation. I'll be here in the background, but I'm so excited to see what you guys have to share.
Thank you for the great Bio, JC, and hi Kaluki, how are you?
I'm fine. Hi, Prashant. Nice to host you and nice to be you for you to be my final interviewee for the day. And actually quickly just read your bio again and then we'll get to it. Thanks, Jesse, for helping start. So Prashant is a National Geographic Young Explorer. He's a documentary filmmaker, scuba diver. That's really interesting to me. And the founder of the Ocean Project that I believe Prashant will tell us more about. You saw, grew up in Mauritius, a small island surrounded by the Indian Ocean. You spend most of his, time diving. And the ocean to him is filled with magic and mystery that there is so much more to discover in the deep. And this underwater biodiversity needs to be treasured and protected in Prashant's onwards. And lastly, that, with the climate emergency, Mauritius is being badly affected. And Prashant's mission is actually to protect the ocean last world places, which I think is really, really important. Good to have you, Prashant. I think with that quick bio, I just want to hear from you. What makes you optimistic about nature, Prashant, coming from your country?
That's a really great question. So I grew up in Mauritius Island, and it's a small island in the Indian Ocean, pretty close to the southern east of Madagascar. And growing up in Mauritius, we have a really unique and biodiversity. We have pink pigeons. We have so many incredible biodiversity in Mauritius. And growing up in this island, I don't know if many of you heard about it, but we're mostly called about the dodo land. So basically, the dodo originated from Mauritius, and now it's an extinct bird. So our biodiversity is extremely unique and rich in that small island of 1.2 million of inhabitants. So I live in the capital city in Mauritius, which is Port-Louis, and it's mostly concrete jungle buildings. But I have the opportunity of living close to the foot of the third highest mountain in Mauritius, which is Lepus. So I'm really connected to the ocean, and I'm just 15 minutes away from the ocean, and just 1 minute away from nature. So as a kid, I spent most of my time exploring nature. Before getting into ocean conservation, I spent a lot of time hiking, discovering, and fell in love with nature. And my love with nature brought me forward into being an artist. So I really like painting as well. I spent a lot of time doing canvas painting of art, nature, and that's what brought me for a love with art, nature, and ocean. That's how it drove my curiosity and explorer mindset forward into learning more about our natural world and protecting it. That's a bit of my background about how I fell in love with nature.
Oh my goodness, that is amazing. And Prashant, I can assure you that Mauritius is a very famous country. In fact, coming from Kenya, wherever I'm traveling, I'm always meeting these magazines in the planes that always have Mauritius as a travel destination across Africa. And I can see the beautiful beaches, the beautiful mountains, the seascapes, the forest ecosystems, and really also amazing for me to learn that the dodo that we know is extinct actually originated or have its origins in Mauritius. And I mean, that's amazing. And in your bio, you also indicate about your earliest memories, diving. And to me, I remember last year was my first time diving, actually. We had gone to the climate conference in Egypt. And I sort of dared myself to just try out the below water, undersea environments, and I can assure you that the beautiful, fish I saw and how amazing underwater vegetation is. I think it's astonishing, and most of us don't get a chance to see it. So I just wonder, was this one of your earliest memories growing up, or what was your first memory in nature, Prashant?
My first memory is actually, it's a pink pigeon. So there's kestrel, there's pink pigeon, and these are some endemic birds in Mauritius. So um, when I was a kid, I used in the school we used to go field trips into protected areas of birds. So there's Mauritius parakeet, there's kestrel, and there's pink pigeon. And these are my favorite. And Mauritius has a really unique and success history about the restoration of pink pigeon. So Back in the past, there was only a few left in the country, like less than 10. But now Mauritius has a success story in the rehabilitation in pink pigeon, and we have a lot of pink pigeon. And like you mentioned, my nature love story is mostly connected from being a nature lover and now being working in the ocean. It helped me transition and understand how the ocean has an important role whenever it's underwater and on land. So that ecosystem needs to be preserved and treasured and protected. That's why we have the 30 times 30, protecting 30% of land and ocean by 2030. So my nature love story came from the online, from exploring trails, mountains, pink pigeons, and then the ocean. It's pretty much
Wow.
my transition.
Wow, amazing. And I think I like that because I think what Prashant is telling us that there's no one single story. It's all many stories really. We just identify one for a moment, but does not mean that's the only memory. And from what you're hearing, you really have a rich history and background in nature, which makes me really be positively envious about your country. That Prashant, when I'm done there, you'll be happy to take me around. Right? And also curious, that all these I hear is a lot of interaction with the mountains, interaction with the sea, interaction with the forest. I just wonder then, what would be your favorite place to go in nature, Prashant, and why?
Favorite place to go in nature, like I just live 1 minute behind the third highest mountain in Mauritius. So when I'm bored, I just get into nature, like recharge myself, reconnecting, and it just make me feel more and more positive. It's just like being addicted. Like I'm very addicted to the ocean. Like you mentioned, your first and happy memory was diving, and not everyone can experience this unique and magical world. I mean, you had a first experience in Egypt, so my first experience about nature was behind my house, but also part of nature we have the ocean, which control most of our climate, and most of our oxygen come from the ocean. So every other breath right now, it's coming from the ocean. And my favorite love story of the ocean, my first dive. So we were going diving in the north of Mauritius. We do have several islands in Mauritius. So we do have some outer islands, and we were going diving in the north. So my first dive, really scared, really, really scared. So don't know what lies beneath the wave. Don't know, can I see sharks? Probably. But we were going diving, and before getting in the water, we saw a whale, a big humpback whale, and there was a mother whale and her calf. They were playing together, and just learning the interaction, how nature is beautiful. So it was my first dive. Can remember that. And the mother whale was teaching her little calf how to spin, how to sing, how to splash. It's beautiful. My first dive. And we were at 10 meters. We were at 10 meters. I could hear the whale singing. It gave me goosebumps. So, nature is really magical, and you learn a lot when exploring. So that was a beautiful love story with diving. That's why I'm really, really addicted to diving right now. So, and also nature. So, like Jesse mentioned, I am currently in Canada. So far, I've been exploring a lot of parks in Canada, and also I've been in the United States. I've been exploring wildlife refuges. So learning the important roles that the United States Fish and Fisheries Conservation is doing into making more marine protected areas, and also on land, how they're preserving certain species and rehabilitation, all of that. So I've been exploring and learning more of that. So that's pretty much.
Wow, amazing. I think I don't know what to say, but he just mentioning already one of your favorite moments, interacting with a whale and her calf, and the mother whale, teaching the calf how to do little hugs to survive in the ocean, and you as a being, as a whale, getting the chance to just experience that, and that connectedness and that harmony and peace. I think that's really mind blowing, and I think I'll trade anything but that, because that's a treasured memory, and I'm happy you had it. in Egypt, I remember when I first took the dive, it was freaking. Like, you just said, not so many people get to do it. And I'll assure you, I did not go anything beyond 10 meters. I think the pressure was too much for me, but still happy that I had the experience, but also happy for people like you get to really explore the undersea environment and really capture this moment for us and really tell us the story of the sea and the story of the sea, biodiversity, and why it matters for us to conserve it. And so maybe we want to quickly shift gears and get to the Ocean Project that you founded, Prashant. Do you care to tell us more about the project, what you do, and what are some of the programs that you're actually running in your Nature Lab story?
It's a really great question. So it all started in 2020, and we had an oil spill in Mauritius. I don't know if you heard about the Wakashu oil spill. We had an oil spill in Mauritius, and then there were all people, everyone was concerned about the oil spill, about what's happening in our lagoon. So basically the idea of creating the Oceanic Project was based on the oil spill. And when a lot of people don't know about the ocean, they don't explore the ocean, and they're really scared of the ocean, but together there was a lot of Mauritians who gathered, working days and nights, making sorbent boons, and they are helping into preserving our lagoon and stopping that oil spill. There was around 1,000 tons of fuel in our lagoon, and they were working. Everyone was joining together into helping making sorbent boons. There was great action in numbers. There were a lot of people working together, and the aim is protecting our blue planet, the ocean, and protecting nature and stopping that from getting into mangrove, stopping that from getting into reserve. Like I mentioned, we do have a lot of outer islands which are protected into rehabilitation for pink pigeons, kestrel, Mauritius parakeet, mangrove, and stopping that getting into these islands. There was strength in numbers. So to carry that energy forward, a lot of people were working together. And to carry that energy forward, I created the Oceanic Project with the aim to educate the youth, and making more and more community action, because we have seen strengths in numbers, and now how can we integrate and engage an audience into being more planetary stewards? So I have worked with a great friend of mine, Daniel Zena, and we have developed an educational program which is called the Cover Squad. So basically, the Cover Squad is a creative, fun, and immersive program supported by National Geographic, the United States Embassy in Mauritius, and also Rogers Hospitality in Mauritius. And the program aims to engage youth 8 to 16 years old into exploring the ocean and learning how identifying certain corals and learning the threats and ways to preserve the ocean. So we started that as a pilot project. We did more evaluation, learning how we can engage the youth. And we do use National Geographic resources, which is amazing. We implement that, we develop it and into our way, because we speak French and Creole in Mauritius. So we develop it into our way so that our youth don't have any communication barrier, understand it really well. And then when we do the evaluation, we started the program. It was really amazing. We got a lot of youth involved. We bring young people exploring the ocean. So it's the first time exploring the ocean in the program. So the first time underwater, it's just, wow, amazing. Seeing fish, corals, and amazing. They are seeing different shapes of coral. It's bringing me back in my childhood when I first explored the ocean in 2016. So it's kind of bring back some memories, And they were just, wow, they were just seeing fish, parrotfish, brain corals. It looked like our brain, and some of the weakers, brain corals. It looked like our brain, and we learned that in our program. So, when you drive a curiosity in a youth, they are more interested into learning and protecting the ocean. So that's why we bring that the planetary stewards emphasis forward. So they're really curious. And at the end of the program, we do beach cleanup, creative art activities into raising community awareness. So when the people see that art has an important role into conservation. They are more interested what we are trying to express through arts. So they have different views, but we mostly try to express art in a way that it's not a difficult language, but we can learn from different perspective what we want to show our community into arts. So we made creative turtles with plastics. We made with the map of Mauritius, and we show about creative arts putting a trash on land, trash on our island, and showing how our action on land is disrupting nature and affecting the ocean. So pretty much these are some creative arts, and there's more. There's more on my website about our action. And then at the end of the program, we engage youth in coral restoration. So doing the active coral restoration, like I don't have a background in marine science, so I spend a lot of time exploring. But these youth at age 8 to 16, they are doing amazing. They are marine scientists. So they're restoring corals at this age. That's pretty much the program.
Wow, amazing. Thanks so much, Prashant. And I think one thing I love, I mean, I love all your story, but one thing that is standing out for me is how you you transform the problem into a solution, a community-based solution from, the oil spill that actually triggered lots of conversations and seriousness across the world. And that just, I want to say like a young person, somewhere in the planet, saw the need to actually fight for our blue environment, right, and really safeguard our marine biodiversity. And also, I salute you and your colleague, and I salute you especially for the amazing program that you've been able to tailor for kids. Like you're saying, these youth are very young, they're very curious, and they're really are ready to learn. So by really allowing them to explore our undersea environment, the beauty and the richness that there is, I think it allows us to create the new custodians of hope, new custodians of nature, and custodians to protect for and fight for the rights of the environment. And Sri, I do hope that you can really continue this, and because we share the Indian Ocean, Mauritius and Kenya and other African countries. I hope the movement can come to Kenya as a country, and we see how we can support each other. Of course, I think there's power in solidarity, like you've said, and there's more that we can really learn from each other. I know we almost just over half done with the session here, but Prashant, I think you also introduced you as a filmmaker. I know when you talk about storytelling, there are all these different mediums and platforms and ways that we can tell our stories. And I just wonder what it takes for someone to be a filmmaker, and what your experience has been doing filmmaking and producing content to really resonate with the global community. Would you tell us a bit about your filmmaking and how the experience has been for you so far?
Really great question. So I studied graphic design in university, so mostly advertising, all of that. So I'm very familiar with filmmaking. But when I was working in corporate as well, making good advertising, corporate advertising. But the thing that really intrigued me into going forward into more environmental filmmaking is because we see less of that media. We see less of climate issues on the press. The media communicate less on that. So I think storytelling has a really unique, powerful ways into communicating certain issues and educate people. So that's why it brought me forward into making my first documentary in Mauritius, which is Tomorrow the Race is On. And the reason why I made this documentary is because a lot of people don't know about Mauritius. They don't know about what is happening beneath the wave, what is happening about ecosystem restoration. And Mauritius has a really successful stories into conservation. And also with the threat of climate change, like I'm speaking to you right now, there's a cyclone, one in class 3 in the Indian Ocean, which is passing through a big storm coming to the Indian Ocean. Right now, it's passing near Mauritius, and it's probably getting to Madagascar. So it's today. The cyclone is passing today, and we're really affected in terms of climate change and ocean warming like that. So our island is very vulnerable to the threat of climate change, and I want to set it as an example and inspire others, leaders, to understand what is going on and how to limit our carbon footprint instead of making profits, how we should take the pledge for our planet. So big oil corporate are driving huge profits, and government around the world need to join forces together and make better solution how we can develop nature-based solutions so that we can have a peaceful agreement where people can thrive with nature and nature and ourselves together.
Sorry, I realized I was muted. Wow, that's amazing. I think one thing, and I appreciate your feedback and comment on that, Prashant. I have some very basic knowledge on filmmaking and stuff, and I think, like you've said, telling a story is very important, and especially on one of the areas that we've talked about, nature-based solutions. Now it's becoming a widely used concept, and at times I think it sends this fear of being, tokenized, or for lack of a better word, I'd say the nature washing, right? That you don't really know which one is the best solution, which one is a natural or nature-based solution. And so really being able to even capture these experiences, the stories of restoration using nature-based solutions, and really giving very compelling video works is really like also a strong indicator and a strong contribution to voicing up for nature and really telling what it means to really actually restore, to actually conserve, and actually use nature to safeguard humanity. So I applaud you again for your filmmaking prowess, and I hope most of us can also learn from you, that we can watch the trailer, and please give him a follow. Let's engage and see how much we can learn more from each other, and especially the case from Mauritius through the Ocean Project, and most of the works that Prashant is doing over there. I asked you this question, and I know we have less than 8 minutes to go, but Prashant, I just want to hear again from you, what does nature for all mean to Prashant?
So nature for all means, like in French it says nature pour tous, and nature for all in English. So basically, in a changing world, in a changing climate, where we're advancing technology, AI is probably replacing a lot of jobs. Humans are staying at home, like our ancestors many years back, living in caves. They are connected to nature. Indigenous people who has done an incredible job, even in Canada, into protecting nature. They have the love and respect for that nature, because nature provides everything. We just need to respect it and protect it for the future generations. So nature for all means that, for me, in a changing world where we are all connected to, cell phones, technology, cell phones, take the time into going into nature, reconnect, understand, meditate. So you see, you can recharge your energy. I do that. So in Mauritius, I do recharge my energy, and we need to reconnect with nature and love, learn, and protect. Nature has some amazing ways of educating us. We just need to reconnect with it and learn, love, and protect. And once again, coming just a few flashback with the storytelling. When you fall in love with nature, you have to pay really close attention to the little details around you. Storytelling is not difficult. Everyone can be a storyteller. It's just how you want to tell the story, how you want to inspire people with your love for nature. So even if you are exploring, pay attention to the small details. Tell your story, narrate it. Why you're inspired? How can you inspire other people with nature? So that's pretty much the love story. Let's reconnect, and let's learn, and let's love nature. Let's protect it for the future generations.
Wow, amazing, Prashant. I think one thing I'm getting from you, which I also got from Matt, is the little things that matter. And I just gave a quote by the late Professor Ngari Maathai, was one of Africa's first female Nobel laureate. And she said that, it's the little things that citizens do that what, makes the world. That's what brings the difference. That's what brings transformation. So I appreciate you for your time, and I appreciate the fact that you're really taking advantage of telling your story. You're taking advantage of working with youth. You're taking advantage with helping young people explore the natural world. And I think to me that speaks to the fact that, you know, the world is talking about Africa being the world's youngest region, right? But then how do we build the capacity? How do we empower these youth? How do we work with them like equal co-leaders to understand the natural world, to alleviate poverty, to really create more livelihoods for them? And I see this as one of the interventions that you are doing through your nature love story, and really trying to connect more to the people who are the custodians and on the first line of defense when it comes to, you know, natural calamities and stuff. So keep doing the amazing work, and I really appreciate where you brought it to. You talked about, you know, us just reconnecting with nature, taking a moment to learn, understand, and focus on nature, because at the end of the day, we are nothing without nature. I'll also quickly say that actually we are nothing without nature. You know, we need nature, nature needs us. And to our surprise, I think we've seen some statistics and research that shows actually if bees were to be wiped out of the face of the planet, then it won't take more than 3 or 5 years, so maximum 10 years, humanity will be gone. But if you take humanity out of the planet, everything else will thrive and everything. And it shows us that we're just a tiny bit in the big ecosystem that we call nature. And so even the tiniest of our species matters, and we need to pay that respect to nature. We need to pay that respect to the natural world, and ensuring that everything else is a being that we are. But with that, I really wish to appreciate Prashant for being an amazing interviewee with me today. And I really also want to give space for Anna, who is here to really take over from me. And it's been a really, really big pleasure hosting you, Prashant and Matt, and really sharing the stage with Jesse and all of you who are listening from all across the world.
Thank you, Kaluki. It was a pleasure as well speaking with you. Like you as well.
I want to just say too, you both have amazing voices, so it's like listening to like a radio podcast. It's just the most delightful conversation to listen to ever. And I do want to note for you both, because you're both so inspiring. Prashant, people want to check out your website. The full documentary's there, the trailer's there if you want a little sneak peek as well. Some of the more amazing work that you've done in filmmaking, conservation, storytelling, and more. Check out your website. You're all over social media too, so I really hope our audience takes the opportunity to do that. Your first dive story is the greatest first dive story in the world ever. Like, no one has ever had a first dive like that in history. So kudos to you. No wonder you're obsessed with the ocean. First time you go out, that's the experience. And Kaluki, if you want to take up scuba diving, there's a lot of opportunities out there. It's like black magic. You can breathe under the water. It's so amazing. As you see with Prashant, it transforms your whole worldview to be able to now explore 70% of the planet that was previously inaccessible to you. And that is a magical thing we get the chance to hear from so many speakers. Kaluki, before we go too, I want to highlight, if people want to check out more of your work, I know we're chatting with you a little later on in the program as well, but youthfornature.org, particularly the Africa part of that, everyone can check out all the initiatives, how to get involved at youthfornature.org. So much to learn there. This has been so much fun. Professional detachment is out the window. I'm supposed to be like the background tech host guy, and it's just so much fun getting to listen to these inspiring stories and to have speakers and guests and an audience from around the globe. So thank you, gentlemen, both so much for your enthusiasm, your passion, and so much more. It's been a real pleasure. Prashant, because you're our speaker, I'll wrap up with you, and Kaluki, I'll say farewell in just a minute before I bring in Anna and start our next round of interviews. Is there a final message, Prashant, you want to share with our audience today before we say farewell?
Yeah, so my message is that believe in yourself. So we can all change the world. We just need to believe in ourselves and our potential into inspiring others. Each and everyone has a unique ability to inspire others. It's just that instead of believing that we're going to do it tomorrow, let's do it today. Let's face the challenges today so that we can build a better world tomorrow. Let's inspire all the people today. If you have an idea, collaborate with the right people, and let's make the world a better place. Nothing is impossible when we work together. When the youth join together, we can make anything possible. So we are the leaders of tomorrow, and let's make the world a better place.
Couldn't think of a better message to wrap up than that. Prashant, have a wonderful day. Keep up the amazing work, and I'm so very forward to having you back soon, man. We'll say goodbye for now. Again, people should check out prashantmohesh.com. Amazing stuff there to keep learning going. And he mentioned Danielle Zellen, some of the incredible work she's done with Mauritian kids. I've had the chance to partner with them. It's been so special over the last couple of years. Kalugi, thank you so much for being the best host ever. I do hosting for a living, and I should just quit and give it over to you, man. You are an inspiring guy, and truly the best smile of anyone we're going to have on this broadcast by a big measure. So it's so nice to have had you today, man. Have a wonderful time, and I hope you get the chance to tune into more programs over the days to come.
Thanks, Jesse. Be sure to listen more, and I bet maybe I'm learning on the footsteps of people like you. And really, I think one thing I'll say is, we are one. Let's be one. Let's be one in nature.
Hard to get a better message than that. Sort of the nature for all ethos. I'll say farewell, Kaluki. Thank you so much, man, for joining us today. And as Kaluki mentioned, we are going to introduce our next hostess, who unfortunately right now does not actually have an interviewee. So we're going to have some fun chatting together in the next little bit. But Anna Valerie Mandry is joining us. She is the CEO of Zamia. She's been involved in amazing conservation work for decades now. And I'm so excited to welcome her for a series of 4 broadcasts to wrap up our block 2 of the My Nature Love Story event as part of this incredible Nature for All Love Fest. If you want to check those out, head to hashtag My Nature Love Story. Contribute your own love story. You've had the chance to hear so many from so many inspiring people around the globe. And as I noted, this is all part of our Love Fest series of programs. There's so much on the go, so many stories shared by partners, both the ones that we featured during these programs and ones that we couldn't even fit in. There were too many exciting people to possibly feature in one program. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in Anna. Welcome to the broadcast, Anna. Nice. Green, we've got this. You've got the green leaf background. We've got the green leaf background. We're very thematically linked now. It's very exciting. So in lieu of having an interviewee, we're hoping that Tamara will join us in the next few minutes. If she doesn't, that's okay. We're going to hang out together. We wanted to test your audio first. Can I hear you? Let's see. No, we can't. Oh, no. This is half the fun of video broadcast. Something should go a little awry. So weirdly, this sounds ridiculous. Signing out, like leaving and coming back in, might make it work. So if you want to try that, great. And then I can walk through some troubleshooting, because we want your audio. It's much more fun to hear from you. And if that doesn't work, we'll highlight some things. No. On the bottom of the screen too, there's a little gear symbol. It says settings. And on that, there's an audio option. And you can sort of play around with the speaker and mic options. Sometimes that makes it work. And you can chat with me in the chat too. We'll try and figure it out together. Sorry that it's giving you trouble. Yeah, sorry. On the bottom of the screen, there's a gear symbol that says settings. And if you click that, it gives you a bunch of options, one of which is audio. In audio, there's a mic and a speaker option. Sometimes people's computers have multiple devices, basically like ways of having an audio, and you can like pick the other one, or sometimes even just click it and it works. Talk to me. Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay.
See, you know, this is the thing with this whole event, is that we're excited when we get to hear about amazing nature things, and we're excited when we solve tech problems. This is, it's like a double joy. Anna, welcome to the program. Thanks so much for joining in today.
I can't
hear
you very good, Jesse. I'll try to do my best here.
Okay.
I'm in a beautiful island in Cozumel, Mexico, which is amazing, but it's not the best for internet connection. I'm supposed to be in the place where they have the best internet in the island, so I'm hoping it will be good enough. So,
well, I'm sure it's working so far. And
if I don't answer the question.
That's totally fine. I'll talk really loudly, and I'll also put questions in the chat so that we can do it together. So I'll start with this one. With this, let's see. Lucky you being in Cozumel, by the way, one of the most beautiful places in the world, and I think worth having bad internet for to be there. So as a first question, let's see, what makes you optimistic about nature and the natural world?
I think I'm lucky enough, Jesse, to work every day with civil, and these kind of people are people that are very optimistic, like they are dedicating their life to make a difference in the world. So that's pretty inspiring. It's really nice to be surrounded by people that are always searching for the how to make things happen instead of just criticizing. So we live in a world where many people criticize and you can get very negative about it, but when you are surrounded by people that are all the time optimistic and willing to do something about it, then you kind of end every day. So that makes me feel optimism. Like all the people, like I've been checking all the love stories here, and these people are changing the world. So there's no more than be optimistic. If they're all doing what they say they're doing, it's like amazing. We're definitely going somewhere.
I think that's
so. You guys
beautiful...
make me optimistic about nature.
That's the thing, and that's such a beautiful message, because it means that no matter where people are watching from, no matter what people's background is, if you seek out those stories, as you said, it can be so easy to be surrounded by so much negativity. But if you take that time to find those stories that are inspiring of people actually doing the work, that always fulfills me so much, and I get to see it with kids every day in the work that I do. So that's a beautiful answer. That's my favorite answer we've had for that question the whole time so far. Anna,
oh my
one
God.
of the things,
I lost you.
We lost each other. We'll get each other back.
Good.
You're good. Here, I'll put it in the chat too. Do you have a favorite spot in nature? A favorite place to go?
So I've worked for 15 years in the magical cloud forest of El Triunfo in Chiapas.
We're playing telephone tag.
See, every tree is like a forest in itself. It's has plants everywhere. The trees are 60-meter high, full with vegetation. Everything you can see is green, lots of... So for me, that's, and still is, the most magical place in the world. So that's my favorite one. I have many, like I was hearing the conversation, and I love diving. I love the ocean. I feel like an alien in other place, and I'm like just looking around. I've been in deserts, I've been in snow, I've been here in Cozumel, which is beautiful. But again, I think El Triunfo has this magic place that has been there way, like for ages, like has seen the dinosaur disappears, and then like, and still there. So magical place. If you ever want to see the most magical forest in the world, check out El Triunfo in Chiapas.
Oh, so I mean, just broadly speaking, when you look this up, it's like the most incredible looking place ever. And I can't believe it's like right in my backyard in North America. This is wild to even think about. I'll put that link in the chat for people so that they can check that out. But and again, if people want to check out your
reserve, I'll put it as well.
Yeah.
Reserve.
Type it to me. I'm going to share it. Okay. I'm gonna pull up a picture of that specifically in a minute for our audience. But while I do that, I'll share another question in the chat for you. How did you get your start? First experience in nature? Was it there? Was it somewhere else?
So it's funny that you asked that, because I was born and raised in Mexico City, right? So Mexico City is like, when I was born, it was the biggest city in the world. Right now, I think it's like in 5th place or something, but still it's like a mega metropole. So you don't have a lot of nature there. But my dad was a Boy Scout, so he likes to go on hikes, and he will take us. And I was the one that liked more nature, so he was taking me a lot to hike some of the mountains surrounding Mexico City. And because he was a pilot as well, we have the chance to travel with him a lot. And everywhere we travel, for him was more about, let's see what's there, nature speaking, rather than going into the city or the mall, or Like it was always looking for the nature spot wherever we went. So I think without knowing, that was the way I felt in love with nature. Even in the big metropolis of Mexico City.
And I'm so happy you mentioned this, because I think when you're a kid, especially, when you think of nature, you think of the Amazon rainforest or the Serengeti or the Great Barrier Reef. And those are spectacular, amazing places. But it's amazing how much of a connection with nature you can build from inside the heart of a major city or right next door. This is something that we're starting to see more around the world. We started off today with Stefania Romano. She works with cities with nature to make cities have that green space, that ability for people to not get that disconnect from the natural world. And so I'm so happy we mentioned this. Mexico City is a very special place too. I hope many people get the chance to visit. It's a really beautiful, beautiful city in my opinion. This biosphere reserve.
Everywhere you go, there's nature. Everywhere you go, you can find the nature. So it's just a matter of having this special lens to be able to admire what you have.
I liked Kaluki was on before you hosting, and he talked about insects being really big for him. And we've had a few programs so far with Indians, and the Indians, they get to go out to the forest, and there's elephants, and there's tigers, and there's leopards, and it's very nice in India. A lot of us don't have that opportunity to see these big charismatic animals that we all know and love from TV, but no matter where you go on this planet, there's wildlife. Maybe it's a plant, maybe it's a dragonfly, maybe it's ants. And if you have that special lens, it is just as magical. It's such a profound experience to feel that way about nature. And I hope through some of these stories, we're giving people that chance. Anna, I got up this picture of your biosphere reserve. And I mean, like, it's just, I want to go. I want to leave this broadcast right now and get on a plane.
That means that happening cloud forest is that 1 of every 10 drops of water in the whole country will fall in this region. So that's a lot of water. That's water that will get into the air, that will go into rivers, that will end up. So it's a very important ecosystem because of water. But when you are there, it's not like it's pouring rain all the time, but it's mist. You are like going into this mist, like beautiful bird with a 2-meter long tail, and they fly. So if you go to the pyramids in Mexico, you have Quetzalcoatl, which is a flying serpent, and this was made because of the quetzal. So the quetzal, when it flies, it do like this. So the tail will go like if it's a snake. So all that culture, it's also in the indigenous, in many of the indigenous culture, not only one. We have like 60 or 70 presentation of quetzal and the flying serpent, which is the tail of the quetzal. When at the beginning, like if you, the Aztecs, for example, exactly, if you kill a quetzal, and like these amazing hats, I don't know how to say it in English, with feathers. So every feather means more power, because the quetzal will throw its feather every year and then it will grow back. So it's a very magical bird. But we have, like, if you go there, there's another bird that I love, that is the pavon, and we say that unicorns does exist, and the pavon is the truth of that. Pavon, and it's horn 1 in English, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a really big bird that when you see, you cannot imagine that huge bird can fly. And then it just starts flying, and it's like, what? How can that happen? So like, and then you have jaguars, you have tapirs, you have, like, there's so much wildlife there. And because it's such a magical place, there's very few people going there, and you have to be very quiet. You have to be very respectful. So just putting yourself into this kind of mantra of being in a place that you know you need to respect, and you know that you are the one there that it's being invited to. It's beautiful. It's like make you say, we really need to conserve these magical places because everyone needs to be able to witness this.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, that's my favorite place in the world.
I would say so. It sounds amazing. And I love this sense of reverence in nature. This is something that, of course, a lot of people feel about religious buildings, whether it's a mosque, a temple, a church. And I've always felt that way in a forest. Whenever I go into a forest, Kaluki was a big fan of forest, just going in and just, it centers you, you breathe differently, it feels profound. Why would you want to kill something like a quetzal or anything else? Because you have this, it's such a transcendent feeling getting to interact and to witness wildlife like that. So thank you for sharing 2 new birds to me too. I've learned 2 new species, which almost never happens. So I appreciate that very much. I'm curious, I'd love to hear more about your work generally. So I'll just put this in the chat as well. Zamia helping people tell better stories. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do now?
Yeah, so I've been in the non-for-profit world for around 20 years. And I always find that non-for-profits, whether they are environmental or they are health related or they are amazing car with a flat tire. This has to do with the way they communicate. They are very good at doing what they do, but they are not very good communicating what they do. And when you this kind of so that they can support. So 2 years ago, I ecosystem that it's, sorry about that, if there's an ecosystem that is deprived, but you see a Zamia, then the ecosystem has a chance to kind of plant that has witness a hope. Like if there's Zamia, there's the leaders of social and environmental how you have
I'm losing you a little, Anna. I'm sorry.
from many inner things, other external things. And the answer of it has been great. So, for example, we were hoping to have 10,000 members this year. It's February, and we have 7,000. So people are really looking into ways of knowing how to communicate their way better, their cause better. And when you communicate better, you can fundraise better, which is also kind of this flat tire that we're struggling because we always need money to keep on supporting what we're doing. So yeah, that's we give we have a cost, but we try to create this learning community around people that are changing the world. For me, they are superheroes, but we are giving them a little bit more power so that they can do better.
Fantastic. I'm going to put a link for that up in the chat in a minute. Anna, unfortunately, the internet's cutting out quite a bit with you. I'm sorry that it's given such trouble today. But yes, I got that up for us. Media. Perfect. There we go. So we'll bring this up for everyone, and I'll put this in the YouTube chat for people too, if people want to check out more and learn more about the amazing work that your organization's up to. We're going to hope for the best that I can get these answers and hear from you, and it lasts, so fingers crossed. When you have the chance to work with youth or kids in any way, how do you find them feeling about nature? Do you find them optimistic and hopeful? Do you find them doom and gloom? Is there a happy medium in there somewhere? I always like hearing what people's interactions with kids are. Yeah. I'll put this in the chat for everyone. Sorry for the thing. Let's see. How do my kids feel about environment? Work. There we go. Perfect. Positive.
How do you find kids feel about the environmental? So I often see, well, I have 2 kids, and my kids, again, they are, they like sad.
Yeah.
So I think, again, when we surround these kids with good stories, that gives them the power to say, hey, if there's something I don't like, I'm going to change it. So for me, it's possible. And as people working in the environmental field, we need to keep on feeding the positivity instead of just the negative. We are facing a lot of challenges, and they're going to be here when we're gone. So we need to be able to have a generation that is positive about being able to do something.
Nice. I just put this in the chat again too. I've got one more question for you, and then we'll head on to our next interviewee in just a minute. Thank you for filling in this way.
So how do you recommend for anyone looking to get as optimistic as you are about nature, resources, mindset? Well, just surround by people that are optimistic. For example, I do things like I do read news. I only read once in on the okay, I want to know what's happening in the world. I want to be informed, but I don't get sucked into this. Like, I don't go like, this is all I want to know. Otherwise, I get overwhelmed. And again, I keep on surrounding by people that are optimistic, and I listen to other people, but I try to listen with empathy, with respect, but then go and do something with the people that are more proactive.
Perfect. And then I'm going to just ask one final message for us, if you have one, and then we'll start heading on to next interviewees. We'll continue the train going along. Any final message?
Well, just keep on looking things at Nature for All. It's such a simple but powerful idea on how we can all get optimistic about the world and optimistic about the environment. And there's so many resources there. Like there's discovery, like there is so much there that it's in our hands. It's free. We can just go there and look for stories. And I think just go and every time in a while check Nature for All, and I'm assure you it will keep you positive about what's going on in the world.
Well, thank you for the plug. We certainly love what we've had the chance to feature. And again, if you want to check out Nature for All's general website, the Storytelling Festival, and featuring all these amazing ideas, concepts, programs that organizations around the globe are doing, specifically the Love Fest and this big hub of activity that's happening over the last 2 weeks. And of course, this is our My Nature Love Story event. We've got 50 programs over these couple days featuring amazing people like you. So I really hope people take the chance to check that out, share their own. We'd love to hear your nature story online in the next little bit too. And Anna, it's just been a real pleasure having you. I'm sorry that the connection's a little iffy. I'll put you in the background for 2 seconds. But this is the nature of video broadcasting. Sometimes the connection's a little strange. We had a sandstorm take out one of our people earlier today, and South Africa was a little strange. So you never know what you're going to get. With that said, I will take over Jess's interview. Jose's going to hang out in the background and be able to chat with you, and hopefully we can get you back in for the final 2 ones if it's going well. But I'll just say a big thank you so much for being a part of the Nature for All Love Fest. It's a real pleasure to get to hear more about your story, more than I've ever had the chance to personally. So this is wonderful. So thank you, Anna. All right. See you later. I'll say farewell to Anna. We'll hang out with her in the background. Jose can chat. And we've got in our next interviewee pretty early, so I'm going to bring her in just a second. But before I do, I just want to note again, all of these programs are recorded. They're going live to our YouTube channel at Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. They're going to the Nature for All YouTube channel, so you can check these out now. You can be inspired right now by all these amazing stories, or you can check them out 3 weeks next Tuesday or 10 years down the road. It really doesn't matter when you go. They will be there. You'll have the chance to hear from some of these amazing conservationists, educators, storytellers, and so much more. And do check out that Love Fest website. This event, among many others, is happening over these couple weeks, centered around Valentine's Day, as we talked about before. We want you to fall in love with the natural world, or share your story if you're already in love with the natural world. This can be a nature place that you go to visit that really impacts you. This can be your work teaching kids or teaching others about the natural world that inspires them, that you can share with us to help inspire others. Whatever that means to you, we'd love to hear your nature story, and it's been such a thrill getting to be a part of the organizing team bringing this event together. We are going to dive in with our next interviewee. We've got a whole bunch of stories to come. This block has, how many more interviews do we have in this block together? 3 more programs in this block. We got a video to wrap up with. Just again, our second block of 7 over the next couple days. So I'm going to welcome in Jess Tyrell. If you want to come on in and join us, you are our, we are keeping the South Africa train going today. This has been like a whole bunch of South Africans, and you are the founder of Wild Nights Out. I want to welcome you to the event today. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Jesse. And I'm hoping my internet will play ball. We've had a whole lot of last day.
Somebody's internet has to play ball today. I'm sure we're like 7 for 10, I think, so far. So we're doing pretty good, all things considered, for a truly global event.
It's a good ratio.
I'm really curious. We had Sophia from Conservation Optimism on earlier, and she had a great question she led off all her interviews with. And that was, what makes you optimistic about nature, the natural world, the current state of things? Is there something that really jumps out that you can speak to kick us off in this interview with?
Oh, that's a lovely question. I think what leaps to mind first is I think being in nature, people remember how to be human and how to be human in relation to a wider web of life. And that when you realize actually that you are part of this greater life force and actually an extension of Earth, I like thinking of us as human extensions of life. I think that then people start to act differently towards the bigger living Earth of which they now know they're a whole. And I think that is only cause for optimism then, because people start to naturally have those qualities of care and participation and love, really. And love is what makes connection happen and actions that are supportive.
That was a beautiful answer and a quite unique one for our thing so far. You take people out into nature, and I'm curious how they respond to that. I mean, this could be very personal stories, and it's not your story, it's not your personal story, it's the stories of those that are coming with you. But I'm curious what the reaction's been to people that had the chance to join you on Wild Nights Out, and how that shaped what you've done and how you've grown it over the last little bit.
Yeah, so people join me on I do kind of wear lots of different hats, but for Wild Nights Out, all of them are nature connection processes that I do, but Wild Nights Out is the one that's closest to my heart. And I think the 3 main, in South Africa, we have a pot called a potjie, which has got 3 main legs. And I like thinking of the Wild Nights Out as this big potjie pot of experience. And the 3 legs that support the pot are connection to self, connection to others, diverse others, and connection to nature. And I think those 3 different layers of connection are really what I see happen. I think what's so striking at the moment, and increasingly so for me, is how young people at the end of, because they're basically school leaving age, so they're around 17, 18, 19, and how at the end of that experience, they are usually in tears about the kind of relationships that they've built. And I think people get to meet a whole lot of diverse other people from different backgrounds outside, where they are leveled into being on equal footing for a start, and they very quickly go into this understanding. I think it's like a primal understanding of, I rely on these others for my well-being, actually, in being out here together. And I think that brings out an incredible sense of camaraderie. So I know this is particularly around nature, but I think that what nature facilitates this connection with other humans as well, that I find so beautiful. and really, you know, the kids themselves comment and say, whenever I scroll through my phone, I'm looking for this feeling of connection that I've actually found here, and I realize it's here with other people face to face and not on my phone. Wow. And so it's often a very difficult thing for them to leave that and realize that that kind of quality is quite hard to find in the world with the tech distraction.
Is there something unique about being in a natural space that helps smooth that process and make it easier, as opposed to, say, a coffee shop or a school ground? Or like, I mean, again, we have this big distance with the technology in between us mediating a lot of those interactions, especially in young people. But is it being outdoors in particular that really makes that happen, do you find?
Definitely. I mean, that's a question that's fascinated me for most of my adult life. I think I've really kind of tried to track, like, what is it that facilitates us being together with other people in different ways when we go outside, and being with ourselves in different ways when we go outside and into wild places particularly. And I think I like to see it as, you know, nature and everything else, everything in the natural world is utterly itself. There's that beautiful, I think it's John Young actually, who talks about, you know, the songbird doesn't try to be a tree, and the tree doesn't want to look to be a rock. No one compares themselves, and I see those kind of qualities of strength of being and knowing that each being has a place. Yeah. It's like that acts like a tuning fork to us as humans, that we come to remember who we are and that we each have a place, and then I think that brings out the best in us. I think it kind of taps into, again, that primal sense of knowing who we are again. And we've evolved from millions of years outside and only spent the last 10 years in coffee shops. So I think it's very normal that it happens much more naturally.
In Canada, we have like intersections where there's like a coffee shop on literally all four corners. So it seems like it's been a lot longer than that. But I completely feel the same way. And I think a lot of our speakers today have felt the same way. Interestingly, I grew up and I was in the heart of Toronto, so it's city, it's hustle bustle. The biggest benefit there was, of course, the actual diversity. It's one of the most diverse places in the world, so you really come to know people from all over the globe and all sorts of different languages when you're young. But the thing that I most wanted to do from a child was go to Tanzania to see the wildlife, to do Kilimanjaro. And when I got there, and in such a profound way, I was like, this just feels like home. Like, I got off the plane, and I got in the thing to go to wherever I was going for the day. And I was like, this just feels right. Like, the landscape feels right. I don't know, it was some primal evolutionary backdrop thing, but like, it was so amazing the entire time I was there. It's to this day, I've been very lucky to travel a lot of places, and it's the most meaningful place I've ever been because it just felt correct. And I'm so glad you get to have that experience and share that with so many young people, especially for the first time. It must be such a moving experience every time you get the chance.
Jess, can I just add something to that, what you said there, Jessie? Because I love that. I love that way that we can tap into our bodies and that they're actually these sensing organisms. You know, that they know what's right for us. They know what home is in that like deep, fulfilling way. So I think that's such a beautiful recognition that you had there. And I think it's like a primal memory. I think it's in our cells, and those cells come alive when we're in places that make our heart sing.
Yeah, we've had people talk about the calmness in nature, how much differently they feel. We can prove, I mean, you sort of know this instinctually, or you know it in your own body, but to see it reflected in science increasingly too, where it's like, wow, this is a profoundly impactful thing to get out in nature. We're starting to prescribe nature as medicine to people because it changes how we heal, it changes how we feel, affects our brains, affects our bodies. And I think that's a really heartening thing to see that sort of achieve wider recognition through a variety of fronts all at once right now, where people go, there's more to nature than just, hey, it's out there somewhere and it's a pretty picture on Instagram. It's something that is essential to our being. E.O. Wilson, one of my favorite science writers growing up, talked about biophilia, the sort of intense, innate love of the natural world. And you see an acacia on a savanna with a bunch of elephants in front of it, and it's hard to not feel that way, I think. Jess, we are, I do want to note too, I have your PowerPoint up, so I'm happy to share all those slides in just a second, and we can walk through some of the things that you wanted to highlight today. But I'm curious first, if there's a particular place you go, like you have the chance to take people out to certain places, are those places chosen because they were meaningful to you? Is there a place that you go personally? Like, what's the the best of the best. And you're in South Africa, which is one of the most beautiful places on this planet. So you have a lot to choose from.
We're very spoiled for choice. Yeah, I think it's true. I really find different landscapes. My background's actually psychology. So, I mean, I love tracking the way different landscapes shape experiences for people. So, for me personally, I have a love relationship with a particular area in Namibia called Damaraland, which is, it's desert, not sand desert, but beautiful rock desert. And that brings up certain things for me that are, a lot of poetry comes out there. But then Wild Nights Out, for example, we go to a place about 4 hours away from Cape Town, so in the mountains. And I really can see that there's things. So I've picked a particular route through these mountains over 7 days, and there's something that each of those days, I over now the last 9 years, can track that the certain days bring out certain things, or not days, but certain areas in the landscape bring a common thing out in people on those days that we go through them. So there's something about the spirits of those places that speak to people, and each time bring out the same kind of conversations or emotions in people, which I find fascinating.
It is fascinating. On the Namibia note too, and I'm going to share a quick picture of this too so that people can see this area. Deserts in general seem to be a place that really impacts people in this profound psychological way. But Namibia, I had the chance to go to Madagascar with a person who I'd been there many times, ran a nonprofit there, did travel and adventure all around the world. And I said, like, what is your favorite place? Like, what's the place that really speaks to you? And he mentioned that Namibia was like a spiritual destination. Like, it just feels, I mean, you could take that in many different directions, but I'm so glad you shared that. And that Southern Africa as a region is just such a special and unique part of this planet. That's fantastic. Jess, I'm going to bring up your screen share and we can walk through anything together. We'll save bandwidth. We'll protect it by having me play a slide deck.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I think you can probably skip over a couple of the first few. And there's the one that says Wild Nights Out. Maybe we can go to that one.
There we are. Perfect. Look at that. Oh, can I come?
Yeah, it's a really magical experience. I think each year I feel so privileged to get to go out with these young people from all over South Africa. So kids basically apply for a scholarship and we fundraise every year to get them out. And a lot of, South Africa, as you've been saying, has got these incredible, incredible wild places, but the ability for a lot of people to actually access them is very hard and often has transport barriers or gear barriers where people don't have access to the right gear so that they can go camping or hiking in mountains safely, and otherwise prohibitive entrance fees for permits. So this is really just an opportunity for exposing these young people from around the country to their incredible natural heritage, which is really profound. So we spend a week out and then we difficultly choose 18 kids out of a couple of hundred applications. And we go take them through this process of, it's really a living metaphor for walking into the unknown. So they walk into the mountains as this practice of how do you walk in the unknown of life and navigating from your heart. That's really the ethos of it.
That is just such a beautiful thing. I love this message in your next slide too, about sort of having these rites of passage in these places. Here, I'll make it full screen. Sorry, we're covering it with our faces. There we are for people. I find that increasingly, certainly in North America, there's a lot of emphasis on trying to rebuild this connection that's been lost. There are organizations that do take people on canoe trips or hiking trips or adventures, give them the chance to light fires or chop wood or do these things that we did for millions of years. And most people lack those skills and understanding today. And I think there's something really meaningful and powerful about getting those chances to learn in that way physically and sort of outdoors. I'm really curious, Jess, how you choose the 18. And this might be something that's like top secret and you might not be able to tell me, but I'm curious if it's people that are the most removed from nature, if it's people that you feel will serve as maybe powerful leaders or mentors to other students in the thing. What helped you make that difficult choice?
Yeah, it's a big combination. I think we choose the group so that there's a big representation of diversity and kind of to the demographic of South Africa, so that people are exposed to as much difference from their own backgrounds as possible. That's one of the criteria. Then the others are, they basically have to write a motivational letter and say why they feel like they should be given a place, or what they feel like it would give to them by having this opportunity.
Nice.
And then with a combination of those from their letter, really, I think I just look for heartfulness or heartfeltness in their letters of how they share. And I mean, sometimes it's just a few lines, but you can just feel how people share sometimes they give, multiple pages of a life story. And it's so hard to choose. It's so hard to choose because everyone's got their story, and it feels like, oh my God, I just love to take you all. But it's not possible, sadly.
How do you find people change during these? Like, so you obviously you get the chance to meet them. You're on the expedition day one. How do you hear back from people after the fact? Like, I get to do virtual education. I get to do broadcasts with explorers, scientists, and kids. And it's so amazing. We've had teachers and kids reach out, years after we've done things to say that, like, the chance that we gave them to talk with these amazing people was one of their most impactful school experiences in their lives. And that's so, like, that's what gets me out of bed in the morning. So I'm curious, as you progress with these journeys, like, what do you hear? How do you hear people change? Give us some examples.
Yeah, I think, and it's a very interesting question also, Jesse, because I think often we do impact assessments afterwards, and then we get a sense of how much it's, they're just beaming when they leave, and they're just so amped on life and connected to themselves and feel so positive, I think, about futures and nature, and just feel full of love, basically. And then they go back into life, and then, life has its way with them. And then a few years later, actually, I feel like those little seeds that were planted in this kind of experience start to slowly sprout. And a lot of kids have actually gone on to create their own experiences with taking other people outside. So then they've started little hiking clubs. They've started, just for birthdays or events now, just saying, oh, let's go for a hike, which before people just weren't going outside. So already it's starting to form connections and ripple out into their communities. And that's just one of the things that we hear, which is amazing.
Sharing it is so much, like, if you get people to the point where they're not just affected themselves, but they want to share it, I think that's the ultimate win for everyone. I remember my favorite university experience by far. I mean, I'd done all the labs and lectures, and that was fine. I went to the University of Toronto. It was a great time. But there was a Canada-China field course. So they took us out to the middle of nowhere in some biological station. There were 12 Canadians. There were 24 Chinese students. And I got the chance to teach all these Chinese students that had never been in a canoe how to paddle. Not that I was any great shakes in it, but it was just so amazing to see them get in the boat, and it's rickety and it's weird, and we're paddling along and they're like, oh, this feels too tippy. And by the end, they're like, come on, and they're bringing their friends and they're paddling out, and it's just like, wow, what a nice experience that is, and lucky you getting to do it all the time. That's fantastic. Let's bring up
Jesse, I'm actually wondering if I've invited Tinashe. I don't know if he has come online here.
Not yet. No, if he pops on, I will absolutely bring him in as soon as I possibly can. I'm sorry that he's not here yet. But we got 15 more minutes, so lots of potential time for your colleague to come on and join us. You mentioned diversity a lot in this program, and I'm really curious what that actually looks like. Is it people of different ethnic backgrounds, or quote unquote class backgrounds, where you have people that would otherwise not interact in social circles and school and whatnot, getting the chance to interact? What's the breakdown?
Yeah, good question. So, I mean, South Africa, most people are aware of South Africa's history of apartheid, and that's still, even though the legal part of apartheid have finished, there's still the systems still keep people very separate and isolated, and then economics continues to keep people very isolated, often in terms of where they live, or have limited access to places where they can kind of communally share space. So diversity for South Africa means really, exposure to different ethnic backgrounds, particularly different cultural backgrounds, different language backgrounds, and different gender identities. It's really so diversity in every possible way that it could look in human kind of self-identity is the goal. And just, I think the main point of that is then to just show that in the same way a healthy ecosystem is diverse, that we are also part of an ecosystem, and we need diversity. It's actually South Africa's motto on our coat of arms. It's in one of the Bushman languages called Kham. It's a click language, and it says strength in diversity. So really, we're trying to bring that in strongly.
We're getting really deep here. I always find it fascinating how basically people vote when they're in cities and they have the chance to interact with people that are very different than them all the time, or how they view the world and talking to people who grew up in a homogeneous environment versus one where people were very different and they got exposed to that at a very young age. And especially seeing kids and how sort of that transition happens over the generations, where people become so much more quote unquote liberal, understanding that there are those differences and that they really are skin deep. They mean nothing. They aren't anything related to the content of someone's character. And it's so amazing that you get the chance to see that in action, to bring kids together like this in our picture up on screen through the work that you do. How neat is that, Jess?
Yeah, and I think it goes beyond just kind of tolerating to really then appreciating and just seeing the delightful. I think what it first does is make people realize, oh, my way is not the way, capital T. You know, it's actually just a way of being and thinking and speaking, and there are many other ways, and what an interesting way you have, and really gets an interest, I think, and a curiosity going into other ways.
I've been really fascinated on a really small niche note related to this. I'm an interviewer for a living. I get to do broadcasts all the time, and we've had multiple interviewers come in, and I've been in the background for them, and seeing how people approach questions with people is just so different than my approach. And it's been so fascinating to see like sort of the South. We've had a few African interviewers, we've had Latin America, we've had Australian interviewers, and it's a little bit different every time. And I find that so interesting. It's my favorite example of this ever, actually, and I'll come back to this picture in just a second. We did a program.
Great. I was going to ask you, have you got an example? Because I'd love to hear that.
So my favorite thing that I ever had in an interview was a 13-year-old interviewed me. We were doing programs with her class. They were the SDG warriors, all about saving the planet. And she was like the most engaged student, asked all these great questions. She said, I run a podcast. Would you be my interviewee? I was like, cool, I get to be on the other side of this. And she starts the interview and she says, Jesse, it's 7 p.m. I'm in Bangalore. I look out my window. There's a train going by. There's some rickshaws in the street. It's 31 degrees. And I hear 5 languages and there's some crickets on my windowsill. And she's like, what's it like where you are? And I'd never started anything like that. And it was so interesting. And so I occasionally get the chance to do that, where it's just like, okay, I'm in Corner Brook, Newfoundland. There's a 7-foot snowdrift out my front door. There's a 10-foot icicle hanging off my neighbor's roof, but it's beautiful out and it's sunny, kind of cool, you know, -3. And like, that's first of all, it's fun in and of itself. It's especially great the more international context that you get, but it's such a nice springboard to wanting to learn about a place, a people, a culture, a story, whatever. And it's no stakes. I'm sure you experience this in the work that you do, that like, you don't necessarily start out with, tell me your life story. What's your most vulnerable memory, right? It's where do you come from? What's your background? Where did you go to school? Why did you choose that? What's your interest? And you get people to open up in a way that enables them to feel confident sharing more of those deep stories. And so that really impacted me. That was a really great.
It's a super example. Someone actually asked me a similar question of exactly, really kind of the similar same. When you look outside, what's outside your window? And it's such a wonderful opportunity also to see what people notice, what they focus on. Yeah, it's a brilliant connector.
I guess it was like a year after that, during the midst of COVID, there was like a big, I don't know, Instagram, some social media thing where it was literally just like pictures out people's windows. Like, what do you see? And I was like, I can see why that became popular. Like, I'm in, let's do it. Especially if we're stuck indoors. You have this great image here of just like almost a conversation circle. So what's the strategy? Like, what happens here at these things? Is this just a freewheeling conversation? Is it something that you structure in these programs? I love hearing how people set up these interactions and programs in nature.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're familiar with the way of counsel, but it's really using the practices of counsel to encourage people to share. So we always sit in a circle so that everybody can see each other, that there's no one kind of parking off to one side. So you can see each person around you if you just turn to one side or the other. It keeps everyone's on the ground, so everyone's on the same level. And basically then the invitation is for people to just go around the circle. Sometimes we use a talking piece that then gives whoever's holding the talking piece the power to speak from their heart, and everyone else who's not holding the talking piece the power to listen from their hearts. And we pass that round. And it, you know, for many people, they don't have an experience of someone truly listening to them without interrupting for even a minute.
Yep.
So just that practice of passing it around and having the floor, even if you choose not to speak, that's already a kind of an agency piece that you have the power to make the decision.
Yeah.
So there's so many layers to just offering the chance to speak and share as much or as little as you want, and then that goes around the circle, and that quality of listening really changes people.
Yep. I'm going to massage my jaw as my face just hurts from smiling during your program. That's been my case for the last 25 minutes now. Tanashi just joined us, so I'm going to bring him in to say hello and welcome in as well. Hi, Tanashi.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, how are you? We're good.
Yes,
Hey, Tanashi.
Nice to meet you. Hi, Jess.
Hey, we got Anna back in with like the best connection ever too, so we're like all set now. The original interviewer, it's all coming together. We got people, new speakers coming in, we got hosts coming back. It's very exciting, Jess.
Super.
Well, you know what I'll do? I'm going to leave it to Anna to come back in. Hopefully the connection's all going really, really well. Jess and Tanashi, if you want to keep the interview going, we've got about 10 more minutes to chat. So Jess, if you could explain a little of Tanashi's story and Tanashi could explain a little about his own, that would be fantastic. And I'll leave you three to it and hang out in the back.
Thanks, Jesse. So maybe I can just say hi, Tanashi. And the last time Tanashi and I saw each other, Anna, and hello, Anna.
Hi.
Hi. We were in the mountains in the Cedarburg together on Wild Nights Out. And I just thought it would be much better than me just talking about Wild Nights Out from a facilitator perspective to also invite one of the participants of Wild Nights Out to join and speak about nature and his love for nature and maybe his experience of Wild Nights Out if he wants to. So over to you, Tanashi. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, my name's Tanashi. I got the opportunity to go out with Wild Nights Out last year. We went to a beautiful place in Cedarburg. Jess and the other counselors there focused, like the whole camp hike focused mostly on us and how we felt and helping us integrate into the real world, considering we were just finishing off high school and like the whole hecticness of exams and all that. It also gave me a new perspective on wildlife as a whole, especially being from Joburg where you hardly see any trees. But appreciation for things like water, like the water in the mountains is amazing. It is out of this world, and it gives you a certain amount of peace and understanding the meaning of peace. Because before I got more involved into nature, I thought peace was just like silence, but like peace is mostly like the presence of harmony, like nature. There's no sounds of like cars and like smoke or like any weird pollution that we have in the city. And yeah, it gave me a different perspective. And then afterwards, when I left Wild Nights Out, I got the chance to continue working with nature and working with other campers and counselors like Jess and everyone who was with us. And right now I have been practicing training to be a counselor, like how Jess and the other counselors were with us. And yes, that's how nature has affected me so far. But yeah.
Tanashi, I just want to say, Jess can jump in too. You are such an articulate, amazing speaker about this program. I want to come. Will you be my host? I'll fly to South Africa and join you. Holy. Huh.
Yeah.
So in wanting to become a guide like this, a host like this, what does that entail? What skills do you need to gain or learn, or what are you looking forward to sharing with others most?
You get to interact, first of all, people skills, You get to learn how to interact with people and communicate with people fluently, and like understand their feelings and how they are. And you also learn how to survive in harsh conditions, or like in the wild, without cell service, without phones, and like without things that people usually need in the city. And then the longer you practice and are surrounded with nature, you realize you don't really need the essentials we have in life. All you need is just nature. Mostly it's like our most important resource that we have.
Yep. That is holy. We've done like 15 interviews so far. I think you're my favorite 10 minute. This whole thing has been my favorite one. Tanashi, you're absolutely right. I grew up in an era where everybody had phones, everyone had all the social media platforms, and I found that most of the time I felt more disconnected from people than together with them. You know, all this opportunity to, oh, I can text someone anytime, I can see what they're doing, I can see what they're saying. And I felt that was missing. I got rid of Facebook when I was 18. I've never been happier. I got rid of Twitter last year. It was one of my favorite things I've ever done. And my cell phone is, I don't even know where my cell phone is half the time, but I know that I get out to a park every single day and I go for a walk. And if I can go for multiple, 20 minutes, 40 minutes, the longer I'm out in nature, the happier I am. And to have that mindset so young is just spectacular, man. Huh. Tanashi, is there, I'm curious, I asked Jess this earlier on, is there a first experience that you had in nature that really affected you? You had this chance to go on a Wild Nights Out expedition, which is a pretty unique and special experience. But as a boy, is there something that you really remember that triggered you to even want to do something like this to begin with?
I did go for a few camps before Wild Nights Out, and I do love the experience of being away from the city and all the hecticness of it. But going to Wild Nights Out is what triggered my passion for nature, my passion for wildlife, for everything natural around us. And then after that, I fell in love with the whole call to nature, if I can say. Yeah. And I've been and I'm pursuing that so far.
Tanashi, you are the best ambassador of all time. Jess, you couldn't have picked a better person if you tried to come on the broadcast or the Love Fest. We are nearing the end of the interview. I could talk to you guys all day, but we've got so many other people for our My Nature Love Story event. I will note, if people want to check it out, wildnightsout.co.za. Amazing resource, amazing program. I really encourage people to check it out, learn more, even if you don't get to go yourself. It's this ethos, it's this mindset that you get from these experiences in nature that's so profound and meaningful. And I'm so honored to have had the chance to hear a bit of your story today from the two of you. Tanashi, I'm curious from you personally, and I asked this of Jess too. I get to repeat questions because I'm the host. Is there something that makes you particularly optimistic about the future of nature? We've been saying in these programs that young people that are 20 and under, are like the most optimistic generation. You know the science, you're so excited. Is there something that really jumps out to you of how you feel, why you feel so good about things?
Well, the thing is, most people do assume that nature is like a dying call, but there are so many people who are willing to stay passionate and help improve the environment around us. For example, like now, I'm working at a summer camp. There are so many kids that come here and want to learn about trees, learn about the water, learn about mountains. And the more we instill that love for nature in the younger generation, or even to our peers or people older to us, just educating people about nature, the love for it will spread and people will remain optimistic about it.
So Anna, when she had the chance to be an interviewee, an unexpected interviewee earlier, talked about the fact that this is the most hopeful thing. It's like hearing from and seeing great work being done in action. This is what gives me hope. I honestly, you can see the scale of problems facing the world, whether it's plastics, climate change, habitat loss. And these are big things. These are big challenges. We are going to lose a lot. These are hard things to think about. But you see organizations like Wild Nights Out, you see people like you two, you see people like the other people we've had on during these broadcasts, and it's impossible not to feel hope, because there's, as long as there are people who have that passion, that enthusiasm, that faith that their work can do a positive good for the world, we're going to be good. And I think that's such a nice message. Jess, Tinashe, come back anytime. If we lose any other viewees, we'll just call you right back to come join us again. I do virtual broadcasting for a living. I will be in touch with you both, because I'd love to feature your story in the future. This has been such a fantastic chance to chat. Is there any last message that the two of you independently, I'll start with Jess, would like to share before we head to our next interview? Jess?
Sure. What a choice to choose from. Yeah, I think just really people to go outside and remember, and it's a way to remember who you really are in relation to a wider web of life. And there's nothing that you have to do. Just go outside and the magic will find you.
Yep. Tinashe, you?
Yeah, just embrace and take that step and try and explore nature. Be in the wild and try it out. Don't be scared or like worry about it. Don't overthink it. It's more entertaining and life-changing than you can ever think of.
Could not think of two better messages to wrap up your interview than those. Jess, Tinashe, what a pleasure having you today. Thank you so much for being a part of our event. This will be up on YouTube forever, so thousands more can be inspired by you in the years to come. Do check out the Love Fest and so much more. I'll say farewell from here in Canada to you in South Africa. Thank you both so much, and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Jess, see you soon. Tinashe, thanks again, man, for being the best ambassador of all time. And I am going to turn it back to our friends in the most exciting, like quasi-hosting, double host, what's going to happen, all the connectivity difficulties extravaganza of all time. I'm going to start by bringing back Jose. Welcome back in, man.
Hey, Jesse. Sounds
Hey.
like it's been a fun morning, hasn't it, on our end?
It's been a fun morning. We've had some flaws, but we've had some great people, and the great people overwhelm any of the tech flaws that we could possibly have. So
Definitely.
I know you got we got Anna, we got Sophia in, we've got Alexandra. I'm going to leave it to you to orchestrate that for a minute. I'll run away and grab a snack, and I'll see you in just a
Sounds good. Thanks, Jesse. So I'm going to bring Anna Mandri back into our stream, and hopefully her internet will be great. It looks very much stable. Hi, Anna.
Hi, Jose. Yeah, I'm in another place. It's supposed to be less windy here. For the ones that are just joining, I'm in an island in the Caribbean, Cozumel. So sometimes the entire island the internet doesn't work. And apparently this was the day. But I just changed side. Hopefully this will get better.
Sounds good. So at this point, I guess I'm going to send it over to you, because we're going to go into Spanish mode.
Yes.
And we're going to bring in our next guest. And so I'm not even going to introduce her. I will let you do that in Spanish, because I think that makes way more sense. So I'm going to disappear. And if you want to introduce, that'd be great. I'm going to do a quick shout out to Sophia, who was our one of our moderators this morning. I'm just going to bring her back in for a second. Sophia, thank you so much for stepping in, just in case we were having some technical issues. So muchas gracias.
No problem at all. Very happy to help if needed, but also, I'm just excited to do the interview. So I'll just sit in the back and watch, and
Awesome.
hopefully not be needed.
All right, thanks. All right, Ana, all yours.
Gracias, Jose. Hola, Alejandra, ¿cómo estás? La verdad es que yo estoy súper contenta de que me haya tocado entrevistarte a ti, y quiero platicar por qué. Cuando empezó el movimiento de Naturaleza para Todos, una de las cosas que me tocó hacer a mí fue no solo crear un curso en línea para que la gente pudiera aprender a hacer videos con su celular, pero además hablar de 20 historias, de 20 historias de naturaleza para todos que estuvieran haciendo la diferencia. Y una de esas historias fue la de Alejandra y de Pajareritos. Y desde que conocí su historia y me tocó editar su video y me tocó trabajar con mi equipo, con Carlos, haciendo este proyecto, pues me enamoré de Pajareritos y me enamoré del trabajo que Alejandra está haciendo. Hace ratito Jessy me preguntaba cómo era que me mantenía optimista en torno al tema de conservación. Y yo le decía, pues es que me rodeo de gente que está haciendo cosas maravillosas y Alejandra es una de ellas. Entonces, no quiero yo ser la que diga quién es Alejandra. Quiero, Alejandra, darte la bienvenida a este espacio, a este festival de Love Fest, de Nature for All, y que seas tú quien nos cuentes, pues, quién es Alejandra, qué es lo que haces, y después por ahí seguimos la conversación. No te escuchamos, Alejandra. Te voy a pedir, me pasó lo mismo, que no entre el pánico. Abajo en donde está tu video, hay 3 puntitos. Si te vas a esos 3 puntitos, vas a ver uno que dice, perdón, si te vas a settings, vas a ver uno que dice micrófono en audio, y el primero dice micrófono, y a veces ahí te aparece como que se conecta automáticamente a un micrófono que esté fuera. Tendrías que elegir el bueno para que te podamos escuchar. Si quieres, ahí cambia alguna otra opción.
Ahí
para que
ya puedes.
Sí, te escucho perfecto. Muy bien. ¿Me pasó lo mismo? Sí, te escucho perfecto.
Ok, entonces, perfecto. 0 problemas. ¿Bien?
Exacto. Entonces, adelante, cuéntanos. ¿Quién es Alejandra Muñoz?
Hola, muy buenos días, tardes, noches. Bueno, en el horario de donde nos estén viendo. Muchas gracias, Nature for All. Muchas gracias a Ana, a Joseph, por la invitación, por tenernos en cuenta. Bueno, mi nombre es Alexandra Mañosca. Yo soy colombiana, vivo en el sur de Colombia. Y hace 3 años creé un grupo llamado Pajareritos, de niños observadores de aves, que luego se convirtió en el 2021 en una fundación, una organización totalmente legal. Y bueno, Alexandra es una mujer de 34 años, profesora de ciencias naturales, pero dejé la docencia, digamos, en el salón, en una institución, en una escuela, porque las 4 paredes no me gustan, y sentía que enseñar sobre la naturaleza en un tablero con unos dibujitos medio hechos era terrible, y bajo un sistema educativo que en mi concepto no es el adecuado, ¿sí? Entonces, bueno, me salí de la docencia, no trabajé más, dejé de ser docente, lo decidí un día y dije no más. Tuve una empresa de turismo de naturaleza, y a partir de la empresa nació Fundación Pajareritos, pues porque dentro de los tours que hacíamos, las validaciones de rutas, nos encontrábamos con niños que estaban interesados en aprender, o por lo menos curiosos cuando llevábamos los binoculares, las cámaras, y yo les enseñaba lo poquito que podíamos en ese momento. Y pues un día yo dije, yo quiero que esto sea más grande, quiero llegar a más niños, y quiero unir la docencia con el turismo, con los niños, pero quiero enseñar afuera, donde debe ser, en la naturaleza. Entonces así decidí pues crear el grupo. Empezamos con unos 10 niños y luego fuimos creciendo. Pues todo este amor por la naturaleza viene de mi niñez, y de las ganas. Yo siento que tengo una misión de vida, y es poder poner ese granito de arena para que este mundo sea un poquito mejor en cuanto al medio ambiente, que las personas aprendamos a respetar a los demás seres, sea una planta, una hormiga, otro ser humano, cualquiera, porque todos tenemos el mismo derecho de vivir en este planeta solo por el hecho de existir. A veces vemos que los ecosistemas los voy a conservar porque me sirven, porque me dan agua, porque me dan oxígeno, porque me dan algo. Pero entonces yo creo que hay que quitarnos un poquito ese pensamiento, y solamente por el hecho de existir un ser, tenemos que respetarlo, amarlo, porque al igual que nosotros tenemos derecho. Y nosotros creo que no hemos entendido la función que hace el ser humano en ese planeta, y hablo en general, porque otros tratamos como de que es convivir con todos, ¿no? No creernos los dueños de, sino ser parte de un todo.
Me encanta eso, me encanta que el amor va más allá del utilitarismo, ¿no? No necesariamente amas a una persona porque te sirve, amas a una persona porque la amas.
Y ya, no esperas nada a cambio.
y expandir ese amor a todas las personas y a todos los seres vivos de este planeta, me parece algo bellísimo. Oye, Alejandra, y empezaste un poco a hablar desde que eras maestra, pero tú vives literalmente en el país más biodiverso del planeta. O sea,
Sí.
para mí siempre, si yo tenía envidia de la buena de alguien, era de los colombianos. Yo decía, es que, ¿qué país? O sea, qué hermoso país por donde lo veas, y también qué gran responsabilidad. Ahora, tú ahorita nos empezaste a contar tu historia desde que fuiste maestra, ¿no? Pero ¿cómo empezó tu amor por la naturaleza? O sea, ¿cómo, viviendo en un país como Colombia, cuéntanos cómo fue esa experiencia?
Bueno, lo que tú dices es verdad, yo vivo enamoradísima de Colombia, enamoradísima de este país, del verde, de las aves, de los mamíferos, de los ríos, de todo, vivo enamorada de mi país. ¿Cómo empecé yo por el tema de la naturaleza? Resulta que, digamos, sin ser consciente, cuando era niña, yo viajaba a la finca de mis abuelos, mi mamá nos llevaba todas las vacaciones, y entonces allí pues nosotros como niños, con mis hermanos, con mis primos, disfrutábamos demasiado. Íbamos al río, nos íbamos a caminar todo el día a la naturaleza, al monte, lo llamamos aquí, al monte, a treparnos en los árboles, a correr, a comer las frutas directamente de los árboles, a observar, ¿me entiendes? Entonces ahí de manera inconsciente yo fui queriendo la naturaleza gracias a mi abuelo. Y ya cuando fui, o sea, como que ese amor, esperamos todas las vacaciones, que llegaran las vacaciones para irnos para la finca, no queríamos devolvernos a la ciudad. Entonces ahí empezó todo, ¿no? Y mi abuelito de una y otra forma nos enseñaba cosas, ¿sí? Yo me acuerdo ver las luciérnagas, libélulas, me acuerdo mucho ver aves, en fin. Entonces ahí fui creciendo, todos los años sagradamente teníamos que ir a la finca al menos 2 veces al año y nada, pues me gustaba mucho en el colegio la biología, las ciencias naturales, dibujar. Bueno, yo soy mala dibujante, pero dibujaba, coloreaba, ¿sí? Entonces me gustaba mucho eso. Cuando nos enviaban a hacer experimentos, el típico experimento aquí en Colombia es sembrar un frijolito con un algodón y que él saliera. El tema de la célula, todo eso, cada vez que yo iba conociendo un poquito más en el colegio, en la escuela, y luego más tarde en la universidad, pues fue aumentando como ese amor por la naturaleza. Aparte, pues allí, digamos, ya cuando fui consciente de ese amor, de lo que me gustaba, de lo que me atraía, entonces siempre trataba de volver a la finca de mi abuelo lo más que pudiese. Y aún lo hago, aunque ya no es de él, aún voy hasta allá, hasta el sitio, voy al río donde nos enseñaron a nadar, voy y me hago en los mismos lugares que solía estar, con un poquito de nostalgia, pero bueno, como que me siento allá tranquila. Y la naturaleza me da tranquilidad, me da paz, me siento como súper bien, ¿me entiendes? Así empezó.
Te entiendo perfecto. Fíjate, yo soy una persona muy activa, ¿no? Siempre me dicen que siempre tengo prisa, o sea, siempre ando haciendo mil cosas y siempre voy muy rápido. Y cuando empecé a trabajar en una reserva de la biosfera en donde llegaban muchos pajareros, las primeras veces yo me moría del aburrimiento, porque yo lo que quería era llegar hasta arriba. A mí lo que me entusiasmaba era subir la montaña y subir esos tantos kilómetros y llegar lo más rápido posible a la cima. Y los pajareros se iban parando cada 30 segundos porque escuchaban algo, porque veían que se movía algo y se quedaban horas. Y yo los dejaba. A mí me gustaba trepar el monte. También le hablamos mucho del monte. Yo trepaba y subía. Pero una vez me tocó que yo tenía que estar con los pajareros, ¿no? Y tuve que empezar a observar. Y dije, wow, nunca había visto lo que he subido a esta montaña 20 veces, 30 veces, y nunca había visto lo que vi, porque me di el tiempo de lo que tú hablas, ¿no? De
detallar, de apaciguarte, de calmarte.
De sentirme parte de ese todo. Y ahora, o sea, también por eso aprendí mucho de tu proyecto, ¿no? O sea, pajareritos, o sea, a desde niños enseñarles que en la naturaleza hay que estar atentos, ¿no? Listos, viendo los detalles, escuchando. Sí. Entonces, bueno, me encanta eso que nos platicas, porque para mí resuena mucho en mi historia personal, ¿no? Ahora, me encantaría que nos compartieras también el tema, ¿cómo te sientes con respecto a la conservación, ¿no? Vivimos en un mundo en donde hay muchas noticias y hay quienes son más optimistas que otros. ¿Tú cómo te sientes y por qué te sientes así?
Bueno, mira, por un lado yo me siento impotente y por otro lado, cuando veo los niños, pajareritos y otros niños, me siento esperanzada. La impotencia porque por más que, o sea, yo quisiera que todas las personas entendiéramos qué es lo que estamos haciendo acá, que dejáramos de consumir tanto, que dejáramos de ver la naturaleza como el basurero o como algo que tenemos que extraer. Y creo a veces que somos tan pocas personas luchando por esto y que necesitamos más y más y más y más manos. Y veo cómo las empresas, las multinacionales, en nuestro caso Colombia y Sudamérica, para nadie es un secreto que ha sufrido tanta explotación por parte de los países del primer mundo. Eso no es un secreto para nadie. Se llevan nuestros recursos, hacen daños, dejan desastres ambientales, dejan las relaciones sociales supremamente rotas, dejan pobreza en nuestro país, ha ocurrido. Entonces es esa impotencia al no poder hacer más, ¿me entiendes? Por eso también decidí de una u otra forma empezar con pajaritos, porque allí creo, digamos, aquí tenemos en Colombia un dicho que el oro viejo no aprende a hablar. O sea que los adultos ya es muy complicado cambiarles ese chip. Mientras que los niños, si los educamos desde pequeñitos, si les hacemos entender la importancia de la vida, el significado de la vida, no solo de la vida del ser humano, la de él, sino la de los demás, creo que podemos tener un poco más de posibilidades de que en el futuro o en el presente, porque es que los niños ya tienen liderazgos en el presente, yo no es que en el futuro van a hacer, ellos ya hacen. Entonces, que ellos vayan creciendo con esas ganas de cuidar, de amar, de transformar, de arreglar lo que nosotros hemos dañado, ¿sí? Esa es la esperanza. Y quisiera que los pajaritos fueran mucho más, cada vez más, y estos espacios que nos prestan ustedes es súper importante para darnos a conocer y enviar ese mensaje, ¿sí? De ese mensaje de conservación, poder inspirar a otros lugares que si necesitan que nosotros les ayudemos, ahí estamos. Entonces es eso, impotencia por un lado, pero esperanza por el otro. Y nada, pues seguimos trabajando, así sea desde nuestro mundo chiquito, desde nuestras acciones pequeñas para lograr hacer acciones más grandes. Mira, ocurre algo con pajareritos, con los niños que yo no pensé que fuera a tener ese impacto, pero en el caminar me he dado cuenta. Y es que cuando tú llevas un niño y lo enseñas sobre la naturaleza, el amor por la vida, por todo lo que lo rodea, ese niño no aprende solo para él, sino que le enseña a sus papás, a los adultos, sus abuelos, sus tíos, sus compañeritos. Y entonces tienen un poder tan grande de influencia sobre los adultos, sobre nosotros, que yo no lo pensé. Y eso es lo que estamos viendo en Pajareritos, que no es solamente para los niños, sino también para los papás. Entonces, los papás antes iban como tú, así, sin mirar para ningún lado, por la rapidez del día a día, el estrés, y ahorita ya van, voltean la mirada hacia arriba, empiezan a conservar, empiezan a hablarles a las demás personas sobre esto. Entonces, es un impacto que se va aumentando.
Y claro, me encanta lo que dices de cómo estos niños que se vuelven voceros de la causa, no solo para la conservación y el amor a las aves, sino para todo lo demás, ¿no? Si llega un hijo y me dice, mamá, no compres esto porque contamina, o busquemos otro, ya no quiero comer esto porque no quiero matar a este animal, ¿no? O sea, son los hijos muchas veces los que empujan a los adultos a hacer cambios que de otra manera no harían.
No harían.
Ahora, un movimiento como Naturaleza para Todos. Tú has estado muy inmersa en este movimiento. ¿Cómo crees que este movimiento de Naturaleza para Todos nos puede ayudar a motivar a la acción, a quitar esta desesperanza y motivar a la acción, a que le demos más herramientas a los niños, a los adultos para motivar esta esperanza? ¿Tú cómo lo ves? ¿Cómo ves que este tipo de movimientos puede ayudar?
Sí, bueno, aquí tenemos que entender una cosa y es que el tema de la conservación es muy bonito y todo, tiene su parte romántica, pero también sin recursos económicos es muy complejo. Es muy complejo. ¿Tú cómo le vas a decir a un campesino que conserve el bosque cuando él tiene hambre? Y para él es mejor cortar los árboles y sembrar un cultivo que eso le genere dinero. ¿Me entiendes? Solo con educación, obvio, la educación, digamos, es una solución a largo plazo, pero solo con educación a veces nos quedamos con las cortos, y lo hemos visto también en Pajareritos con una campaña que estamos haciendo por un águila que está en peligro de extinción aquí en Colombia, bueno, en Sudamérica, porque tiene distribución en toda Sudamérica. Entonces, yo creo que Nature for All, digamos, estos espacios de visibilizar a las personas que estamos en temas de conservación es supremamente importante para poder obtener, digamos, sponsors que nos puedan apoyar con recursos para poder hacer realidad los proyectos que nosotros estamos haciendo acá. Porque yo creo que así como nosotros, pajareritos, todas las personas que hemos estado pasando en hoy y mañana por este evento, estamos en las mismas. Trabajamos con nuestro sudor, con nuestras manos, tratando de conseguir un peso allá, un peso acá para poder hacer realidad lo que queremos. Entonces es eso, como que Nature for All, gracias a toda esa red de colaboradores que puede tener, pudiese de una u otra manera lanzar, no sé, convocatorias donde puedan financiar todo o parte de los proyectos de las personas donde se pueda. Eso es como porque nosotros en Pajareritos estamos como buscando de dónde jalonar recursos, ¿me entiendes?
Claro, y bueno, también nos permite, yo lo veo o pienso igual que tú, y nos permite también contar nuestra historia, ¿no? A medida que más gente sepa lo que hacemos, pues quizás haya alguien que diga,
vamos a ayudar,
¿no? Yo quiero apoyar.
Exacto, entonces digamos, estos espacios de visibilización combinados con atraer personas que quieran ayudar, pues genial, se vuelve un movimiento mucho más fuerte.
Oye, Alexandra, me encantaba también que decías que un poco lo que tú haces es educar, pero fuera del salón de clases, ¿no? O sea, fuera de las cuatro paredes. Y cada vez más está comprobado que estas escuelas en donde hacen que los niños salgan y convivan con la naturaleza es cuando pueden aprender más.
Total.
Ahora, ¿cómo ves esta combinación entre, porque en un momento me va a tocar entrevistar a un maestro que da clases en un salón, ¿no? ¿Cómo ves esta combinación de enseñar algo de la manera más formal y en sacarlos a que se ensucien, se enloden, se les ensucien las botas y vean lo que está afuera?
Yo prefiero la segunda 1000 veces. Prefiero la segunda 1000 veces. Y es que de hecho, es que es muy diferente que tú cojas un cuaderno, tu profesor te pase unas diapositivas, unos dibujitos, y tú simplemente copies y te imagines un poco sin tocar, sin sentir, sin oler, sin escuchar. Y no te crea la misma sensibilidad coger un cuaderno y escribir que ir hasta allá, hasta la naturaleza y ver. No es lo mismo. O sea, nosotros, digamos, no sé en México, no sé en otras partes, pero en Colombia tenemos un sistema educativo en donde el niño primero se llena aquí de un poco de cosas, y luego si hay oportunidad, puede salir y comprobarlo. Si hay oportunidad. ¿Por qué no empezamos de para atrás? Que el niño experimente directamente allá y luego a partir de lo que él aprende allí, compare con la teoría y ya así pueda interiorizar mejor los conocimientos. Aprende mucho más, entonces yo prefiero 1000 veces la segunda. Ahora, en un sistema educativo hay 40 niños, 30 niños en un salón de clases que están recibiendo matemáticas, español, inglés, historia, todo, y los niños que tienen habilidades para el español, por ejemplo, no tienen habilidades para las matemáticas y los califican a todos por igual. Entonces me acuerdo mucho de Albert Einstein, que habla que no se puede calificar, no se puede medir la habilidad de un pez para trepar un árbol. ¿Me entiendes? Entonces ahí es cuando surgen un poco de inconvenientes con los niños, frustraciones que llegan a la edad de universidad y no saben qué hacer. Y pueden ser adultos frustrados porque nunca tuvieron la oportunidad de desarrollar lo que a ellos les gustaba. Entonces los niños, en el caso de pajareritos que llegan acá, es porque les gusta. Y potencializar esas habilidades, ese gusto por la naturaleza, yo creo que rinde más que tener niños allá en un salón de clases que no les gusta para nada irse a enlodar, irse al monte, sino que les gusta la poesía, por ejemplo.
Oh, y finalmente, uno piensa que en la naturaleza solo se puede aprender de biología.
Exacto.
Y la realidad es que no. En la naturaleza se puede aprender de matemáticas. En la naturaleza se puede aprender de dibujo. En la naturaleza se puede aprender de español, porque puedes hacer un cuento de lo que viste. O sea, es decir, el que los niños estén rodeados de naturaleza, respirando aire puro, ensuciando sus manitas, no solo te enseña de la vida natural en el planeta, sino te puede enseñar de muchas otras materias, ¿no?
Así es, Ana. Precisamente iba para allá y te decía, dentro de pajaritos, o sea, yo hablo de pajaritos porque es la experiencia que he tenido, ¿no? No puedo hablar de lo demás. He podido notar que aunque los niños, digamos, están en la naturaleza y estamos observando aves, aprendiendo la naturaleza a través de las aves, cada uno tiene su habilidad específica, ¿sí? Entonces, hay unos, por ejemplo, que son mucho más hábiles para hablar en público. Hay otros que son mucho más hábiles para el dibujo. Hay otros que son más hábiles para escribir, para hacer manualidades. Entonces, también hay que esas habilidades como potencializarlas dentro de... Y lo que tú dices, uno aprende aquí hasta de ética, de valores. Tú aprendes a ser solidario, aprendes a ser responsable, disciplinado. ¿Sí? Aprendes a que hay que estudiar, hay que leer también, porque ellos deben leer, deben estudiar. No es solamente ver la pajareada como un paseo, sino que ellos estudian, ellos se preparan. Acabamos de llegar anoche, a medianoche, llegamos de un lugar, 10 horas de viaje, de una feria, de la Feria Internacional de Aves de Colombia, y entonces allí teníamos una niña ponente, entonces tiene esa habilidad de exponer, y ella contó ante los diversos, en una conferencia con personas de Estados Unidos, de varias partes, lo que somos y lo que ella ha hecho. ¿Ves? Entonces, eso también hace que los niños se motiven mucho más. Y imagínate, fuimos de la naturaleza del bosque a un evento internacional. ¿Ves? Entonces va mucho más allá de lo que tú dices, no es solamente ir a aprender de pajaritos o de la naturaleza, va muchísimo más allá.
Ay, Alexandra, no sabes lo bonito que es para mí el estar haciendo esta entrevista contigo, porque te admiro mucho, me encanta el trabajo que haces.
Gracias.
Te quiero agradecer muchísimo que nos hayas regalado este tiempo para el Festival de Amor de Naturaleza para Todos. Pero antes de que te vayas, un último mensaje. Hay gente escuchándonos en vivo. Un último mensaje a quienes nos escuchan. Y por favor escribe la dirección de tu fundación en el chat para que Jessie o Jose los puedan proyectar también en pantalla. Y danos un último mensaje para la gente que nos escucha.
Voy, pajareritos. Nada, pues digamos para los adultos que desarrollemos, hagamos en nuestra vida lo que amamos, identifiquemos esa misión de vida que tenemos, que no se basa solamente en nosotros, sino en dar a los demás, sean personas, sean naturaleza, sea lo que sea, pero dar, que realmente eso es lo que nos va haciendo mucho más feliz, en vez de hace más feliz dar que recibir. Y hacer algo, dejar huella de alguna manera, empezar por pequeñas cosas. A veces nosotros decimos, no, pero es que no tengo, no, pero es que cómo lo hago, no, pero es que me falta dinero, pero es que empezar con pequeñas cosas que en el camino se van dando. Nosotros como pajaritos empezamos con poquitos, con 5 binoculares, con una idea, y ya vamos creciendo poco a poco, con paciencia. A veces quisiéramos hacerlo más, pero entonces es eso, si tú quieres hacer algo, solo hazlo, ya. Las cosas se van dando. Y lo otro para todas las personas en general es tratar de ir al bosque, estarnos allí, apaciguarnos un poco, tratar de escuchar y empezar a mejorar esa relación que tenemos con los demás entender que no somos el centro del mundo, sino que hacemos parte de la naturaleza y como una hormiga, como el agua, como un árbol, tenemos que cumplir nuestra función y amar a toda la naturaleza. Cuando tú amas cualquier animalito, tú empiezas como a entender un poco mejor la vida y a sentirte un poco mejor, a dejar tantas necesidades que nos ha puesto, necesidades ficticias que nos pone el mundo actual de consumo, para aprender a vivir o aprender a viajar con un equipaje más liviano, aprender a vivir un poco más sencillo.
Muchísimas gracias, Alexandra. Qué bonita manera de cerrar. Primero con una llamada a la acción concreta. Empecemos con poquito, pero empecemos. Todo pasito nos va acercando más a nuestra meta. Y después, pues amemos, ¿no? Amemos ahora sí que terminas como empezaste, amar simplemente porque existen, no necesariamente porque nos sean útiles, ¿no?
Exacto.
Muchísimas gracias. A los que estén interesados, por favor, chequen la página web de Pajareritos, revisen el trabajo que hace Alexandra en Colombia, compártanlo y replíquenlo si están interesados en donde sea que estén.
Sí, nos ayudarían bastante también a replicar esa información. Y gracias, Ana, gracias, Nature for All, a todas las personas que nos están escuchando. Un abrazo gigante y cuando quieran venir a Colombia a conocer pajaritos, aquí estamos.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Alexandra. Regreso ahora a José.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Muy bien, estás practicando tu español.
Sí, claro, pero no está mucho bueno. That was amazing. I love Alexandra. I think what she works on is amazing. So, I think great job, Alexandra. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for inviting me.
My pleasure. So I think we'll bring in our next guest. Anna, if you want to introduce him, he can introduce himself as well, but we have our next guest and I'm looking really forward. I think this is going to be another Spanish interview. So this is great. And so enjoy and we'll be listening and cheering you on. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you, Joseph. Y bienvenido, Joaquín, desde Perú. Nos vamos de Colombia, nos vamos a Perú con Joaquín.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Y voy a dejar que seas tú quien te presentes, Joaquín. Creo que en vez de que yo lea tu biografía, es mucho más lindo que tú seas el que nos cuentes quién es Joaquín.
Bueno, esa es una pregunta fácil, pero a la vez difícil. Bueno, mi nombre es Joaquín Leguía. Soy peruano, vivo ahora en Costa Rica desde hace 7 meses para globalizar lo que hemos venido haciendo durante 28 años, que es promover a la madre tierra como una maestra en el sistema de educación formal. Fui criado en la ciudad de Lima, en un jardincito, que se convierte en mi refugio, y eso es de lo que vamos a conversar, me imagino. Y soy, no sé, cómo se podría decir, un brote más de la madre tierra. Y me dedico, mi misión es 200% ayudar a que las niñas y niños crezcan hermanados con ella y ella también tenga, que la madre tierra también tenga a las niñas y niños cerca, porque es la mejor manera de poner en ellos un buen corazón, que crezcan con un buen corazón y que por lo tanto la cuiden a ella y la vida, ¿no? Sí, ese soy yo.
Oye, Joaquín, y bueno, nos cuentas que eres de Lima. Yo nací y crecí en la Ciudad de México, también una ciudad pues bien grande, ¿no? Llena de autos y edificios y tráfico y mucho movimiento. Lima es un lugar súper especial, ¿no? También es una ciudad pues muy grande. Tienen al lado el mar, eso me parece una cosa maravillosa de Lima. Están pasando los coches y están surfeando la gente. Pero cuéntanos un poco de tu historia. ¿Cómo es que te enamoras de la naturaleza en una ciudad como Lima, ¿no? A veces pensamos que la gente que tiene más conexión con la naturaleza es aquella que vive en una reserva o que vive en una comunidad alejada de la naturaleza, ¿no? Pero tú, como niño de ciudad, Cuéntanos, pues, ¿cuál es tu historia de amor con la naturaleza?
Sí, mira, de chiquito, como tenía como 4 años de edad, mis padres se separan y nos mudamos a la casa de mi abuela, vivíamos a la ciudad de Lima, y en la casa de mi abuela había como un jardín bonito, yo le decía el jardín que estaba peinadito, digamos, todo estructurado, ¿no? Que había que tener cuidado con las plantas, etcétera, que estaba bien. Pero al costado de la casa de mi abuela había un terreno que pertenecía a ella, pero estaba separado por un gran muro y un portón. Entonces, al poco tiempo que nos mudamos ahí, decidimos, yo y mi hermano, que es 2 años mayor que yo, que se llama Augusto y que tiene habilidades diferentes, vamos pues a explorar, ¿no? Que había ahí en ese muro. Entonces abrimos esa puerta y, oh sorpresa, yo vi en lo que era una huerta antigua, digamos, con árboles frutales y un pasto ahí, cipreses y un bosquecito de bambú. Yo entré y vi la selva, ¿no? La Amazonía, vi el bosque ahí. Y yo, que me sentía Tarzán de chiquito, yo andaba con un pañuelito y mi cuchita de plástico ahí. Entré y dije, wow. Y ese lugar rápidamente se convirtió en un refugio emocional para nosotros, sobre todo para mí, creo, que nos dio contención emocional. En ese lugar mi hermano agarraba un palito con sus habilidades diferentes y narraba pues la final del mundo, ¿no? Del fútbol. Yo me multiplicaba por 22 jugadores y metía todos los goles de todas las maneras, hasta me llevaba las hormiguitas, dribleaba las hormiguitas y cuando él se cansaba me sacaba tarjeta roja, ¿no? Y de ahí, cuando en otro momento, ya yo siendo de nuevo Tarzán, peleaba con los leones, que eran mis perros, y bueno, a veces yo los vencía y ellos a mí a veces. Y así era un anfiteatro para mí, era un lugar que trepaba el árbol y podía agarrar las nubes. Cuando mi mamá me buscaba para hacer las tareas escolares, tenía un escondite que nunca nadie me encontró, que era atrás de un bosquecito de bambú. Y claro, lo compartía con una ratita. Entonces yo a la ratita le decía, tú, ch, y yo, ch, y así los dos nunca nadie nos van a delatar, no nos van a encontrar. Así hacen, pues, ¿no? Entonces, de ahí, no sé, una infinidad. Tenía mi bicicleta, ahí aprendí a montar bicicleta y era mi caballo. De nuevo, tenía mi árbol favorito que no solamente me daba seguridad, sino que lo trepaba, porque era un níspero y me daba de comer. Siempre lo abrazaba y le decía, por favor, no me dejes caer y que cuando coma tu fruto no haya bicho, ¿no? Y cada 6 meses venían o me llevaban ante el doctor porque tenía como que gusanos en mi barriga por la cantidad de cosas que me metía adentro, ¿no? De yo estar ahí andando. En resumen, para no hacer larga la historia.
No, me encanta tu historia, Joaquín. Ha sido la
bueno.
historia más linda que he escuchado toda la mañana.
Bueno, y cuando estaba triste me tiraba ahí al pasto, ¿no? Y los lamidos de los leones o los perros secaban mis lágrimas o el mismo sol si había, ¿no? Y así era un lugar muy, muy mágico para mí. Era un lugar donde yo digo que ahí conocí a la Madre Tierra y ella me conoció a mí. Ella me dio 2 grandes lecciones. Me enseñó, es así junto con mi hermano, que no solamente existe lo que uno ve, sino también lo que uno siente y que y depende de uno poder tangibilizarlo. Y me enseñó que lo que le hacemos a los demás no lo hacemos a nosotros mismos. Este árbol del cual yo hablaba, que era mi árbol favorito, un día estaba molesto, no sé por qué, y le metí una patada fuertísimo y claro, el que le dolió fue a mí. También una vez me regalaron una onda y yo tenía pésima puntería. Entonces le apuntaba a todo y un día le apunté a un pajarito, después de haber apuntado 100 veces un pajarito, y ¡pum!, le di. Y se cayó y se murió en mis manos. Y me afectó muchísimo, ¿no? Y enterré el pajarito y enterré la onda. Y ahí también fue otra lección de que no, que lo que le haces a los demás te lo haces a ti mismo. Y así muchas veces, ¿no? De ahí veía que habían tribus de hormiguitas medias amarillas y otras rojas, y las ponía juntas a ver si batallaban y no, colaboraban siempre, ¿no? Entonces aprendí de la cooperación. De ahí, después soy más grande y las lecciones no me dejan de llegar, ¿no? Veía que las plantas, yo me ponía debajo del árbol y veía cómo la hojita, ¿no? Crecía, unas hojitas que no recibían luz, crecían hacia la luz. Y después entendí el fototropismo, ¿no? Cómo las plantas crecen hacia la luz y qué lindo cómo nosotros deberíamos hacer lo mismo, ¿no? También ahí lo descubrí, pero después lo entendí mejor y hoy día una de mis principales heroínas son las hojitas, porque las hojitas tienen la capacidad de hacer fotosíntesis, ¿no? Entonces chupan CO2, agua, y producen oxígeno con los rayos del sol, pero ahí sobre todo producen como energía para la misma planta, ¿no? Entonces las hojitas son como que nos enseñan que todos podríamos ser un medio para llevar energía positiva al mundo, ¿no? Que nutra la vida. Y así muchas experiencias, ¿no?
Me encanta cómo transformas cosas que para quizás muchas personas pueden ser tan insignificantes que ni las voltean a ver, cómo las transformas en lecciones de vida que ya quisieran las personas más sabias de este planeta, ¿no? Y me lleva a preguntarte algo más, porque acabamos de estar con una chica de Colombia que dejó el salón de clases, dijo, no, yo no quiero enseñar en un salón de clases, y se sacó a los niños y se los llevó a ver a los pájaros ensuciarse, y hablaba de esta educación informal y de todo lo que te da. Y tú hablas de una educación formal, de cómo llevas este amor por la naturaleza y eso que tú viviste de chiquito, que de verdad se me puso la piel chinita de escucharte y de escuchar tu historia, porque resuena en mí y creo que resuena en muchas de las personas que nos están escuchando, de esta contención emocional que nos da la naturaleza muchas veces, ¿no? Y todas las lecciones que hablas. Pero me encantaría que nos platicaras ahora cómo esa conexión tan profunda que tú tuviste a una edad muy pequeña con la naturaleza, ¿cómo la llevas a una educación formal, en donde hay libros, hay paredes, hay estructura, hay que estar sentados escuchando a un profesor? ¿Qué reto más grande y cómo lo haces?
Ana, ¿cuánto tiempo dura la entrevista para yo medir mis minutos de respuestas?
Son entrevistas de media hora, todavía tienes 20 minutos, Joaquín.
Perfecto.
19 minutos, así que...
Yeah. No, para terminar lo anterior, entonces en ese jardín yo sentí libertad, porque yo podía ser quien yo quería ser, no lo que las demás personas esperaban que yo fuese. Me dio seguridad, porque siempre tenía mi escondite y me sentía seguro ahí, no importaba lo que pasara en el mundo, y me dio amor incondicional. Es decir, estuviera aburrido, triste, feliz, ella siempre estaba para mí ahí. Entonces eso marcó mi vida, ¿no? Entonces salgo de ahí, paso por muchas universidades, porque yo estaba predestinado por la historia de mi familia a ser político o economista, bien por los que lo hacen, pero no era yo, pues, no estaba en mi corazón hacer eso. Y fundo una organización en el año 95, que se llama ANIA, Asociación para la Niñez y su Ambiente. Y después de como se dice, trial error, ¿no? De probar y hasta funcionar algo, creamos una iniciativa que se llama TINI, Tierra de Niñas, Niños y Jóvenes, que otorga un espacio, que consiste en otorgar un espacio a ellas y ellos, que puede ser desde 3 macetas o 20 hectáreas de bosque, como las hay, donde ahí crían la vida y la biodiversidad con cariño y alegría, y en alianza y con la madre tierra generan bienestar para ellos, los demás y la naturaleza, ¿no? Entendiéndose que cada uno de nosotros y los demás somos parte de la naturaleza, ¿no? Es como un círculo así, el grande es de la naturaleza, después vienen los demás y más adentro está uno mismo, ¿no? Y entonces las TINIs comienzan a promoverse en espacios de educación no formal. Por ejemplo, una comunidad entrega un bosquecito a las niñas y niños de esa comunidad. O sea, hay mucho más detalles, pero voy rápido por este tema, ¿no? Y ahí me invita el Ministerio del Ambiente de Perú a hablar al respecto. Entonces dicen, oye, ¿y esto del bosque de los niños cómo es? Y bla, 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 les explico. Y ahí una señora levanta la mano y dice, pero nosotros no tenemos bosque, pero tenemos como un vallecito chiquito. Y tenemos una cochita y tenemos unas dunas con un arbolito. Y entonces lo que se llamaba bosque de niños se convierte en tierra de niños por por los distintos ecosistemas y espacios, y ahí las niñas y jóvenes se molestan, entonces se llama tierra de niñas, niños y jóvenes, se conoce como Tini. Y bueno, comienza a multiplicarse hasta que llega a las escuelas. Y en las escuelas trabajaba el tema, el clásico, o sea, el huerto, ¿no? Que es clásico todavía, ¿no? Pero con el tiempo comenzamos a notar que o por lo menos nosotros, que consideramos que un gran problema, que el huerto no alcanza. ¿Por qué? Porque el huerto se crea muchas veces de la mirada antropocéntrica y adultocéntrica. Antropocéntrica, que lo que es el huerto es un espacio al servicio, a nuestro servicio, ¿no? Y si entra un pajarito o un bicho hay que sacarlo o matarlo porque si no va en contra de nuestros intereses. Y la mirada
Perdón que te interrumpa, quizás es como la diferencia entre el jardín bien hecho de tu abuela, ¿no?
Exacto.
El jardín que está perfecto, que tiene el césped, que tiene... Y este otro lugar.
Conectada. Sí, muy bien. Exacto. Mira, yo no había hecho esa comparación. Y el otro adultocéntrico, ¿no? El adulto es el que dirige, el que manda, el que les respira en la nuca a los adultos, a los niños, perdón. Entonces, es como que, no, necesitamos libertad, cosas no estructuradas, tener un espacio donde poder volcar lo que sentimos adentro, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, sabiendo que me quedan probablemente 15 minutos, comenzamos a trabajar eso más y aplicamos la metodología Tini a las escuelas para que sea un espacio, represente un espacio, que sea un espacio, no es un huerto, sino es un pedacito del planeta que le otorgamos a las niñas y niños para que ellas y ellos puedan hacer cosas que sean buenas para ellos, los demás, la naturaleza, con la madre tierra como aliada, con la gran naturaleza, la madre naturaleza como aliada, y accediendo a recursos, saberes locales, ancestrales, científicos, tecnología, todo lo que quieran, pero su fin es ahí ser felices, ayudando a crear un mundo mejor. Entonces, voy a acelerar así, como el avión cuando va a despegar, o sea, voy a pasar por varios tramos. La metodología se va afianzando, es institucionalizada por el Ministerio de Educación de Perú en el año 2015, allá se llama ESFI, Espacios de Vida, en Ecuador en el 2017 como Tini para el Buen Vivir, y en Rapa Nui a partir del año pasado como Poki Genua, cada uno con su nombre, ¿no? Y ahora estamos trabajando con el Ministerio de Ciencia y Tecnología de Colombia, que probablemente vamos a hacer una alianza para que se promueva en el marco del programa Ondas. Entonces, y ahora sí, ¿en qué consiste, no? Puntualmente. Y en la pandemia además le damos un tema adicional, porque la pandemia nos enseña que lo que veníamos haciendo antes ya ni siquiera es suficiente, porque lo único que no podemos hacer es lo mismo de siempre, porque si no, los resultados también lo van a hacer. Entonces tenemos que innovar aún más. Entonces, y ahora sí, es así el tema, ¿no? Ya después de innovaciones y todo funciona así. Acá van a escuchar una voz ahí estoy acá cerca de la calle. Funciona así. La meta es promover a nivel global la inclusión de la madre tierra como maestra en el sistema de educación formal. La madre tierra, de acuerdo a la cultura y a las cosmovisiones locales, ¿no? En un mismo país hay distintas etnias que tienen distintas cosmovisiones y tienen distintas deidades que representan a la madre tierra. Todo vale. No importa, es la madre naturaleza, ya sea Pachamama, Gaia, madre tierra, como quieran llamarle, primero se identifica cuál va a ser ese nombre y que está enraizado a la cultura del país, ¿no? Acabo de venir de República Dominicana, no me acuerdo el nombre de su deidad, pero la tenían enterrada porque se había perdido con el colonialismo y estaban tan emocionados de poder sacar eso que era como que el corazoncito de ellos volviera a latir en un aire limpio, ¿no? Fue maravilloso. Pero bueno, regresando. Entonces, identificas la imagen de la madre tierra. Se personifica de manera tal que las niñas y niños les guste, que le digan qué linda la madre tierra. De ahí, el director de la escuela hace una resolución directoral y le incorpora oficialmente como un documento como maestra, ¿no? Como incluyes a una maestra, el director no la va a contratar, simplemente la va a incluir y va a ser maestra de aquí para siempre. La va a poner ahí como una colega más, sí. De ahí su imagen es puesta en una pared, se coloca ahí en una ceremonia y se pone en una pared junto a la imagen del resto de maestros. ¿no?
Como
Entonces,
para darle esta tangibilidad, ¿no?
Exacto, para que
no
el
es
niño
algo
sepa que la
intangible,
naturaleza...
que por ahí está, es algo real.
Así es, y que el niño sepa que la naturaleza no es objeto, sino que es sujeto, ¿no? Que es un tejido de vida maravilloso, que nos sostiene y nos provee tanto. Entonces, se pone la imagen de la Madre Tierra, de ahí el director o la directora hace un discurso presencial y además virtual, algunos lo han hecho por la pandemia, o sea, luego la pandemia de manera virtual para que llegue tanto, y si otros invitando a todos, y dicen por qué incorporan, dicen, mira, el mundo ha cambiado después de la pandemia y la escuela también. Y lo que nos ha demostrado la pandemia es que necesitamos desarrollar otro tipo de valores y actitudes hacia la vida. Tenemos que tener mucho más de esos tipos de valores y actitudes hacia la vida. Entonces, y el pitch es, ¿quién mejor que la vida? Vamos a incorporar a una nueva maestra, a la Madre Tierra, porque ¿quién mejor que la vida misma para enseñarnos a conocerla, quererla y cuidarla? ¿No? Entonces salimos de nuestro modo antropocéntrico y ¡pum! Un poquito de humildad de la especie humana, decir, mira, hemos hecho lo que hemos podido, pero no nos está funcionando muy bien, vamos a traer otra fuerza, ¿no? Otra que ha estado, y lo que todas las culturas originarias nos vienen gritando en la oreja. Todo se resume a eso. Entonces, bueno, entra, el director hace este speech inspirador, y ahí la imagen de la Madre Tierra se hace una dinámica con todos los docentes, con todos los profesores, donde los profesores le hablan de frente a la imagen de la Madre Tierra y le tienen que, o sea, son 3 preguntas. La primera pregunta es, dile a la Madre Tierra qué sientes que la tienes como nueva colega. La segunda es, dile qué necesitas para tú enseñar mejor y estar más a gusto con tu profesión como persona. Y tercero, bueno, dile cómo la vas a cuidar. Entonces esa dinámica es muy lindo porque rompe ese antropocentrismo de uno y se abre un espacio ahí y comienza a fluir otro tipo de vínculo, ¿no?
Esto hecho por los maestros, estoy entendiendo
bien.
bien.
Por los maestros. Esta es la parte de la dinámica entre maestros, porque los maestros lo tienen que interiorizar. La interiorizan. De ahí que el maestro ha hecho eso, el maestro va y hace lo mismo con la imagen de la Madre Tierra, aula por aula. Cada maestro con sus alumnos hacen lo mismo. Y le preguntan a los niños, ya, díganle qué sienten que la tiene como nueva maestra. Pucha, los niños ahí uno suelta el otro y es maravilloso. Esa parte es la más maravillosa. De ahí, díganle cómo necesitan que los ayude, qué puede hacer ella para que ustedes aprendan mejor. Y tercero, díganle cómo la van a cuidar. Entonces, todo eso es todo otra dinámica. Y de ahí, lo que era el huerto, o lo que es el huerto, o si no había ni siquiera huerto, en algunos casos hasta sacan el cemento, se crea el aula de la Madre Tierra. Se crea su aula, ¿no? Si hay huerto, se hace un upgrade a hacer el aula de la Madre Tierra. Y ahí, ese espacio que ha sido identificado, y esta parte es crucial, pasa a ser también, con una resolución directoral, pasa a ser institucionalizada como parte de la infraestructura educativa y tiene jerarquía de aula. Ya no es el jardincito que vamos a hacer algo y que mañana necesitamos ampliar la biblioteca y chao jardincito, ampliamos no, ya no se puede. Tiene jerarquía de aula y eso es importantísimo para que se sostenga en el tiempo. Entonces, y ahí las niñas y niños con los adultos, o sea, hay toda una dinámica, hacen un diagnóstico, bla, 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 y construyen su aula de la Madre Tierra absolutamente mágica, de nuevo, con el principio, que es un pedacito del planeta que se les está dando para que ahí ellos puedan construir un mundo mejor haciendo cosas que sean buenas para ellos, los demás, y la naturaleza con la Madre Tierra como aliada.
¿Y ahí hay alguna guía de cómo hacer eso o lo dejas a...?
No, espera, muy buena pregunta. Entonces, una vez que está construido, digamos, de ahí el maestro la puede usar cuando quiera para hacer matemáticas, ciencia y lenguaje, con el único punto de que cuando utilicen el espacio, sobre todo el espacio, y deberían hacerlo todo para todas sus lecciones de 40 o 45 minutos, tengan bien claro cómo cuando van a ese lugar a enseñar algo, el niño aprenda, más allá de la herramienta, cómo eso que ha aprendido lo ayuda a construir un mundo mejor para ellos, los demás y la naturaleza. Siempre le da un sentido o sea, que sea significativo, no simbólico. Porque los niños, en verdad, un problema de la educación es que es muy abstracta y no se enlaza lo que uno enseña como cómo construir un mundo mejor, que es lo que emociona. Y podría dar ejemplos, pero bueno, si me queda el tiempo al final. Y ahí, entonces, el maestro lo usa de esa manera. Pero, imagínate, y hay un portal que tenemos que se llama www.escuelitatini.com, que te da materiales
Puedes escribirlo en el chat para que Jessie lo pueda poner ahora en pantalla y quienes nos están viendo en vivo y después vayan a ver esta entrevista lo puedan ver.
Sí, claro que sí.
Gracias.
Escuelitatini.com, ya está. Y entonces, ahí hay material para el docente, etcétera, y también para los niños, pero lo que, Ana, lo que hemos, o sea, lo clave de esto, y acá con esto ya casi termino, es, o sea, el profesor lo usa cuando quiere, pero lo más importante es que haya 1 hora a la semana, en el horario escolar, donde los niños en libertad van a ese lugar. El profesor puede estar ahí al costado, pero no interviene. Y que las niñas y niños tengan un momento libre en contacto con la naturaleza y ellos dirijan qué quieren hacer ahí que sea bueno para ellos, ya sea su cuerpo, sus emociones, su mente o su espíritu, para los demás, que es para quienes quieren, para quienes ven y para quienes no ven, entre los cuales están los aún no nacidos y los ancestros, y la naturaleza que es el aire, el agua, el suelo, los minerales, las plantas, animales y los hongos. Entonces, ellos deciden qué hacen, pero de manera libre. Lo hacen y después se lo pueden reportar al maestro, o después de varias veces lo reportan, y eso es. Y acá te hago una analogía para que tú y todos entiendan. Es tan simple como cuando el niño va a la biblioteca, ¿no es cierto? Si hay una biblioteca en un colegio, van a promover la lectura. El niño va, ya sabe las reglas, agarra su libro de su gusto, lo lee, lo cierra al final, lo deja y está desarrollando el hábito de la lectura con todos los beneficios. Eso es igualito. Los niños tienen tan poco contacto con la naturaleza de manera no estructurada y con alegría, ¿no? Y independiente, que lo que necesitan es 1 hora con ella para quererla. Entonces, cuando le preguntamos a los niños, al final, oye, como les preguntan, ¿qué es lo que te encanta del colegio? Todos dicen el recreo, ¿no? Bueno, ahora ojalá que digan el recreo y el aula de la madre tierra. Y yo creo que va a ser así. Y finalmente, este lugar es importante porque mucho de la educación está centrado en el conocimiento, pero no nos olvidamos de que el conocimiento no es, o sea, el conocimiento finalmente, o sea, las matemáticas, la ciencia y el lenguaje son un medio, no es el fin. El fin es construir un mundo mejor. Entonces, el aula de la madre tierra sirve y ayuda a los docentes también para que todo lo que enseñan, cómo lo pueden poner en práctica y luego que tenga significado para las niñas y niños y para construir un mundo mejor. ¿Estás ahí, Ana?
Maybe. Hola, Joaquín.
Hola. Se fue. Sigo hablando.
Muy pequeña en español. Back.
Should I keep talking?
Perfect. We got her back. Hey.
Yeah, sorry. Something went good. I disappeared for a while, but I'm back.
No, I'm almost done. 1 more minute and then I finish. And, entonces, los profesores lo usan cuando lo quieran usar, simplemente preguntándose siempre cómo lo que voy a hacer ahí contribuye a ellos, a los demás y a la naturaleza, sea matemática, ciencia del lenguaje. El niño tiene 1 hora a la semana para que sienta sentido de pertenencia, alegría, y cuando le pregunten al final del año qué es lo que prefieres en la escuela, no solamente digan el recreo, sino también el estar en el aula de la madre tierra, porque así la van a querer y entonces la van a cuidar, y que sientan y desarrollen sentido de propósito. Y finalmente, una vez que se ha hecho todo eso, la parte final es que hay un calendario que se hace anual, dentro del cual también durante las vacaciones las familias van a cuidar el aula de la madre tierra. No la dejan abandonada, porque eso genera también un sentido, otro tipo de vínculo, ¿no? Y al final la escuela difunde a la madre tierra como maestra en todos sus medios, y bueno, y hay un par de cosas más, pero eso.
Oye, Joaquín, y antes de que se acabe el tiempo, porque a mí ¿esto está dirigido a un grado en particular o a toda la primaria?
Todo,
Okay.
Inicial, primaria y secundaria, sobre todo inicial y primaria.
Ok.
Y he venido a Costa Rica, rapidito, he venido a Costa Rica, porque acá estamos creando el Centro Global de la Madre Tierra como maestra, ya tenemos la fórmula, entonces es como un antídoto contra la apatía y la degradación ambiental. O sea, el antídoto en el fondo es poner a las niñas y niños en contacto regular y positivo con la naturaleza. Y Tini es como como si fuera Pfizer o Moderna de las vacunas, una analogía así, ya la tenemos. Entonces, hemos venido acá a Costa Rica, hemos hecho una alianza con la Universidad de Cooperación Internacional y la UNA de Costa Rica, y ahí estamos creando el Centro Global para capacitar con todo hasta el 2030 a todos los que les interese.
de verdad, en todo el momento de que hablas, tengo la piel chinita. Me encanta lo que haces. Me parece increíblemente poderoso. Acabas de poner ahí, bueno, acaban de poner un link. Me encantaría saber más. O sea, después de esto me voy a meter a ver la metodología. Creo que es algo que se puede replicar en el mundo entero. Y me encanta esta visión de la madre tierra como maestra, y además una maestra que te enseña lo que necesitas, no lo que a cada quien le puede enseñar cosas diferentes, ¿no?
Exacto, mira, te enseña de mutualismo, de cooperación, de biomimesis, de perseverancia, de resiliencia, de crecer hacia la luz, de ser un medio para canalizar energía positiva para el mundo. O sea, justo todo lo que falta.
Claro,
nos hemos alejado de ella.
Pues, Joaquín, se nos acabó el tiempo, pero yo te quiero agradecer infinitamente esta entrevista y este tiempo que nos dedicaste a compartir tu historia de amor por la naturaleza y lo que estás haciendo para difundir y para crear estos espacios en donde la madre tierra sea quien nos enseñe y nosotros la cuidemos a ella, ¿no? Y la respetemos. Muchísimas gracias. De verdad, ahorita mismo voy a meterme a tu página. Me emocioné muchísimo escuchándote. Qué privilegio haberte conocido el día de hoy.
Igualmente, ahí está mi página, mi correo electrónico, el que esté interesado, tú o quien quieran, me escriben de frente, porque, o sea, vamos con todo el 2030 y nos necesitamos todos en cooperación.
Claro.
Y la Madre Tierra no es como un brand de Joaquín ni nada, estaba ahí, simplemente la hemos visto y es un bien común. Eso es lo maravilloso, no se puede comprar, no se puede vender, o sea, es de todos y está ahí y la necesitamos. Entonces, yo trabajo para la Madre Tierra, entonces vamos juntos y lo hacemos. Hagámoslo nomás, rápido, se puede.
Padrísimo, Joaquín. Pues un gusto enorme y pues sigamos conectados a través de Naturaleza para Todos, de este gran festival y pues que sea algo que nos una y que podamos llegar a más personas.
Gracias. Un abrazo.
Un abrazo.
Ana, okay, I just gotta say, I don't speak a word of Spanish. That was the most incredible interview I've ever seen. I thought I was the most energetic person in the world until Joaquin came around. That guy, is so energized by the work that he does. That was wild.
It's such a beautiful and powerful job that he's doing. I feel so inspired. Like I'm leaving this interview so inspired to do more and more every day. Like he's amazing. This has been a very good interview, and so was Alexandra, that I already knew. But as always, it's amazing to hear from her. So yes, if you can, if there's any way you have transcript of this and you can translate what Joaquin said, it's amazing. It's really, truly amazing.
I'm going to go find out a way to do that.
Thank you for giving me the chance to be here and for listening and for interviewing some of these amazing stories. I know there's more people coming.
One more in this group, and then we've got like 30 more in the next day and a half. It's crazy, Anna. It's like the most incredible event ever. And thank you so much for finding a different connection, different device. So nice to have you. So much more meaningful to have these interviews in Spanish. So I really, really appreciate you finagling around today, and great to have the chance to talk with you two about the amazing work you're doing at Zamia. I really encourage our folks to check that out again at zamia.media if you want to find out about Anna's work. She's doing some incredible things. And just thank you so much for being a part of the festival.
Thank you, Jesse.
Have a wonderful day. I'll leave you to it. Enjoy your afternoon, and I'll bring in our last speaker here as we wrap up. So farewell, Anna. We'll say goodbye there. We've been going for 5 straight hours. I've been here for 5 straight hours. It's been a very exciting morning into the afternoon for me, getting to hear all these incredible stories from such passionate, amazing people, all as part of our My Nature Love Story event. I've been mentioning this throughout the broadcast, but this is our capstone event to the incredible Nature for All Love Fest. We've got events from partners all around the globe, environmentalists, conservationists, storytellers, and more, sharing their incredible work that they do to preserve life on Earth and to educate the public around it. And so today, we were all set to wrap up with a video, but because he's going up to the Arctic tomorrow, which is a very good excuse, by the way, the best excuse, we are privileged to have David Boris joining us a little bit early. He is a visual storyteller, a social researcher. He is one of the Explorers Club 50 for this year, so 50 amazing explorers and scientists featured by the August Explorers Club. I'm so thrilled to have him back. David, I'll welcome you in, and then we'll get chatting. But like, I got the chance to interview you for an Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants program many months ago now. It was such a great time getting to hear about your incredible work featuring Inuit stories, particularly around the loss of caribou in Labrador. Your work is taking you to Kenya, Nepal, Malaysia. Like, you are a globe-trotting, jet-setting, fantastic visual storyteller. And it's a privilege to have you to wrap up our second block today, man.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Jesse. It's great to be here and just amazing to be part of this community and listen in on some of the things that other explorers and conservationists, storytellers are saying. So yeah, great being here.
Well, we've been having sort of like a standard series of questions I've been sharing with people, but I've got to ask you first, where are you going tomorrow and why are you going there? Is this another project? Should we be looking out for a film sometime soon?
At some point, yeah, we're so I guess based on some of the work that we've done previously in the Eastern Arctic, we're now going to be going up to different parts of Nunavik, so northern Quebec, to work with Inuit communities on sharing the relationships between themselves and polar bears in the region. So very early stages at this point. We don't have anything to share right now, but we're hoping to do a bunch of filming over the next month or two, and hopefully get some interesting footage of people and these apex predators.
Yeah, we've, as an organization, we do a lot of programs with Polar Bears International, which is an amazing organization. And it's really interesting that as an animal, they have captured the public's attention, not just as sort of an icon of climate change, but as this beautiful, unique creature and sort of apex predator globally. Like when we do a polar bear program, it gets more interest than almost any other thing. So I hope you have a marvelous time up there. And what's cool about this is, you know, northern Quebec into Nunavut, into the territories in general, is one of the most remote and unpopulated places on this planet. Like I grew up in Toronto. When I think about Canada, I think about, oh, it's a bustling place. And really, it's not. 99% of the population is along the bottom, and you have these huge tracts of wilderness with communities that have been there for thousands and thousands of years. What's it like getting to go into those communities, and how does that process look? One of the things we've been featuring a lot here is sort of community conservation collaborations. As a settler, quote unquote, when you go into these places, how do you broach the filming process?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, first of all, I'm a total outsider and visitor to pretty much all places that I visit outside of my hometown. And in particular, when I go up north to work with various indigenous communities, you know, I'm not from those areas. I'm not indigenous myself. I don't have these deep historical connections to these lands and animals. And so I think that there's kind of two different ways that I've gone about it. I mean, first of all, you need co-creation to do this work properly. You need to work with community members, ensure that they're involved in the filmmaking process, in the research process from the get-go. And you need to make sure that the overarching themes and concept and direction of any of that kind of work is in alignment with what community values are. And so this, for example, this project that we're working on right now, you know, it's been well over a year of working with project partners in the area to ensure that we're going up, you know, not kind of blindly. We've got a direction on what they want. And, you know, I'm just really there to support with the process as well. So that's a big part of it before going up and doing this kind of work. And just in general, you know, earlier you were speaking about this idea of very sparse or remote areas and most of the Canadian population being close, you know, to the US border kind of thing. There's this idea that these landscapes are just so vast and it's just wilderness without any kind of human contact. And, you know, this is something that I even thought about, you know, as I was growing up watching Planet Earth and all these things, seeing these incredible landscapes without any kind of human contact. But really, a lot of these places still have people and communities that, as you said, have been there for thousands of years. And so they are critical in any kind of discussions related to conservation, management, stewardship. and they're the ones that need to be leading these conversations as well. So my role is just to kind of support with some of the storytelling around that.
It's been really interesting as someone who grew up with things like Planet Earth and with Steve Irwin and just how these things were approached to begin with, how much it's changed over the last 10 years, especially, where this humble approach, basically, like this idea that, I'm just here to help share your story, you have people involved from the get-go, is a fairly new development. And it's really heartening to see because it feeds right back into that conservation element. If you go in and say, we know best and you're doing something wrong and here we are to help out, you instantly set up a barrier between people that could otherwise work together for a positive good. Do you see in the work that you do and in general how we've been approaching conservation and storytelling in Canada, is it getting better from a person who's on the inside of this? Do the communities feel that this is improving how they're getting to share their story, or is it still not there yet? Not even close.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to say, and I'm not really someone that can speak on behalf of these communities and what they feel is improving or not. But what I can say is, I just went through the academic process through my doctoral work, and I can see that there's more and more people from southern Canada at least that are interested in community-based participatory research. And kind of adjacent to that, community-based storytelling and just knowledge sharing in general. And so I think that there's this growing environment, especially among kind of younger researchers and filmmakers, to really prioritize this collaborative aspect between sharing knowledge about not only nature and wildlife and ecosystems, but also about how that intersects with communities, their social life, identities, well-being, all of these things are interconnected. And so, yeah, I think there's a growing interest and need and gap to fill around that co-creation aspect. But again, it's hard to say and still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah. David, when you were younger, was there an experience or place in nature that inspired this? I mean, you've, as I said, you have had the chance to go all over the world. You're helping share these amazing stories in Canada. You're going up to the Arctic to remote communities, which, I mean, again, most people will never have that experience firsthand, and why it's so important to be sharing these stories with the broader community. But was there something for you that really triggered this passion of yours, or?
Yeah, I think there's two kind of things that I think back on. One of them was actually Lion King. I watched Lion King at a very early age, like so many other people. And, it was just, I couldn't take my eyes off of it. I watched it so many times growing up. I really felt this deep love for that movie. And relating to that, I actually grew up in Washington, D.C. And so I spent a lot of time going to the Washington Zoo. And that's kind of those two things worked in parallel to kind of build this, I guess, love for animals that I continue to have to this day. But, I was thinking more about it as well because, I've been incredibly privileged to work in various ecosystems and environments all around the world. And I still feel, deep connections to a lot of the animals and places that I work with. But at the end of the day, my real connections aren't so much to places like Malaysia or even to the Canadian Arctic. It's much more to the regions and community or the ecosystem around where I live and I spend most of my time. And so just as many of these community members have so much deep knowledge about those places, I feel like my real connection to my knowledge is actually just the forest that's right around the corner from me, where I've kind of grown up walking around. I know the birds and the squirrels and the trees and all those kinds of things. That's where I feel I have kind of the deepest connection to, just right around the corner.
And this is Washington still, or where are you now?
Sorry, I should mention I'm now in Ottawa. I've been living in Ottawa for a few decades now, based around here. But Ottawa is where home is.
It's a very special place. I'm so glad that you shared that. And by the way, I'm so happy. It's been really nice for me as someone who gets to interact with a lot of conservationists and filmmakers. I mean, I hear stories about, I got this special experience. I got to go to somewhere really cool. I grew up next to a rainforest, and those are fantastic stories. But the fact that you mentioned a movie and the fact that you it is so rare and nice. I watched Avatar 2 over the holidays, and my jaw's on the floor. I'm like, this is the best environmental message I've seen in years. And it reached 1 billion people, right? So you can create something that is wonderful and very nature-based, or you can create something that really impacts, like Lion King inspired so many kids to think about the natural world, and East Africa in particular, in a way that they never had before. So thank you for highlighting that. I think that's very important. David, are you in your work, you feature stories of great loss with the caribou, how that impacts the community. Do you remain optimistic about nature generally? How do you find yourself feeling when you're going and sharing these stories?
Yeah, I guess that's a big question, staying optimistic about nature. And I think it really depends. There's so much loss and negative things that are happening to the environment and to wildlife. You can't ignore that. I mean, that's just an obvious thing. And so that's a big part of actually the work that I've done, is to not only document this loss from an environmental stance, but what does that loss mean for people from, a cultural level, an emotional level, a well-being level. And so I feel like I've been very focused on that. But at the same time, kind of countering that loss, it's not like, people are just giving up. And of course, it depends on the context and the situation. But at least with the work that I did up in Northern Labrador with caribou, we're talking about a caribou herd that has declined by over 99% in the past few decades. Deep decline, but people are not giving up hope about that loss. They are focused on ways of continuing to bridge cultural knowledge with the caribou that remain and pass on this information to youth, so that they can still have that connection to caribou, and in the hopes that the herds will return at some point in the future. And so I think it's always that balance between the loss, but also the hope and the recommendations on how we're going to move forward.
Well, something we've been featuring all day in these stories, we've had 10 programs in this block alone, is when you hear about people doing great work, it builds you up. Like it's very easy to get very negative hearing about climate change, plastics, habitat loss, massive biodiversity loss. And those are big challenges. I mean, these are, let's, not sugarcoat it. These are things that are going to be very challenging for us as a species to handle and deal with. We are going to lose some things, which will be beyond tragic. But I think that if you highlight where people are doing good positively, especially on the community level, it can really spark that sort of change and interest. And that's where I think visual storytelling and video does such a great job. Was it Lion King that led you to want to be a filmmaker? Was it an experience you had in school? Like, when did you first pick up a camera and start telling stories this way?
Yeah, that's also a good question. I guess it's not like I always wanted to be a filmmaker, but I think from a very young age, I was very interested in just the creative process in general. And really, when I was even a kid, I was always dreamed of this idea of becoming a National Geographic photographer, like so many other people out there. But yeah, it kind of just, like anyone else, grew up, pick up the camera, started taking some photos, and realized, I actually kind of like this creative process, even outside of the natural aspect behind it. I actually started back in high school working on little stop motions. That's how I that's how I kind of had my creative outlet, was creating these stop motions of me cut out as a little piece of paper and walking across like a kitchen and things like that. So yeah, that's how I started in the early days. And then eventually, once I got into my undergrad and past that, I was really focused on broadly human environment connections, but specifically international development. And so it was always this in the back of my mind, these interests between the creative aspects, the methods behind it, but also the social, environmental issues. And so I've really just kind of worked to bridge those three things together, and that's kind of the work I'm doing now.
Yeah, you have several sites that we had the chance to, you sent me before the broadcast today. I would love to see that stop motion film. So if it's not on your main site, please do put it there so that we can watch this after the fact. But specifically, and this is how I got introduced to you to begin with, if people want to check out InuitVoicesHeard.com, an amazing resource, an amazing film, check out some of the work that David's been doing there. And it's a special story. It's so nice to see, and it's so nice to see Inuit communities in particular being sort of recognized for their expertise, their knowledge of the land, their knowledge of the local wildlife, in areas that, as we've talked about, have been there for thousands and thousands of years. And so, this is so much fun. David, I want to go back to something a minute ago, because we talked about Lion King briefly, but you also mentioned the zoo. And I'm so happy you mentioned this, because I think a lot of people here, zoos can be controversial. And my thing with zoos when I grew up was that it was such an amazing and moving experience to get to be close to wildlife in that way. Like, it was a huge impetus for me to become a conservationist and someone who wants to share stories. Can you speak a little more to that? Because I think, you know, when you have a zoo or aquarium that's really well managed and where the animal care is at the highest standard, it can be a real place for connection with the natural world and inspire a lot. So please do tell.
Yeah, and you know, I go back and forth on this quite a bit. To be honest, it's not like I'm so pro zoo or so anti zoo. I think it really depends on the context,
Yes.
how the zoo is managed, the species that are there, the quality of life. I mean, so many things come into play, and there are absolutely a lot of zoos that are very poorly managed around the world. And I mean, the priority is the well-being of some of these animals that are living there, and it's really a shame how bad zoos can be. But
Yeah.
when well managed and when, you know, in an environment that I think is overall positive for both people and the animals, I think they serve a really important purpose. And, you know, a lot of my connections with animals kind of started within those environments of just being able to see them, you know, face to face kind of thing. And so I think there is a purpose of maybe not necessarily zoos, but that those experiences of bridging youth in particular with some of these animals. And that also builds on, I also had the incredible experience growing up. My part of my family are farmers.
Yeah.
So I spent a lot of time on their farm, even just, you know, with cows and llamas and things like that. And I think without those kinds of connections, I might not have the same kind of love and connection to animals that I have today.
Yeah, we had a program not too long before yours where it was people that are from the heart of a city and they get the chance to go out in nature and interact with people they otherwise wouldn't interact with in a natural setting. And that is such a great bridge towards sort of more mutual understanding and more love of the natural world. And so I'm so glad you mentioned the farm. Llamas was an unexpected second animal there. I was expecting cow, pig. By the way, professional detachment out the window. The fact that you maintained a straight face while sending me Paperboy 2 as a YouTube link is incredible. So thank you so much for the fact that that still exists and that I've now linked it onto the YouTube channel. So if you want to see one of David's first efforts in filmmaking, I'm going to check that out the moment we're done. I really appreciate that. On the zoo note too, one thing that we like to feature is if you go to a major world zoo, you'll see accreditation. So CASA in Canada, AZA in the United States, and that means that the highest standard of animal care. It's not somewhere where they're keeping animals in enclosures that aren't meant for them. They've got people that are dedicated in keeping their health care at the highest standard. And I think that's a really great designation that someone just watching for the first time can look for when they go to one of these places. David, this is so much fun. Is there a particular place now that you've had the chance to go? Maybe it's a community, maybe it's a region that really has impacted you. Maybe it's somewhere for the Inuit Voices Heard film. I'm just curious generally if there's a place that really jumps out.
Yeah, I don't know if there's one specific place, but I think just Labrador in general in Eastern Canada, it's just been a very special place for me because of the experience that I've had to go out and document caribou and Inuit and their connections with this animal. And so, yeah, it's not like there's one specific community, but just that land in general, just it was just such an incredible experience to see what life is like for people that still have these connections to the land that are just almost unheard of for a lot of urban environments. You know, I had a chance to go out on Skidoo and search for and track and find caribou with experienced hunters that spend, you know, tons of time out on the land, and they just their lived experiences and their place-based knowledge is something that it's still hard to fathom how much they know about the ice, the species, the trees, all of it. And so I'd say just broadly, Northern Labrador was just a very special place to me.
I'm going to try and pull up a picture before the broadcast is done so people can see a little bit of Northern Labrador. I live in Newfoundland now, which is vaguely similar. Northern Labrador gets pretty epic in terms of its landscapes, a little more than we do, but it's such a special and unique part of this planet. I mean, as someone who traveled a lot of the United States, traveled Canada as a kid, there's no place like this East Coast and sort of as it winds into Nunavut and the incredible, huge territory that's up there. I'm so glad you've had that experience. And by the way, every time we get the chance to feature someone either directly who's done tracking of animals over long distances or has had the chance to work with people, that is such a, like, there's no parallel for that for city people to go and you see people and like, oh yeah, they're like 50 kilometers that way, and I can tell because there's this like print in the snow. It's like, how does that even happen? How do you ever get that level of knowledge? And I find it so humbling and also sort of like just jarring that people could ever develop that much expertise. But it was there. When you're in the community, how long are you actually there? Is it a week? Is it a month when you're doing these hills? When you're going right now, you're leaving tomorrow. How long are you going to be where you're going?
Yeah, so tomorrow I'm actually only going to be there for about a week, which is not long enough, but it's because the next month or so, we're going to be going to a variety of different communities to document people and their connections to the land and all those kinds of things. And so, yeah, I'm going tomorrow to Inukjuak, which is in Nunavik, so northern Quebec. I'm going to be there for about a week. But when I was working on the caribou project, you know, I was up in Labrador for almost 3 months or so, going to multiple communities, spending time with people, going out on the land, but also a lot of time in communities, because there's a lot of people that still have these connections to these animals that they don't necessarily need to be out on the land to have those connections. These connections come out through other experiences that are cultural, through food security, social connections, you know, things like that. And so I'll just say it depends on the regions that you go to, and also, you know, your own resources and budget and all that kind of stuff. But for this upcoming work, it'll be in total about 4 to 6 weeks that I'll be up in different communities.
Outstanding. And I'm curious, for people that are watching that are younger and they want to follow in your footsteps, is there something you'd recommend? Is it start taking pictures early? Is it make amazing stop motion films? Is there a course or programs that they should take in school that really were impactful to you as you sort of started this journey?
Yeah, I think the main thing is if you're interested, at least on the creative side, just really try to pursue what you're deeply interested in, and try to just build up some kind of portfolio or output or thing that you can show. And that's like a first little stepping stone to build on for future work. And like, as I mentioned, like when I was in high school, I didn't have really any experience at all, but I did have access to a camera. And so I just worked on this stop motion video that, you know, just gave me a slight leg up to be able to start working on maybe some other visual projects. And you just, you know, everything is a stepping stone. Everything builds on this foundation of kind of creative experience that you can then use to really hone in and support other organizations or groups or people that you feel are doing work that really means something to you. And so that's what I would really suggest is lean into your creative interests and just try to get started and get something out there.
David, you're a very interesting guy. I always like chatting with you. I wish I could talk all day. Time flies and you're having fun in these 30-minute broadcasts. It's like the fastest half hour of my life. I'm going to, again, highlight, if you want to check out Inuit Voices Heard, David Boer's visuals, you pass along Communicate too, and I'd love to hear what that's about before I ask for one final question. So could you tell us a little bit more about this?
Yeah, this is very early stages. It's really just an idea right now, but this is just another way for me to kind of get my kind of creative work out there. And I guess the idea here is that a lot of, I think, communications work is done kind of in silos with, you know, creative people, whether they're photographers or graphic designers or whatever. And then there's a lot of, you know, research that happens and a lot of community work that happens, but these things aren't always interconnected. And so I see the idea behind, you know, this Communicate topic of just bringing community members together, bringing different people together to work on communications from the start. So it's not like I'm a videographer. It's not like a videographer is coming in at the end of a project to, you know, create a video. It's working on those communication ideas and concepts from the get-go of any kind of environmental or social issue.
Fantastic. Well, I certainly hope you wish you the best success with that. This is something that, again, a lot of researchers and a lot of groups have started to try and do in fits and starts without a little bit of that expertise. And so having someone like you be able to help them guide through that process and make sure that the message that they want to get out gets out in a meaningful way would be so, so important, especially as sort of as a general public. We look for more of these environmental stories. We look for these, you know, when we can, positive stories of community conservation. So I wish you the very best. And in Labrador and Nunavut until then, because I can't wait for your next story. And I'm so glad to see whether it's Canadian Geographic Explorers Club and more, I've started to really recognize and laud your work because it deserves all the kudos it can get. David, before we wrap up our final program together of this block 2 of the My Nature Love Story event, is there any last message, broadly speaking, you want to share with an audience about filmmaking, about your experiences, anything to leave them with to get them more inspired to get into nature themselves?
I think I would just lean in again on this idea that when you're telling stories about the environment, they need to be connected to the people that are around them. You know, even in the most, you know, remote areas around the world, like there are often still people that go to those places or have lived somewhere in those landscapes. And so I think doing whatever you can to have, you know, those voices brought in, whether it's on the kind of conceptual side or actually integrated into storytelling or research processes, I think just really trying to prioritize those kinds of local connections to the environment is needed for the future.
Yeah, we've had the chance to hear that today from Joaquin in Peru, Kaluki in Kenya. We've talked with people in South Africa all day long, India to start off the broadcast today. And so I'm really glad we're getting this message reinforced from so many amazing speakers with so many different backdrops. David, thank you so much for joining us, man, for this amazing event. And I wish you the very best in your expedition. I can't wait to have, when you're back, bug me again and we'll do another program for kids together, okay?
Sounds great. Yeah, I really appreciate this, Jesse. I think it's great what you guys are doing. And yeah, looking forward to hearing more.
Awesome. Well, have a wonderful day. Keep up the amazing work. I will let you go, and I'm going to wrap up our broadcast today. Folks, thank you all so much for listening live after the fact, wherever you might be joining from. Again, this is all part of Nature for All's effort to unite amazing conservation and education groups around the world together to accomplish more jointly than they ever could alone. This is part of our Love Fest series of programs. We've got 50 plus programs with amazing groups around the globe. You can check them all out at the website below. And this is our My Nature Love Story event. We've got 15 stories that we featured so far. We've got 30 to 40 more to come in the next day and a half. So do stay tuned. We've got a whole bunch of YouTube links to come. So check us out. We're back live in just a few hours. So come on back, join us then, and have a wonderful rest of the day. See you soon, everybody. Bye for now. Thanks, guys.